Welcome, everybody. Welcome. The National Hockey League Draft is about to begin in 30 minutes from now. I am joined here with FC scout Josh Bell. But before we get into that interview for the next 30 minutes, Josh Bell, as you can see right here, say hi to everyone. Say hi to everyone, Josh. We got a lot of people in the chat here. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by and saying hello. We got a lot to talk about today. First, a huge trade, Seth Jones going from Columbus to the Chicago Blackhawks. We're going to get to that in a second. On top of that, Vladimir Tarasenko may be on the move. Pavel Buchnevich traded from the Rangers to St. Louis. A lot of stuff going down today. But before we get into that, here's what we have in store for you in today's draft live show. Firstly, of course, Josh Bell's here to break down the first round. He's going to preview it, give you his take, tell you who Ottawa may even take at number 10. So we're going to get to that in a second. At 8:10, Internal Budgets host Brandon Maki will be joining the show to react to the first 10 picks or so of the first round of this year's draft. Afterwards, he will stay on the show and because at 9 o'clock, Matt Bosty and James Wood, infamous Sens Twitter tweeters, will be joining the show for some instant reactions to the Ottawa Senators' 10th overall pick, and most importantly of all, for a fun, good time. At 9:30, Silver 7 Sens writer Trevor Shackles will be joining the show to give his insight on things. At 10 o'clock, Matt Bedard, a big-time Habs fan, similar to me, he does game reaction videos as well, will be joining to give a Habs perspective on things. And then at 10:30, Future Sickos Podcast hosts Brendan Deltzer and Jack Richardson will be joining the show to wrap up the first round of this year's National Hockey League Draft. Josh, how are we doing today?
I am doing great. The draft's coming up, so I'm excited.
It's crazy today. It's crazy. And now, why don't you show the fans right now, Josh, your top 10, explain the rankings, explain the color coding, explain everything to the fans here. Many, many fans. Thank you once again to everyone here. Why don't you explain to them what's going on your draft sheet?
Yeah, for sure. So for me, a little bit off the board for that first rank for me. Normally you see Owen Power up there. For me, it's Luke Hughes. He's one of the younger guys in this class, but I just see so much potential in him. His ceiling is sky high, and looking at the development curve and how much he improved over the year, I think the sky's the limit for this guy, and I've got big hopes for him. Number 2, William Eklund. We've heard a lot about him over the year, jumping into the SHL and really standing out all season, putting up big points and playing big minutes, which you don't often see for a draft eligible in their draft year.
Definitely.
Number 3, the goalie, Jesper Wallstedt. We've heard about him for years now, always playing a year up. And similar to William, he was in the SHL this year. For a goaltender, that's almost unheard of to spend their entire draft eligible year in the SHL. And he even took over as the starter. If I was more brave, he might even be my top prospect, because I just have very high hopes for him. And I think the odds of him becoming a starter are very, very high and very real. Number 4, he's already a fan favorite, and he will definitely be a fan favorite wherever he goes. Matty Beniers, the centerman, just never takes his foot off the gas. Excellent two-way player. And just watching him battle for pucks and winning them, and whether he's in the offensive zone creating or he's defending for his team, he's a blast to watch. So he could be going as high as 2 to Seattle. At number 5, yeah.
If you don't mind me interrupting, Beniers, I was watching the TSN preview show with Craig Button and Bob McKenzie, Bob McKenzie, Margarita McKenzie, and they put Beniers at number 2, just behind Owen Power. So why do you have him a little lower on your list?
I just think the ceiling is higher for the other 3 I've got there. Eklund, I think Eklund could be a 1C or even on the wing. And Beniers maybe a 2C might be the ceiling. There's the potential to be a top line guy, but I see him more as a second line, I think. So that's the only reason. Very close though, honestly. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Beniers too. So for number 5 there, Owen Power, he's the guy that we've seen on top of most boards. He's on top of our board at FC Hockey. Big 6'6" defender.
I hate to interrupt you. We have some breaking news. We have some breaking news. Wow. Okay. So I really do hate to interrupt you here.
It's all good.
So here's some breaking news. I'm going to put it on the screen here. Because man, I was doing something, but this is kind of urgent, because as we heard before the expansion draft on Wednesday, we heard that it would be looking very close to that Seattle will be taking Jake Bean from the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, that's not going to be the case because guess what just happened? They passed on him, and Columbus saw that and took an opportunity here, and they have traded for Jake Bean. And Jake Bean is going to finally get an opportunity to flourish in the National Hockey League. It's a big, big trade here for a second-round pick tonight. Big trade here. What do you think about that, Josh, before we get back to your list?
I think Jake Bean is worth so much more than a second round pick. This has been a highly touted prospect for so long. And honestly, this is a steal for Columbus. Columbus is here to make some moves, and I like what they're doing so far. This has been a good day for them.
I'll let you get back to your list. I just had to intervene, and we'll definitely discuss the trades very soon. But I'll let you get back to your list right now.
No problem. All right. So number 5, we've heard about him all season, the towering defender, Owen Power. He is probably going to be the first pick off tonight for the Buffalo Sabres. He's, like I said, 6'6". He's so mobile. His transition game is excellent. There's not really a whole lot to fault in his game after watching him at the Men's World Championships. Number 6, Brandt Clark. Very exciting player to watch. So much fun. Even though he might take a few too many risks for my liking. His skating needs some improvement, but the intelligence is sky high, and the offensive instincts, they're just so fun to watch. So the team that nabs him, if they can kind of reel him in a little bit and teach him how to properly use that offense, it's going to be fun. Simon Edvinsson, another great big defender who
good things about this kid.
Yeah, he's a little bit raw compared to the other guys. So he's got a further way to go to be an NHL player. But if it all goes together, he could be one of the better ones to come out of this class. Like I said, he's just got a ways to go. He needs to really fine tune his game. Mason McTavish. Now we're really into the Senators pick territory.
There we go.
So McTavish at number 8, the Ottawa boy. He's just improved all year, which is impressive because he was supposed to be in the OHL, but he was playing in Switzerland and then at the U18s. He just really stepped up his game. While there was questions about his skating and how he would look stepping up to the next level, he put those questions to bed and just looked excellent, especially at the U18s in a leadership role. Dylan Guenther, this guy is just an offensive weapon. We saw that at the U18s, maybe not how he hoped, but he still produced, and he had an excellent WHL season. It wouldn't surprise me to see him go as high as 3 to Anaheim. Really? But yeah, for me, he's a little bit lower. I think the ceiling is higher for some of these other guys. And then at number 10, Kent Johnson. Kent Johnson is probably the most exciting player in this class. He's got the hands. While he's not the best skater, he's very agile. His edge work is excellent. He can kind of weave in and out of traffic. And just some of the plays he makes are just highlight reel plays that you can't take your eyes off of. So it's a ton of fun to watch.
I do want to mention one thing about Ken Johnson. Firstly, you're not wrong. This kid, not the best skater, but he has great hands. The issue though is in that blockbuster deal with Vancouver and Arizona, which don't worry, we're going to get to in roughly 5 minutes. In that deal, it was reported that it looks like for Arizona, their intention with that 9th overall pick will be for Ken Johnson. So it looks like Ottawa may not get that shot at him, but hey, it looks like you have him right around where he should go. But Ken Johnson, talk to me about him. If he somehow finds himself available at number 10, what do you think he can provide for the Ottawa Senators?
Yeah, so he's a winger. He did play a little bit of center this year, but I think in the next level he's going to be a winger. And what impresses me most about him is that this kid came from the BCHL and went into the NCAA, which is a very big jump. It's not an easy one to make, and he really excelled. He was a point per game player. So I think he's one of those players that you could put him anywhere and he's going to produce. So if the Senators want that creativity, that high skill, he's probably the guy. And from what I've heard and seen, he's not cocky about it. He's a pretty humble guy. So he's just a ton of fun. And I think wherever he ends up, he's going to be a fan favorite for sure.
Moving on now to number 11, you have Sillinger. I know Brandon Maki, friend of the show, is a big fan of Sillinger. What would I believe now Buffalo? Who has 11th now?
At 11, that's the Arizona pick that's now forfeited. So yeah, that would be Columbus.
So what does Columbus get into Sillinger?
Yeah, so Sillinger made the very smart move this year to go down to the USHL while the WHL was delayed, and he really put his game on display. He's just an offensive weapon. He's definitely known for his shot, but this year he really showed how his playmaking ability has improved, and he knows how to use it. His ability to get into the open ice, to create space for himself, it's possibly second to none in this class. So he's another guy that offensive weapon, really fun to watch. His skating is a bit of an issue as well. It has improved this year, but something he'll need to work on for sure.
Question for you, honestly. Who is the best skater in this year's draft?
Best skater?
Yeah. Best skater in this year's draft.
For me, I think I go Luke Hughes.
Really?
There's not much to hate about him. Just he's got dynamic posture, whether it's his acceleration or his agility, it all just stands out. You can watch him skate circles around the opposition at times. So as long as he can make get his decision making on par with his skating, he's perfect.
Now, we were speaking, Josh, before the stream begun, and we were speaking about how there's a lot of rumors, and a lot of insiders are saying the same thing, that it looks like the draft will really begin at number 10 with the Ottawa Senators, and maybe that Arizona trade changes things. But right now, I tend to agree with that, because I can see Ottawa even reaching as high as taking a Kosa at 10th overall. What are your thoughts on Ottawa reaching for a goaltender at number 10, not even reaching, but taking a goaltender like a Jesper Wallstedt at number 10 overall?
Yeah, for sure. So I was on the cost per point cast earlier this week, and Wallstedt was my guy for 10 for the Senators. Really? Okay. If he's there, I think they should 100% take him, especially after losing to Cord in the expansion. I think friend
of the show.
I think Wallstedt is, whatever team lands him, he's their goalie of the future. It's very hard to see a way he doesn't become an NHL starting goalie for me.
What qualities in a goaltender like a Wallstedt are you looking for? Like what does he bring to the game? What does he show you as a scout, especially, that shows that he's going to be that future number one goaltender in the league potentially?
Yeah, for sure. So there's two things I always kind of look for, and that's their athleticism and their technical skill. If you look to last year with Yaroslav Askarov, he's that athletic goalie, that almost perfect athletic goalie. Wallstedt is the perfect technical goalie, I find. He's so calm. He doesn't need to make that extra effort. He's just so smooth in his movements, and he can make one small tweak to his stance and he makes the save rather than kind of a big dive. So just his calm demeanor in net is so impressive. And even in high stress situations, whether it's the SHL or he was thrown into games in the World Juniors, and he just really stood out. So he's really impressive. It almost looks like he's so patient, so calm in the net. So it's highly probable he'll be a starter, I think.
And with a player like Kosa, obviously, or Kosa, pardon me if I butchered the last name, but with a player like Kosa, obviously highlights don't say anything compared to real, like actual scouting. But obviously I'm not a scout, and I can only really look at highlights. And in the highlights, I agree, Wallstedt looks much more positionally sound, comfortable, and set. Kosa kind of strikes me as more of I'm going to use my body to my advantage and make some big stops. Is that true? Like, is he more of an athletic and big save type of guy?
Yeah, I think he's actually kind of the best of both worlds. He combines that athleticism with the technical. But yeah, watching what he did in the WHL these last two seasons, he's just been absolutely dominant. I think he had a 941 save percentage this season. So there wasn't much getting by him. So he's I can see why he rose up boards, and he's 14th on mine. He's up high on ours at FC Hockey too. So it wouldn't surprise me to see him go earlier. It's maybe a little bit rich for me at 10, but It's definitely not out of the question.
Now, talk to me about a Chaz Lucius type of player. A lot of Sens fans are big fans of this kid, and we were speaking about this kid before the stream begun too, because we had some knee injury issues, and obviously that's not ideal for a prospect. But what was most encouraging for me is in the short stint that he had in playing hockey from post injury. He had like 13 goals in 13 straight games. So talk to me about a pure goal scorer like a Lucius.
Yeah, Lucius, he is just so good at getting in the areas to score. It's not always the prettiest goal, but he's the guy that'll be kind of planted in front of the net, ready to knock anything in. And just his ability he almost sneaks in behind defenders, and he's always in that open space. But yeah, it was really impressive to see him come back after missing the start of the season. Yeah. And like you said, a point per game with the US development team, really impressive. And I think he's a guy that if he did have a full season, it would not surprise me to see him in everybody's top 10. I think he's that kind of player.
who's an NHL comparable to a player like him?
Oh, that's tough. I'm
Sorry
not
to
big
throw the
on
curveball at you,
comparables.
buddy.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not big on comparables.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, it's tough. Nobody really comes to mind right off the bat, honestly.
Okay, well, let's talk about this then, because right now we're going to transition the conversation. Unless you have anything else you have to say, Coronado, even you want to say anything about Coronado before we move it on to some trade talk?
Yeah, sure. I've seen a few people have him top 10. A little bit high for me, but after what he did in the USHL, I'm not surprised. Granted, the Chicago Steel was a bit of a stacked team, and Coronado, just the way he kind of gets to the open areas, it's not as graceful as somebody as a Lucius.
Yeah.
So he might have some issues just with his size. Seeing that translate to the NHL, but yeah, he was impressive this year, and if he continues this kind of development path and he exploded this year, that I can see a team biting early.
All right. Well, firstly, thank you for the last 20 minutes of really filling us all in on this year's draft. I'm not going to lie. After all the hype of last year's draft, where Ottawa had 3rd and 5th, this year, 10th overall, it's definitely a little less exciting. However, it's still pretty intriguing. So I appreciate you filling the intrigue there and really filling in our knowledge on the game. Now, like I said, there's a lot of trades to discuss. So earlier today, we're going to get to this one. This one really came out of left field for me. Today, Canucks and Arizona made a big trade. Obviously, you can see on the screen here, OEL, Oliver Ekman-Larsson goes to the Arizona Coyotes. To the Vancouver Canucks with Connor Garland, Connor Garland was a player I wanted Ottawa to target. Good right-wing guy. The Coyotes get Eriksson, Roussel, Jay Beagle, a first-round pick just before Ottawa, 9th overall. And like you said before, Josh, Arizona had their 11th overall pick forfeited, but not anymore. They got the 9th overall pick, so problem solved. They have a 2nd-round pick and a 7th-round pick in that deal as well. And this is a pure money move for both teams. For the Canucks, they're banking on Oliver Ekman-Larsson rebounding, and he has a big contract, $8.5 million up until 2026. So that's a big contract. So that's a big bet. But they're betting on him rebounding because he was former Norris contender, to be honest. And then for Arizona, they're taking some dead cap for the next couple of years, and Eriksson, Roussel, and Beagle, whatever. And they're getting a 9th overall pick when they didn't have a first rounder before 2 hours ago. So for Bill Armstrong, the Coyotes GM, I think this is some good work by him.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think I saw earlier that all 3 of those guys going to the Coyotes, this is their last year of the deal. So they all come off the books after this season. And you give up Ekman-Larsson, who's definitely declined. Like you said, hopefully he bounces back for the Canucks. And he's been rumored to be on the move for years now, right? So it's nice for them to kind of get out from under that, and for him to get out from under that too, all those rumors. And hopefully he finds a spot next to Quinn Hughes, and that could be something special. So we'll see. All the best for Ekman-Larsson. I hope he can really turn it around.
And on top of that, I think Connor Garland, with how much money that's moving around, I think Connor Garland's not getting spoken enough. I think this kid can really flourish with Vancouver. A 25-goal season is definitely not out of the realm of possibility for me. I think if you put him in your top 6, even on a stacked, a very good offensive team like Vancouver, I think he can really flourish with a team like Vancouver, because Vancouver has a lot of speed and a lot of skill, but they don't really have enough grittiness. So I think a team like Vancouver can really capitalize on a guy like Garland being in their top 6. He can provide like a rough and tough style to that second line or third line, wherever they stick him. And I think he can really provide some good net front presence, especially on that power play. And then you have somebody screening the net. You have somebody jamming the puck in front of the net. For a guy like Quinn Hughes, who's going to put the puck on net. For a guy like Elias Pettersson, who's going to make some move and find Garland open. This really excites me. Obviously, OEL is a piece that could definitely flourish with Arizona. However, I think Garland's going to be the best piece out of this deal, to be honest, because I think Garland is really starting to break through in the National Hockey League. Now, Josh, the full details were just sort of announced for Seth Jones. Now, this trade is wild. So let's take a look at it here, because there's a lot going into this trade, and I'm not a fan of it. If I'm a Chicago Blackhawks fan, Josh, I'm not thrilled. What about you?
I agree. I'm not a huge fan of Seth Jones. Obviously, he's a NHL okay defender. He's not one of my favorites, though. I think this is probably an overpay. I didn't even know all the picks were involved.
Yeah,
that's
it's
crazy.
Really bad, man. It's really bad.
What a day for Columbus.
Honestly, yeah. Jake Bean too.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 first-round picks. Yeah, that's crazy. Plus Boquist, who is a solid defender on his own now, young guy. So I think Columbus has their new Seth Jones, and between Boquist and now Jake Bean as well, right? That's quite the day on their blue line. Yeah.
What a day. You know what, Columbus, there's a reason why, for a lot of franchises that face bad PR, face the reality that they can't re-sign their star players, a team like Columbus does it right because they play it smart, and then they do stuff like this. They take advantage of stupid GMs like Stan Bowman. He's a hockey guy, and I'm not really. Brandon Mackey's going to join us later. We're going to discuss the Chicago Blackhawks situation later, so I'll save that for then, because I have some words about that. But overall, with Chicago, just what are you doing? You're rebuilding right now, and you just traded away your young defender and potentially 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Chicago? So, and Seth Jones too. I don't know if you're, in the advanced stats community. Do you believe in or do you more eye test type of guy?
You have to have both. I think you can't have one without the other.
I completely agree. So I think that's exactly my point, because the eye test, even with the eye test, he doesn't look great, but the advanced stats really shows that he's struggling and badly with Columbus. Now, hopefully that's just because of John Tortorella's style of play, more defensively, and with a team like Columbus who didn't really play well last year, maybe a lot of offensive zone time really, affected the stats. But on a team like Chicago, who, let's be honest, isn't exactly a cup contender, I can't imagine Seth Jones is going to perform better, especially in a top pairing role. I don't know what they're thinking here. And I used to be really high on Seth Jones, but for a price tag like this, and then you sign him for, what was it, like 7 years at like 8.59 million? Let me.
Yeah, I think it was 8 years, 9.5.
Let's just go through Pure LeBrun here. He's got to have it somewhere. Yeah, so that is just remarkably insane. I am sorry. That is actually insane. 8 years at $9.5 million. What is going on? Why is Seth Jones making more money than Tom Chabot? Why are National Hockey League GMs losing their minds today? Josh, I need the answers. What is going on?
I bet teams are very upset about this deal. You got to think that Chicago thinks he's kind of one of their final pieces to become a contender again. That's the only explanation for this trade. And they're just not. I think they were on a good path with some of those young pieces, but this is a questionable decision, I think.
Yeah, I think questionable is a very nice way of putting it. We'll leave it at that, because we're going to go now to another trade here. Firstly, I want to touch up about this too, because this happened the other day. We'll do this quickly, because I know you have to go in the next 5 minutes for sporting news. But Mrazek may leave. They just traded Nedeljkovic for Bernier in a third. What are your thoughts on that real quick before we get to the other trade today?
This has just been such a weird week for trades. I can't believe Carolina agreed to that. And this is just another example of Steve Yzerman taking advantage of a stupid mistake from another team. I don't know what Carolina is doing, but if they're hoping their tandem is Jonathan Bernier and James Reimer, I think most Leafs fans can let them know that that's not going to work out well.
I'll tell you one thing. James Reimer, Optimus Prime, he's a nice guy. Can't stay healthy, as you know, as a Leaf guy. And on top of that, more importantly, Jonathan Bernier, I don't know how good he will be as a goalie, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be too busy admiring his favorite hockey player, Nelson Mandela. So we'll see how that goes for Carolina. We'll see how that goes for Carolina.
Yeah.
Now, the last trade today was Sammy Blais and a second-round pick going from the Blues to the Rangers for Pavel Buchnevich. Now, Buchnevich is a solid winger. I can't find it here, so whatever. We're just going to talk about it. That's the trade, though. It's a solid trade for the St. Louis Blues, because Buchnevich is a guy that can definitely slot in your top 6. But I want to make this very clear. Sammy Blais is a solid top 9 forward, and I think he can really slot in as a solid two-way forward on the third line for the Rangers. But obviously, the Blues win this trade, eh?
Oh, absolutely. This is another one that it's kind of a head scratcher. I like Blais too, and I think he's probably a little bit underrated.
Yeah. But
Buchnevich is definitely worth more than what they just got for him. So that's a questionable one for sure. Rangers fans I've already seen on Twitter are not very happy about that move. It's been quite the week, even with the Seattle expansion and seeing how those picks and now these few trades we've talked about, they're very, very one-sided.
That's what we were saying before the stream started. It's not even like teams are, it's like, oh, that makes sense for both, like a 1-for-1 or whatever. This is one team is hitting it out of the park and the other team's just really screwing it up. And I know you got to leave, but we're just going to mention this one quickly, that Rasmus Ristolainen trade between Buffalo and Philadelphia, where Philadelphia just traded a first-round pick for Rasmus Ristolainen, one of the worst analytically defensemen in the entire National Hockey League. What is Philadelphia thinking there, Josh?
I have no idea. This is because they gave up Robert Hagg in that one too, right? So there's.
And I love Hagg. I think he's a solid.
This is just
solid defenseman.
Not a good deal for the Flyers after giving up Shane Ghost with 2 picks for nothing. Like this is just such a weird week for hockey. But hey, it's putting up some good content and some good discussions. So it's a fun week.
Well, Josh, I know you got to go. Why don't you tell the fans where they can follow you, read your stuff, everything, and we'll definitely have to have you on the show again soon, Josh.
Yeah, for sure. So you can follow me on Twitter at Joshua Bell 31. I'm with FC Hockey and Sporting News Canada. So tonight I'll be live grading all of the picks as they happen on Sporting News. So be sure to follow that, especially after that 10th pick.
Solid. And before you leave it off here, before we let you go, 10th overall, who are the Ottawa Senators taking?
All right. I think Mason McTavish is the dream pick.
Yeah.
And before this Arizona trade, I would have said Kent Johnson. I'm going to say Chaz Lucius now.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. I hope that is the case. I'll be texting you tonight. Josh, good luck. Thank you.
Sounds good. Enjoy the draft.
You as well. And we'll definitely have to have you on again soon. Thanks again,
Perfect.
Josh.
Thank you.
All right. That was Josh Bell. Once again, his Twitter's right there, at Joshua Bell 31 on Twitter. Make sure to give him a follow. I think that was great, and I think I'm definitely much more knowledgeable about this year's draft because of that. Now, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to get to the chat right now, and Brandon Maki will be joining the show in less than 10 minutes as the draft is kicking off in less than 1 minute. But I'm going to get to the chat here. And by the way, 30 of you already. The draft hasn't even started. Thank you very much. Love the support. Benkovsky, how you doing? Yeehaw. What else is going on? Saif Ali Khan, Liam, how are you guys doing? Going all the way up here. Tempest, Jordan Mills, Colby Sharir, Luca, thank you all for stopping by, as well as Scott and Dustin. Thank you for stopping by as well. It's Strikers, thank you for stopping by. And Terry McGurran as well, thank you for leaving some comments, as well as Daniel. Now, what are some comments here? Sillinger, I agree, Saif Ali Khan. I think Sillinger would be really cool. What else here? I kind of hope Pierre Dorion doesn't make a trade, seeing how these trades are working out. Could not agree more, Saif Ali Khan. I could not agree more. These trades are bizarre. Pierre Dorion, stay out of it. It's just better to stand pat instead of making a stupid move. What else is going on here? Brandon Mackey, by the way, if you're watching this right now, check your text. Greetings from Finland, Tony94. Thank you for stopping by, buddy. I appreciate the support. But yeah, thank you. That's awesome. All the way from Finland. That's really, really cool. Tempest says, I've only heard really of Wallstedt, so I assume he's the best goalie. I assume, unless Ottawa has faith in Costa, I assume he's the goalie. I think Philip Gustafson could be elite. Tempest, yeah. So basically, Costa can be a star. Actually, you know what? Why am I talking about it? Here's what. So I'm going to play these couple of clips as I. Hey, you're going to call him at number 10. By the way, okay, fans, let me know right now before I even continue. Let me know if you can hear. Let me know if you can hear this. Sorry, I know I just froze there. If you can hear this, let me know. I'm sharing my screen here. So if you can't, let me know in the chat. But this is basically for Tempest goalie preview. Do you think here Ottawa at number 10 with the abundance of goalie prospects, do you think they would take a swing at Jesper Wallstedt?
It would be great. It would be great if the abundance of goaltending prospects all projected to be as good as Jesper Wallstedt. And keep in mind, you're still betting on a lot of development with some of them. I think Philip Gustafson's a really good goaltender. Yeah. I think Joey Daccord has shown that he's got potential. Do I think that they have what Jesper Wallstedt has? No, I don't, not at all. So I think it comes down to a lot of different things with your team. I mean, it's not that one player stands clearly above another player with respect to position, but if you're grading players and you're evaluating players and you're looking at their potential, and the goaltender has this potential, the defenseman has a potential, and a forward has a potential, you ultimately have to make a decision. Yeah. I don't call it swinging for the fences. I call it, I got to make a decision right here, right now.
I'll play this one for you guys as well.
I think that Sebastian Cossa should be a consideration if you're in the goaltending consideration area. Exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's another advanced goaltender. He is really good. He is really, really good. And I have no doubt in my mind that Wallstedt and Cossa are going to be number one goaltenders. No doubt in my mind.
So you heard it from the man himself. No doubt in his mind. Sebastian Cossa or Jesper Wallstedt will be number one netminders in the National Hockey League. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in the chat, Brandon Maki is calling me out. But guess what? I did text him, and he is going to be joining momentarily as I'm sending him the invite now. And Craig Button, let me repaint your walls. You know what? If he's down for that, I'm sure he would be because he's a great guy. But I think he had a cool setup, to be honest, back there. And Brandon Maki, by the way, if you're watching this, I am sending the invite to you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on Twitter, if you're on Sens Twitter, you would know it's been big anticipation on Sens Twitter. What is Brandon Maki snacks? Hashtag snack watch is on. Brandon Maki will be about to join us. Let's see what his snack choice is. Mine, I'm not going to lie, cheat day, jujubes. And I'm Brandon Maki, by the way, just sent it to you. John Schooled, hello, how you doing? Tempest, love you, man. Love you too. Thank you. You can hear it. Perfect. Tony, yes. Perfect. So Brandon Maki, the invite should just been sent to you. So let me know if you get it. But here we go, guys. The draft is about to kick off. I'm kind of shocked. I'm kind of surprised that Sportsnet's not really running their own show. It's in conjunction with NHL Network, but I guess that makes sense. Nonstop ask, is Scotian Canadien joining tonight? Yes, he is. He'll be joined tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern time, so stay tuned for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guess who is in the waiting room? It is the one, the only Brandon Maki. But before we have him join, I have to put something on the screen to help him get some more support. Let me just throw it on here. All right. Everyone, please welcome from Internal Budget, Brandon Maki. Brandon, how are we doing today, buddy? How are we doing?
Hold on one sec. I can't hear you at all.
He can't hear us. That's a lie. He can hear us just fine. He's just not arrayed. He's just not ready for the spotlight of a lifetime. Brandon, come on, buddy.
I can hear you now. We're good.
Okay, how are we doing today, Brandon? How are we doing?
I'm good, man. I probably look like hell. I probably look like a dehydrated raccoon, but that's because I've been getting up at 4 a.m. all week. But no, I'm good. I'm happy to be here as usual. Thank you for having me. Not thrilled about having to stay on with Matt Bosty and James Wood later, but it's in my contract, so I got to do what I got to do. But yeah, man, thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Like I said in our last stream on Wednesday, I always enjoy talking with you. We got a lot of people in the chat here, a lot of fans of yours, a lot of Maki love in the chat here. So I know you're making that face. I'm not even kidding. A lot of Maki love. So thank you once again, Maki, for joining us. Now, Josh Bell and I, before you joined, we spoke about that trade that just went down with Chicago, and we have some comments to make on Chicago, which we're going to probably touch up on after we speak about this real quick. But why don't you give us a little bit of your take on the trade, and then let's discuss about some disgusting allegations against the Blackhawks organization.
Yeah, well, first of all, shout out to Josh. He's one of my favorite follows on Twitter. Always has some amazing insight when it comes to scouting and prospects and the like. As far as the trade itself goes, I think it's just awful from a Chicago Blackhawks perspective. I really do. You give up 2 first-round picks and a second rounder and another capable defenseman for a guy who at this point in his career, whether he bounces back or not is a different issue. At this point in his career is probably a second pairing guy. He's just not effective in those shutdown minutes that he's deployed in. And then you add a 8-year extension at $9.5 million. Does not make a whole lot of sense to me. Maybe I'm in the minority there.
You're not. And I'll jump in here because listen, Seth Jones, and I'm a fan of analytics. I'm also a fan of the eye test. I think both are critical, and I think that's what Josh and I were just speaking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's so important with a player like Seth Jones when the advanced stats and the eye test say the same thing, and which is that he's being played in minutes he cannot handle. And that situation is only going to get worse on a worse Chicago Blackhawks team with less experienced goaltending. I love Kevin Lankinen. He's a solid netminder, but can he continue that dominance next year? Who knows, right? It could just been a one-off. We've seen that a lot with goaltending. It's so unpredictable. I hope I'm wrong, but you never know. So you don't know if the goaltending is going to be fantastic. So on top of all of that, now you're putting Seth Jones in a position in Chicago where, hey, Duncan Keith is gone, and now Adam Bachfist is also gone. So guess who's going to take number 1 power play minutes? Guess who's going to be the number 1 guy on the pairing? Guess who's going to probably play penalty kill? And guess who's going to be stretched too thin? Seth Jones. I don't get this for Chicago at all. And I think trading a Bachfist and a first is ludicrous on top of the 8-year, $9.5 million deal for Bachfist. It really does not make any sense for the fact that Seth Jones is making more money than Tom Chabot. It just baffles me. Makes no sense.
No, and it's not as if it's a low first rounder that they're moving to. It's the 12th overall pick that they traded, is it not? Like
It was a late first round pick, I believe. I'll throw it on the screen here real quick. 1 sec.
I got the broadcast in front of me right now. I'm looking at Sam Cosentino's handlebar mustache.
Let's go. Okay, so Pierre LeBrun's is going off today. Can't find the tweet. So we're talking about the actual trade, not the deal, right? Like the actual extension.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So here it is. Shout out to everyone here right now. We'll let you know when the draft starts. We'll give you live updates on the picks. Don't worry. So here's the actual full trade.
Okay, so the 32nd. Yeah, all right. That's not terrible. I mean, it's still a first-round pick, but it's not a top 10. That goes to Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago is getting the 32nd with Bachfist. Yeah. They're getting 2 first-round picks, Columbus potentially, because if the pick is a top 2 pick. I'm reading this wrong. Holy cow. I just realized they're getting 2 first
you're giving
rounders,
me a migraine here.
Oh my God. Like my eyes are trying to tell me something because this is so unbelievable. I thought I was reading that wrong. 2 first round picks guaranteed. I thought it was conditional.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's not great.
Chicago.
No, I don't love that at all. I don't.
That is disgustingly terrible. Now, speaking of disgustingly terrible, recently there's been, and there's no pun there. This is a serious conversation. And I think, Brandon, you spoke to me the other day. You wanted to talk about this. And I agree. I wanted to talk about this too, especially because a lot of people in hockey media, I'm not saying names, but a lot of people in hockey media are not speaking about this. And you'd be surprised. A lot of people don't even know about this story. There's been some heinous allegations being thrown currently at the Chicago Blackhawks organization, especially stemming from around the 2009 to 2011 era of things. So, Brandon, why don't you talk to us about that and the impact that really has in hockey and just overall, just the whole story around it? This is terrible allegations.
Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail about the allegations because they're out there, and I don't want to disturb people who are listening that might be triggered by some of the details of this story. But first of all, I think a lot of credit has to go to amazing reporters like Rick Westhead and Katie Strang that have been doing the legwork on this story from the beginning.
Must follow.
Yes. Yeah. And I think I think it's easy for us as hockey fans and to kind of want to just sidestep this story and just kind of let it play out and not speak up on it. But the reality is that this is what hockey is. Like we can't pretend this is an isolated incident because it's not. Even just recently, situations like the Mitchell Miller situation and Logan Mailloux and the rampant painkiller overprescription and abuse within hockey, the concussion lawsuit. I mean, you're talking about the NHL, a league that denies the correlation between head trauma and CTE still. So I think if we love the sport as much as we say we do, we're duty bound to make it better and to make it safer and to make it inclusive for everybody. And my stance on it, and I'm not confident that this will ever happen, is everybody who knew about this and covered it up should be out of the league. Because at the end of the day,
I completely agree with that, especially with and I, like you said,
at minimum, right?
We're not going to discuss the actual the allegations, but once again, in any conversation, I encourage people to do their own research, make their own decisions. But I think we're all going to come to the same conclusion at the end of the day, that if these allegations come true, these are disgusting allegations, and if they are true, these are disgusting acts by multiple members within this organization. And most importantly of all, it's very telling that this has been covered up for 10 years. So hopefully in the court of law we can really get some answers here. But once again, I think it's really important to note that you should definitely, if you're comfortable, you should definitely read the great reporting. But once again, if they're like Stan Bowman, I'm not gonna mention anyone else, but for people that were involved and willingly cover this up and willingly told high schools to hire this guy, you shouldn't be working near any athletes, let alone professional, any person. You shouldn't be in top of any organization, because if you're comfortable with sexual assault and other disgusting allegations such as that, then you shouldn't be working on top of an organization. I'm sorry, especially in professional hockey, but let alone hockey, just anywhere.
Yeah, it's just completely beyond the pale. And I think guys like you and me, Brandon, who, we're not exactly the top voices in hockey or sports media, but, even when we do have a little bit of a platform, I think it's important to use it to shed light on these issues and to just keep pushing for positive change within hockey, because there are people who still believe and are still clinging to the ideal that this is not a systemic issue within the game, and that it's an isolated incident. But I really do think that we need to start treating it that way. Like, this is one of the systemic problems within hockey. And it's not going to get better until we all acknowledge that. And but my heart goes out to the victims in this story, because it's some of the details, man, they're like hard to read. Like, I was reading some last night and found myself getting choked up, right? Like, it's just horrible to think somebody went through that. And it has no place anywhere, much less in the National Hockey League. It's a privilege to be a part of the National Hockey League, and people who act like that and people who take advantage of it don't deserve to be there. And I'll just leave it at that.
And I'll just touch up on a comment here from Daniel, speaking about players not going to the police. Unfortunately, some players were actually okay with the situation. There's been allegations thrown at certain players, not named, of course, because it's all allegations right now and it's all private case. But there have been allegations that certain players actually threw homophobic slurs at a victim, I believe. So, the reason they didn't go to the police is because they didn't feel it was important, I guess. So
and they were threatened with playing time and things like that, right? Like,
that obviously comes into play.
There's power imbalances here. At the end of the day, the people in charge of the hockey team are the ones in power, and it's their responsibility to take that to police. And they didn't, and they failed those players and they failed those kids that.
Now on some brighter news, I'm glad we shed some light on that, because that was important. But on some brighter news here, and some breaking news from Matt Bosty, a little concerning, to be honest. I'm drinking. Be prepared. At Matt Bosty says Brandon Maki. And I'm honestly surprised to see RTC is going to allow this, says James Wood. What should we be expecting tonight? And should we just call the stream early before they join so all hell doesn't break loose?
If he's drinking now, I better start, because I got to catch up.
Cheers.
I'm not even drinking. I'm drinking a Mountain Dew Kickstart right now because I need the caffeine. If I'm going to get through this, I'm going to end up passing out on stream.
Why is this so warm?
Are you drinking a warm beer?
I didn't think it was warm.
Oh, God. Amateur.
Damn. I've never been more disappointed in myself. My God. Ugh. That's disappointing. So they're all three of them are going to be warm? What? I guess I put them too close to the light in the fridge. I don't even.
Jonathan McCormack with a bit of a hot take in the comments here, saying Seth Jones is a top 5 defenseman.
Okay.
I mean, I like it. I like the boldness of it. But let me ask you, who of Adam Fox, Roman Josi, Victor Hedman, Jacob Slavin, Cale Makar, who of that 5 is Seth Jones better than?
Yeah,
I'm curious. I'm actually I'm not like dunking or anything. I want to hear your thoughts. And hey, I've had 2 espressos today. Give me a break.
I think you're talking to me because now my mouth tastes like warm, disgusting beer.
Oh yeah. Ugh. You got the retro logo on your polo there. I love it.
Yeah.
Did you see that video? Did you see that video the Sens posted from their war room
Actually,
today?
I'm going to play that right now. I'll play that right now. And
Dorian has the 3D logo on his nameplate. He's the only one. The rest of them have the 2D. I don't get it.
You're Dorian, my guy. Let's go. Respect the heritage.
He's a 3D truther.
Respect the heritage. I'm going to throw it on. Obviously, all credit, all this and that, everything goes towards the Ottawa Sounders. This is not my footage. Very obviously, I didn't shoot this exclusive footage. The NHL. Oh, Gary Bettman speaking. So I'm going to throw this video on real quick to set the scene. And we got a lot of people here again in the chat.
Why does ESPN have tonight's broadcast? Is that part of the new deal, I guess?
I don't even know, man. I at the end of the day, I'm personally just shocked that Sportsnet's not covering it like exclusively as Sportsnet because they usually do.
Yeah,
maybe because it's virtual. I don't know. But
expansion wasn't even on Sportsnet.
But listen closely to what Pierre Dorion says in this video, and then we'll start talking about the draft. So enjoy this.
As of 6 o'clock, the link will be active. Euros, I think you've already get some rest since. And what is it? 1 and 2 a.m. for you guys? 2 and 3. Okay, so where we have him slotted is still probably, he's a good guy, works hard. In the last 12 months, he's probably one of the guys at that age category that's improved the most. And he bases on the fact that he's a good guy that works hard. He'll get coaching, he'll get opportunity. At this point in time, anyone that's a possibility at our 10 pick, everything's been clear. Medical's cleared. Off ice is cleared. No red flags unless something comes up between now and 8 o'clock tonight.
But I have talked to a few teams. We'll take it our 2 seconds and move to the later first. The chance of it happening are probably low, but let's say we get player X at 10, and then we have someone on our list that's in our still in the top whatever, where Trent indicated to me, and he's there at like 26. Well, maybe we think about it, right? This year is definitely about quality and quantity.
Anything and everything is an important piece of information, okay? So please make sure it gets relayed to someone in the group so that we can make sure that it gets filtered through and we have all the information that we need to have to make a good decision, right? Okay? Just be comfortable. Who you like, who you're lukewarm on, okay? Who you have no time for at all. So let's make sure we're right at 10, boys, because it might be the only player we have. So,
firstly, great content from the Sens content team. Great content as usual. They've really been stepping it up the last few days. But overall, I think there's some really interesting quotes. Some really, really interesting quotes.
Sabres are on the clock, by the way.
Sabres are on the clock. I think it's pretty. By the way, 8:20. Gary Bettman. I want to go to bed not at 2 o'clock in the morning. Why are we starting at 8:20? But whatever. I'm just happy to be here with you, Maki. And
likewise,
by the way,
brother. It's good to be here.
Enough of the BS. What the hell are your snacks today?
Oh, okay. We want to do the reveal now.
Hold on. Let me tweet. Let me let the fans know.
All
That's
right.
the snack watch time because I think we got a lot. You know what? A lot of Sens Twitter was kind of interested about your snack.
Where do you think there's more hype around the first overall pick in this year's draft or the Brandon Maki snack reveal?
Snack. Is that even a question, Maki? Come on now. Brandon. By the way, I got carrots.
By the way.
Yeah, don't worry. I got a doggy. By the way,
it's the neighbor's dog. That's what I'm saying. It's not Tofu.
Oh, how's Tofu doing?
He's good. He's in his crate right now because I can't trust him. But when Matt and James come on, I'll take him out because then I don't care about the quality of the broadcast.
All right. So I just tweeted it out. So why don't you, firstly, give us a bit of like, let me guess here.
Okay.
Like, let me think. Okay. Is it a chocolate bar?
It's part of it.
Okay. I feel like you're a Kit Kat guy or a Coffee Crisp guy.
Not quite. So in order to have the perfect snackage for any type of sporting event, you need sweet, you need salty, and you need savory. So the salty, we have your standard Lay's salt and vinegar chips. Sponsor me. I like it to get a little bit of candy. Like this is how my football snacking kind of goes. Got me some Mike and Ike's, big Mike and Ike's guy. And the chocolate bar today, I'm kind of versatile, but you can't go wrong with chocolate and peanut butter. So we got a Reese's bar today.
Okay, solid. That's a solid.
And the beverage is, again, a Mountain Dew Kickstart, mainly because orange citrus is simply just the best flavor. Oh, first overall pick here.
First overall pick to the Buffalo Sabres. It's Owen Power, the defenseman from Michigan. And I didn't see it on my screen, but Owen Power is selected to the Buffalo Sabres. Now he's expected to go back to Michigan. Owen Power is. And for Buffalo, that doesn't really matter. Because next year, Buffalo is not contending. We all know Buffalo right now is rebuilding. And a player like Owen Power truly has the potential to work out for Buffalo because he's not a boomer bust. He's relatively known to be a safe pick at number one, and that he's going to be not for sure a star, but he's definitely going to be a good top four defenseman for the team that has the potential to be a star. So for the Buffalo Sabres, especially after watching his performance for Team Canada at the World Championships, with Connor Brown and Nick Paul, the beauties on that team. Owen Power was absolutely electric with the Team Canada, and I think for Buffalo, this is going to be a really, really good pick down the line.
Yeah, he's a hell of a hockey player. He's huge. I mean, he's 6'6", 213 as an 18-year-old. Like that's a big, solid boy. And as he gets older and as he grows into that frame a little more, he's only going to become more dominant. He's a great skater, great puck mover. He would have been my first overall pick. I think more and more teams are building from the back end out. You look at teams that have drafted so well defensively. Like look at the Avalanche. You've got a blue line of Cale Makar, Sam Girard, and Bo Byram. Even Thomas Chabot in Ottawa. Even the Lightning's blue line, it's been largely built to the draft and through acquiring young players. So I love the pick. I love Owen Power. I'm excited to see him play. Congratulations to him, as if he's watching this stream right now. But it's a great pick for the Sabres and a good day for the Sabres. I mean, they fleeced the Flyers in that Rasmus Ristolainen trade. So, I mean, good day for Kevin Adams. Sabres fans maybe starting to feel a little bit of optimism. Maybe not so much after Jack Eichel gets traded later this summer, but, I think they're in the same kind of mold that Ottawa was in a few years ago, where there's going to be some pain and then things are going to kind of start to rebound. So I hope that happens for Buffalo. Honestly, they're great fans. They deserve better. They really do. So I'm hoping for the best for the Sabres, and this is a good start getting Owen Power.
Now, I think going now to pick number 2, this is where things really get interesting, because minus Owen Power, the only consensus sorry, let me rephrase that. Besides Owen Power, he was the only consensus pick in this whole draft. This is where things get interesting. Is it going to be Ben Yers here? Is it going to be even a Dylan Guenther here? What do you think Seattle does at number 2? I
think they're going to go Matty Beniers. I mean, at this spot in the draft, you want firepower. And I think if you look at a team like Seattle, their strength is on the back end right now. They built a really good blue line through the expansion draft, a deep blue line, provided they don't plan on flipping anybody. There's been rumors about Carson Soucy, maybe even being traded to Ottawa.
I've been hearing that.
Yeah, Senators have been pretty heavily linked to him lately, so we'll see where that goes. But regardless, they've got a good blue line. Their forward core leaves a little something to be desired, I think. I think they overplayed their hand in terms of the assets they could command from other teams a bit.
Yeah, very much.
But I believe Matty Beniers is the guy they're looking for.
I think I'm inclined to agree. Now, my friend Ben Kofsky, a huge Michigan fan, he's going to love that take, Brandon. Going to absolutely love that take. This guy just texts me constantly about his love for the Big Blue. And I think you're going to be completely right here. I think Beniers is going to go number 2. I think it's going to be back-to-back big Michigan Blue guys. I think
you have 3 Michigan guys going in the top 10.
Yeah, Ken Johnson, exactly. Yeah, and we'll talk about Ken Johnson later. I think he's a guy that we were speaking about earlier in the day, and I think he's a guy that Ottawa would really, really benefit from having. But I think Benyard's at number 2. He's not gonna wow you with like dynamic skills, like with hands, but Benyard's is more of, he kind of reminds me of like an Anze Kopitar. I'm not saying he's gonna top out as an Anze Kopitar, but same style where he's gonna put up the points, he's gonna get the plays, and he's a really just good hockey IQ. However, he's not gonna be like Jason Spezza with the fake slap shots and stuff.
No.
Pick number 2 is in. Let's see what happens. And James Wood is in the chat, buddy. We'll see you in about 33 minutes. Ron Francis is here to make the pick. See what happens.
Seattle logo is clean.
I like it, to be honest, but I saw somebody tweet about how they could have used like the Space Needle, maybe for a 3rd jersey. Beniers goes 2nd overall to the Seattle Kraken. Now we're gonna throw it up on the screen here. I'll put up some stats. We'll go through them quickly. I think this is a solid pick for the Seattle Kraken, their first ever draft selection in National Hockey League history. Brandon, what do you think?
Like I said, I think it's a great pick. He's a really dynamic center. He's got some size. I think as he gets older, his game's going to round out more and more, and he's going to be a play driver on this team, at minimum a top 6 forward. Really, really like what I saw from him. Like anytime you're a point per game player in NCAA hockey as an 18-year-old, you're doing something right. So I really can't say enough about Matty Beniers. I think this is a fantastic pick for Seattle. Shout out to Chris Peters, by the way, whose mock draft is spot on so far. If you're looking for hockey prospect coverage, you can't get much better than him. You can subscribe to his newsletter on Substack. I do. It's amazing. It's kind of rounded out my understanding of these prospects, and if you watch these clips of Beniers, he's so good with the puck on his stick. His vision is incredible. His passing is crisp. And again, the size, a lot gets made of size in the NHL these days, but it does matter, especially up the middle. And I really think he's going to be something for the Kraken. I really, really like the player.
Now, number 3, I think Anaheim has a really, really interesting situation here where they got some good depth at defense. They got some good depth at forward, and there's some good depth on the board here at both positions. They're not going to take a goaltender. John Gibson's obviously their starter.
No.
So for them, I'm going to be honest. Let me think here. I think they're going to probably take a shot at a forward here. Now, which forward do you think they take? I don't know if they're going to take a defenseman early here. So I think they're going to take a forward. But which one would you think would go top 5 here? Do you think they take Dylan Gunther potentially? Think Mason McTavish maybe somehow sneaks into the top 3? We've seen some people even saying that. Like, what do you think happens here? Because Anaheim's really they're a wacky team sometimes.
I think we could see McTavish go here. It wouldn't surprise me. He's a similar player that the Ducks have liked in the past. Again, a bigger center with some offensive skill, physical aspect of his game too. The guy throws some monstrous hits. I wouldn't be surprised to see Anaheim kind of take him a little higher than he was ranked in this spot. I don't know if he's in the same mold as Getzlaf, but he kind of plays a similar style of game to that. Like you mentioned, Anze Kopitar. I think that's a good comparison for McTavish, as much as I hate comparing prospects to NHL players. But don't be surprised if they maybe take a defender here. Maybe the dark horse pick here is Luke Hughes. Maybe they do something totally off the wall. Anaheim is a weird team that way. Yeah. They've been linked to Jack Eichel all summer, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to continue to supplement their center core with a McTavish. But we're going to see. This is going to be one of the more interesting picks of the first round, I think.
Now, fans, we got 30 people in the chat here. Chat box, who do you think goes 3rd overall to the Anaheim Ducks? You got less than 2 minutes to put your picks in. Whoever gets the right, if somebody picks the right guy, you'll get a shout out on here on the stream. Hey, even Brandon Maki may shout you out as well. Hold on, Nathan Easton. Settled in for the weekend, off now, chilling, listening to you guys. Nathan, thank you for taking the time to join us here. Cheers to you. Enjoy the draft, buddy, and I look forward to talking with you throughout the night in the chat box. Yeah, but Saif Ali Khan's right on hit the head on the nail here. The draft's about to get interesting because now, Benyards was really the only other pick where everyone's like, he's probably going to go there. So now what? What happens now? It's not the deepest draft in terms of top heavy superstar talent, but it is deep in the aspect of you're going to get a bunch of for sure NHL top 6 guys or top 4 guys, whatever.
The top 10 is deep for sure.
The top 10 is deep with NHL players, not superstars, but NHL talent, and that is not common. Sometimes if you look at some drafts in the past, you definitely have seen some busts. And I think just Andre here, great prediction. Eklund will be the 3rd pick. I think that's a great prediction. Eklund, a little physically immature, I think.
Yeah.
However, he has immense offensive potential. He's a flawless skater, and that just sounds like Erik Karlsson to me. So I think you take him at 3.
I wonder if Luke Hughes doesn't go here to Anaheim, and I don't think he will. I think Anaheim will probably go forward. I wonder if the Devils don't take Luke Hughes, even though they could probably use a forward more than a defenseman. But do you pass that up? You got Jack Hughes as your baby right now, your bell cow, and if you got a chance to draft his brother and kind of reunite them.
If Eklund goes 3rd overall, I find it hard to believe the Devils do not reunite those 2 brothers. And even if it's a bit of a reach for some, I think Luke Hughes will definitely go 4 if Eklund's taken 3rd here. Now, some people are saying Luke Hughes 3rd. Some people are saying Eklund. We'll see. Honestly, I don't know. And that's the thing. Because Anaheim, they're in a weird spot right now where they're kind of making moves like they're a team ready to compete, but they're not even close. I don't know if Bob Murray is just completely oblivious to the reality of the situation his team is in, but that team is pushing forward for some sort of contention, I guess. And I guess when you're in a division like the Pacific, where it's really the worst division I've seen in some time in hockey, I guess it does make sense to really push for a playoff spot, especially when you have a John Gibson who's about to hit the twilight of his career, hit his prime. So I guess it makes sense, but then I would probably trade Gibson and I would just tear it all down. But they're going another way. We'll see how it works. Now, Hughes, New Jersey, Benning ruins the Canucks, and Quinn signs to New Jersey. Yeah, well, that'd be cool. It'd be like Carolina 10 years ago, 15 years ago, with all 3 of the Stahl brothers together. Yep. That'd be pretty cool in New Jersey. That'd sell tickets for sure. That's all that's about, by the way. If any hockey fans are talking to me about the gimmick of 3 brothers together, it's cool, but it's all to sell tickets and merch. So let's just be honest right now. Like, there's no other reason why. Especially with certain situations, I'm not going to name certain players, but there's a reason why these things happen. It's because it's you know what I mean. Sometimes it's to sell tickets, to sell merch.
No, there's that aspect of things for sure. Anyone that thinks the owners don't have a say in hockey decisions is fooling themselves. They're the ones that signing the checks. Dave Pagnotta is reporting that the Sharks are weighing their options on moving up from number 7 or adding another first rounder.
Well, Bob McKenzie just tweeted out and said that Mason McTavish, he'd be shocked if Mason McTavish doesn't go 3rd. And Bob McKenzie's here. Not Bob McKenzie. Gary Bettman's here. And let's see what he has to say. Let's see what Anaheim does here. Mason McTavish just went 3rd overall to the Anaheim Ducks. That is a fantastic selection for the Anaheim Ducks. He is going to be, he was compared to Ron O'Reilly when Craig Button joined the show. And speaking of that, here's a clip of Craig Button actually breaking down Mason McTavish and what he really brings to for any team, not Ottawa now, but now for Anaheim. So if you're an Anaheim Ducks fan watching this stream, you're in luck. I got a fun clip here for you about what do you call it again? Mason McTavish. So I'm going to throw that on the screen here. I'll let you, Maki, as well tweet, because this is definitely worth a tweet. This is a tweet moment. So we're going to play this here for you guys, and we're gonna put our tweets out. What would a player like Mason McTavish bring to the Ottawa Senators, Craig?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of intrigue around Mason McTavish because, he has a very interesting skill set and attributes that NHL teams covet. He's really smart and he's really competitive. And as Coach Dave Barr said, he reminded him a lot of Ryan O'Reilly. So let's just try to think about that type of play, right? Like, and I think it's legitimate when somebody like Dave Barr, who played in the league for a long time, has coached for a long time, uses a comparable such as Ryan O'Reilly to describe Mason McTavish. And I think that it's very credible and it adds a lot of legitimacy to it. But Mason is when you watch him come through the ranks, you see a player that is a really good offensive player, really good shooter, big and strong, and can shoot the puck. And now you watch him, he really develop his game into that really well-rounded two-way player. And I think that's why Dave Barr uses Ryan O'Reilly. I can see it. There's sometimes people use a comparable type or comparable player, and I don't see it, but I see that. And,
yeah, so as Craig Button just said, man, like this kid, he's the real deal. He's a Ryan O'Reilly type player. He can really produce some points for you. And for Anaheim, we kind of called it. We kind of called it, Brandon. Like we did. We were talking about Mason McTavish going third overall to the Ducks, and there he is. And for a team like the Ducks that really didn't have any needs, taking a best player available, which potentially was Mason McTavish there, makes sense. Now, this makes it interesting, though, for Ottawa, because if Luke Hughes goes to New Jersey, does that change it up for the 5 teams ahead? Because once again, that's a little bit of a reach there. So let's see what happens. But 2:30 to go on the clock here from the New Jersey Devils. A lot of fans in the chat here are not exactly too thrilled that the Ottawa Senators are not even going to get even a close of a shot at drafting Mason McTavish. But Brandon,
they had to know that was coming, though. Yeah. This is not a guy that's going to fall to 10 in many drafts. Maybe last year's draft, but not this year. He's a hell of a player. He's the prototypical Bob Murray player, big physical center. So I really think that that's a solid pick for Anaheim. I think if the Devils do surprise us here and they maybe go with a Hughes or something like that, I think Eklund's probably the one guy that could stand to fall out of the top 10. Just because I think other teams have their guys.
I don't know if Eklund falls out of the top 10, though. I'll be honest.
Well, we're talking a little bit about how he's not as physically mature as some of the other guys in the top 10 here.
Yeah.
And just sometimes things happen that way, right? Like, but maybe he falls, maybe he doesn't. But I'm really intrigued about this Devils pick because they could go Hughes and it's a good story and maybe even helps team morale or something like that. But and if you look at their prospect pool, they don't have a terrible pool here. Like Dawson Mercer is a nice player. Holtz is a really good player. Nolan Foote, like Kevin Ball, like Mac Madulin. Like I love New Jersey's kind of top 5.
I'm looking at the board right now, Brandon. I hate to interrupt you, but there's so many good defenders out there, like a Brand Clark Edvinson.
Yeah.
That may fall to 10 that I don't think Ottawa can pass up on, to be honest.
No. If Brand Clark or Edvinson fall to 10, then Brant Clark especially. Brant Clark ain't falling to 10, but if he
Mason McTavish just went third, not many had that, so we'll see. This is with the trades that occurred today, Brandon. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility.
That's very true. That is very true.
Now we're 20 minutes away, by the way, from Bosty and James Wood joining the show. I'm kind of fired up because Bosty said he's drinking. I'm gonna attempt to drink my warm beer.
He's probably drinking like Japanese whiskey or something, like something so pretentious, such a Bosty thing to drink.
Buddy, you know what? Whatever does the job, if
dear God, that
does the job for the good content of this stream, then I'm okay.
That's a very first year university thing for you to say.
Second year now. Come on now.
All right. Okay. All right.
Come on now. I'm kidding. That's like a kid saying I'm 13 and a half, actually.
Yeah, exactly. It's very frosh week. I can't do that anymore.
So the 4th overall pick is in. Let's see what happens. New Jersey. San Jose, they got to take Wallstedt. I don't know who else they should take. But
they need a goaltender so bad.
And they are.
And so does it. And so does LA. But I would think that
Peterson's okay.
And it's Luke Hughes.
Luke Hughes to New Jersey.
Elliot Friedman just tweeted.
Oh, okay.
This makes things interesting now.
This is awesome. This is awesome is what it is. Talk about the worst time possible for your mic to cut out, eh? And tweet that. All right. By the way, the best part about these streams is you get to see the behind the scenes things where you just see Maki and I just tweeting on the stream. Nothing like it. You get to see James Wood. Yeah, I gotcha. Don't worry. Send within 10.
Look how fired up they are.
Yeah, look at that. They're together, man. That is awesome. Their parents must be thrilled, you know?
I love that. You know what? That's awesome.
That is awesome. That's a good moment. A moment that look how proud the father is. Like, that is awesome. And the mother too, the whole family. It's just incredible. And a lot of people there, a lot of happy.
This is my favorite part of the draft every year.
Yeah, the family, the love, right? You know, it's awesome. It's awesome. And the raw emotions, you know, like, you know, all these hockey guys act tough and this and that, but on draft day, the real emotions come out, and that's one of the only times with these players you're going to see their true raw emotion. I'm being dead serious, and it's a great sight to see, and it's awesome because they've been working their whole lives for this moment, and getting to play with their brother must be an incredible feeling, Mac.
Yeah, and I mean they're a criticized trio. I mean Quinn had a down year this year. There's no question about that. Jack hasn't lit it up, but but these guys are three really good hockey players, and a lot of the finer points of their games are understated too. I mean, talking about Quinn Hughes, like he's a young defenseman. They aren't typically lights out in their own end right away. So it's going to come for all three of them. Really, really cool to see two of them on the same team now. Like,
yes.
I live for those types of storylines. So that's awesome. But again, we got a trade.
Oh, trade?
Columbus. It looks like Columbus is moving number 5.
Yeah, it looks like Columbus is
to Carolina.
Okay, I'm getting on this. I'm going to put it on the screen here, Maki. Thank you for letting me know. Tweets. Come on, Twitter. Update. Man, where are the tweets? Where are the tweets at? Come on now.
I mean, it said trade alert, so maybe something.
Or is it just, or are we stupid and this pick is actually just Columbus's pick?
Well, no, because they said previously from the. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it's just Columbus's pick. My bad.
Yeah, it's your bad, Maki. It's your bad.
Now, does Columbus stick with their original plan, which is probably to pick Edmondson, or do they grab Eklund now that he fell? I mean, you just traded Seth Jones.
And, he's a great general manager, and he knows, especially European talent, the best. Because Columbus really, out of nowhere, pulls out a lot of great talent. Like Bjorkstrand, for example, Alexander Texas.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good talent they pull out of Europe. So I'm confident whoever they take is going to be the right pick because, especially with European talent, Columbus really knows what they're doing.
Well, there's such an island of misfit toys right now. Like you got a guy in Max Domi who was exposed to Seattle and now he's still around. You got Patrick Laine who's still kind of trying to figure things out. Jack Roslovic is there now. Like it's just kind of this weird mishmash of high-end talent that is yet to work out. Maybe they go defenseman here because again, you just traded Seth Jones. You're trying to rebuild your blue line now. You need your top guy. Maybe they pass on Eklund and he falls to Detroit. I don't see the Red Wings passing on him if he gets there.
Definitely not.
But I think Edmondson might be the pick here just because of the trade they made earlier today.
Heads up, Maki. Heads up. By the way, I think you can. Yeah. So if you ever see something on Twitter or something like that, you can share your screen. I gave you the ability. So
cool.
Feel free.
Mighty kind of you.
I just want to let you know. But yeah, I think for a team like Detroit, Stevie Y, probably the best general manager in the entire league. He's gonna have.
I thought that until I saw the Leddy trade.
I like Leddy. I think it was a little.
They gave up way
a little much,
stuff.
but I do.
But having said that, they fleeced Carolina for Nedeljkovic.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, for a guy like Nick Leddy, get the guy you like. If it's a little expensive, it's a little expensive. But for a team like Detroit, they got an abundance of riches right now in draft capital, anyways. So it's not the best trade, but every trade, any team's going to make some bad trades or some little iffy trades. Now, Columbus, let's see what they do here. Is that Rick Nash behind? Is he working for them? I didn't even know.
He might be. I'm behind your feed. Yeah, that is Rick Nash.
Yeah, that's awesome. I won't ruin the Sens pick, probably. Well, yeah,
you do every year.
I got you. There's worse ways to find out. So who's? Oh, that's the new president of hockey ops. When they got fired.
Sean Davidson.
Right? Yeah.
He was fired from the Rangers.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to invite James Wood and Matt Bosty in a few minutes. Get them in here before the 10th overall pick. Let's see what Sens Twitter.
For God's sake, make the pick.
Mackie's getting angry.
I hate this, man. Like, I get it's a spectacle and made for TV and stuff, but it drives me nuts.
You know what drives me nuts? That all the trades happened before the stream kicked off. That's what gets me.
Looks like there's some rumblings around Timo Meier right now.
Bring him to Ottawa. Ken Johnson.
Ooh.
What a pick. What a pick to Columbus. Now this gets interesting for Ottawa because now Ottawa has a lot of defensive options at 10.
Dylan Guenther is still falling. William Eklund.
You don't talk about Guenther until it happens.
I'm just saying, like.
No, I feel you. This is crazy. Ken Johnson, huh? What is going on?
That is wow. I don't think it's I'm not going to say it's a reach, but
a bit of reach. Just based off projections, but I think he could be a star player.
Oh, he's got so much skill. I mean, he's undersized right now, but that'll come. He's probably got another year in Michigan. So I think this is the first time that 3 players from the same college have been picked in the top 10 of the NHL draft. First 5 picks for Michigan players.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. And I think for a team like Columbus, I think it's funny we're talking about all this European talent, and yet they didn't take a European.
They took the American. They took Ken Johnson.
And I think that is very telling about what they want to do here. They want to bring in some talent. They don't want to bring in the guys that are gonna produce and be solid, safe picks. They want to take a swing at a kid, and they just did their big time with Ken Johnson. And I like this for Columbus. Now for Detroit, they're taking Edvinsson or Eklund. Without a doubt. I don't know who else they're taking here.
They maybe take Guenther, like take another winger?
I don't know.
You got some good blue liners. You just traded for Leddy. You got Mo Seider coming.
But you need you want another young blue chip prospect on your blue line.
Sure, but if you add Guenther.
We know Stevie Y builds his teams through the blue line.
That's true. That's true. Hedman, Sergachev. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, so we'll see. But I highly doubt, like with 2, if it was 1, that's one thing. But we're talking about 2. We were talking about 2 top defensive prospects, and Stevie Yzerman is not going to let that pass him. And if he does, then I'm wrong, but I just don't think I will be. And because I really do think this is really setting up nicely for Ottawa too at number 10 for them to move back. I think Ottawa really should consider moving back right now with the talent that's on the board still. What's Sens Twitter saying? Let's see. Yeah, if we get Dylan Guenther at 10, Brandon Maki, I'm going to go insane.
I'll do cartwheels if they get Dylan Guenther at 10.
I'll clip that. I'll do cartwheels with you, though. My first cartwheels in my life.
I'm saying I'll do cartwheels, but I'm not saying I won't tear my shoulder in the process.
Hey, are you insured? Because Sens Talk got no insurance, buddy. So, don't be tearing your shoulder and claiming it as a workplace injury.
Hazardous workplace. I mean, the workplace hazard is going to be talking to James and Bosty.
Yeah, they're coming on in the next 10 minutes, which is going to be really, 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 really fun. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm going to bring them on just before the 10th pick, probably in the next couple minutes. But yeah, this has been a fun night so far. It's been curveballs. We've had a good amount of people in the chat and in the stream here. And a lot of people, because of other shows doing live streams, various other shows, podcasts. There's a lot of other shows doing live streams. A lot of people are telling me I shouldn't do a show or this and that. I'm like, it's not about the views. It's just, I know, especially for the diehard fans that enjoy my content, this is the things that this is like, you're watching this, you know who I'm talking to, you know I'm talking to you. And these like fans, a lot of fans, they like hearing different opinions, and people don't want to understand that. You know, I like if you're watching the Wally and Method show, for example, you're watching their live stream right now. I highly encourage you to check that out. Come back here, of course, but also check their stuff out. Get different opinions on stuff. I find a lot of people, especially as a journalist student, I really learned this. A lot of people get their opinions from like one person. Get different takes, especially when it comes to hockey. Get different perspectives and build your opinion, because Brandon and I are not going to be right about everything, and Wally Method definitely have interesting insight to give on certain things that we can't. So I highly encourage people to go back and forth in streams, and I think more content the better, especially in the Sens community.
I forgot to mention that the chips I'm eating are a favorite of Daniel Alfredson's, which automatically makes the snack choices top tier.
You should be a Hall of Famer. That's
should have been a Hall of Famer 3 years ago.
Amen. I'm gonna catch.
If you were a Leaf, he would have been a Hall of Famer 3 years ago.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we don't have the org pushing for him like the Leafs would have. Taking Ottawa boy Brent Clark. If he's at 10, I don't see how Ottawa doesn't.
Oh God.
Like I'm fine with Brent Clark at 10. I'm very happy with that.
I mean, there's a possibility. Maybe Detroit takes him. Maybe they like him ahead of Edvinsson.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is interesting. This is I love this, because Ottawa up until now didn't really have anything going around their pick. Now everything's happening. Now
I think San Jose goes goalie. I wouldn't be surprised if LA goes goalie too. Interested in what Arizona does now that Johnson's off the board. They got to be steaming about that.
Yeah, they're gonna. It's a good point. That's a very good point. I think a team like Arizona, with the goaltenders that are available, one of them is going to be taken from Detroit here, I think. But I
mean, you have to.
I think for Arizona, they're going to probably Coronado, Lucius, Sillinger. Like, they're going to take a forward. There's a lot of good forward prospects here. Oh, Matt Bosty in the chat. Oh, God. Who's ready to party? Oh, boy. Other Jackie Redmond here with Owen Power. Those baby blue Sabre jerseys are sexy.
Amazing.
They're sexy.
Can you believe some of the ugly jerseys they've had over the past few years when they could have just brought these back?
The Buffalo, I'm probably gonna get a lot of flack for this. I'm not a fan of the black and red. Maybe that's because when they were wearing those, they were dominating the Sens.
But
I hate those
fair.
jerseys. I hate those jerseys. Just can't stand them. Just cannot stand them.
I liked them a lot.
I don't know. I just find it too boring. I don't know.
It's very 90s for sure.
It's a little too 90s for me, I guess. But Brandon, I need a Brandon Maki take here. What is, in your opinion, the most underappreciated hockey jersey in NHL history? As I invite James and Matt Bosty.
That's a good one. Let's hear what Stevie Y has to say.
Let me know who they take, because I'm not paying attention. Matthew Wood.
The pick is in. Go to him. Like, what is this broadcast doing?
Matthew Wood. Yep. Okay. Add that. Email. What? Gmail. Why do you got to do that? All right. Try that again.
Oh, this is awesome.
Edvinsson, solid pick for the Detroit Red Wings. Good day from Australia, mate. Love your channel, Sens Talk. Keep up the great work, AT Faisal. Firstly,
I would just like to point out.
Thank you. One thing. Thank you for the support from Australia. Now, Brandon, go ahead.
That is 2 years in a row that the Red Wings have taken a Ferlinda player in the first round. Lucas Raymond last year, Simon Edvinsson this year.
I don't know much about European hockey, but I know Frölunda's one of the best programs in European hockey. So
yeah, a couple prominent senators have come out of there. I can't quite remember who though.
yeah, I know. It might remind you with that number right there and number 65, but I don't know. Nothing important. I think they were like
no.
14 years. You know who?
But Edvinsson, like this is an exciting pick if you're a Red Wings fan. He's got a long reach. He's really good with his stick. Skating's crisp. I don't want to say like he's Nick Lidstrom, but he plays similar to that style where it's just very poised, very steady, very calm. Really just what you need as an anchor in the back end. And I think he's going to be a nice player for the Red Wings. They're building a strong blue line, like you said, Brandon, earlier, like picking Edvinsson and Seider. So we now go to pick 7. Still on the board, William Eklund, Dylan Guenther, Brant Clark, Cole Sillinger, Chaz Lucius, Jesper Wallstedt, Sebastian. Is it Kosa or Kosa?
Kosa.
I think it's Kosa. Yeah, Sebastian Kosa. So Kosa like Kosa. Yeah, I mean, like
James and Bosty are in the waiting room. They're going to be added in a couple minutes. I just want to let you finish your take on here.
No, I was just going to say, whatever happens in the next few picks, the Ottawa Senators are getting a fantastic player at number 10.
At this point,
is very exciting if you're a Sens fan.
This is very, very exciting.
They cannot go wrong.
They cannot at all. Now, I'm going to introduce a couple of Sens Twitter legends.
And this is where I log off.
This is where Brandon Maki logs off. This is where everyone logs in, though, and joins the stream. Because, firstly, we got James Wood. Now, James Wood, he is one of the punniest people on the entire platform of Sens Twitter. So we're going to introduce him first. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Wood. Let's throw him into the fray here. Is he there? Mr. James Wood, welcome to the show. How are we doing today? Connecting to the audio still? All right, so while he does that, we're going to admit the next guy. We all know him. It is Bosty, and we're going to throw his little video up here right now.
Oh, you got the bar.
And this, of course, the barbecue world. But Bosty joins us live here as well as he tries to figure it out. His internet connection, same with James Wood. We are here.
Turn on camera. Come on, camera.
I don't know if it works like Siri, Bosty.
Oh man, everything's frozen now.
We good there?
Who knows? I can't see anything. Am I showing up? This is live.
Nope, you're not there.
Oh wow, yeah.
You got the link, so if you need to go in and out, that's fine.
Yeah,
preferences, Bosty, preferences.
It should be good. My whole computer's crashed, so see you in a little bit.
Okay, well we'll see you in a second, Bosty. James Wood. James, are you there? Can you hear us?
Brandon, I'm here.
How are you doing today? You know, we haven't ever had you on the show, but we've spoken a lot, and you're one of the punnier people on Sens Twitter. Now, if you can see,
don't encourage him.
If you can see in the tweet that I just tagged you in, I put the over under. I'll throw it up on the screen here. I put the over under for puns from James Wood at 7.5. Now, guys, how do we feel about these odds? So what are we thinking here?
He's gonna go over just to aggravate me. Like he's got it all planned out. He's got them all written down on a piece of paper. I bet.
No, I wouldn't do that because
not gonna do that.
See, Brandon Plant, a little insider information here. Brandon Maki threatened to not even show up when he found out that I was coming on.
Can you blame me?
No, absolutely not.
I can already tell.
I think I even said that.
All right, so James, who are you taking at number 10? There's a lot of exciting options here for the Ottawa Senators. Obviously, Dylan Guenther's falling down. Obviously, Wallstedt's still available. But at number 7.
For the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think San Jose's at 7. I think Ottawa, you're either going to get a Guenther, a Lucius, a Sillinger, a Coronado. They got a lot of good options here, James. So what are you thinking here at number 10?
I mean, I think they're probably going to take a goalie. I'm kind of in the camp. I'm in the camp of not wanting them to. I understand if Wallstedt is available.
Yeah.
I mean, I do get the best player available philosophy, but I think.
Are you doing? Sorry. Are you doing the 2006 Ottawa Senators post game interview here, where you're on the bike?
No,
Yeah,
I was just
on
like
there,
Welcome back, Bosty.
Just doing
It
a rock.
works. Gotta manicure myself a little bit now that I can see myself.
So
Get
yeah,
my
look good.
box.
So as you were saying, so at 10, you think a goalie. So you think Acosta, huh?
Well, or Wallstedt, whoever's available.
Now, who do you like between the two?
I don't know enough between the two of them to make a pick.
Wallstedt.
For what it's worth, Gord Miller is lobbing a prediction that San Jose is going to take Brandt Clark here.
Wow.
That'd be shocking.
Prediction, but we'll see.
Wallstedt, I'm going to jump in on the goalie chat.
for the Sharks, right? Like you have to.
Yeah, but then again, Eklund's still up there. Like,
But you have no one in net, though, if you're San Jose. You have Martin Jones in net.
Here comes the pick from San Jose.
All right, let's see. Well, actually, I'm looking at nothing. I don't know why. I was like, hey, let's see. I'm looking at a Twitter feed.
See what happens here.
William Eklund is the pick.
Hey, I'm happy for that.
Wowzers.
William Eklund. Yeah, wow. Okay.
Hey,
So
2 more.
Look
how
at
do we
this
feel about that?
pool Ottawa has to choose from.
How do we feel about that? Now, because Wallstedt's not going number 7, I don't think Los Angeles or Arizona are taking a goaltender.
I think LA might. I think LA really
I like
might.
Paul Peterson, though. I don't know if they do. I don't know.
Bird in the hand, right?
Yeah, we'll have
Teams
to
don't
see.
usually hold off because they have a goaltender in the system.
Oh man, this is interesting.
And how do you not go for a goalie with Wall in his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, really. That's one. You get 3.
Okay.
Well, listen. Hold on.
What you eating though? I need to know that. I don't
Yeah.
care about the draft. This is where it's food talk. Turn it
in
off.
there.
Everybody turn off the broadcast.
Okay.
Let's go pizza ranking list, and I'll tear y'all down. Let's go.
Basically, we got a challah roll with Monterey Jack, brisket,
Oh,
smoked meat, and chicken.
is that legal? That sounds too good.
Yeah, it's illegal, but let's keep it between us in the chat. And I got some carrots too.
A little bit of greens. That's good. That's not bad. Fight off vitamin deficiency.
Those green
Don't get
oranges.
scurvy.
It's all about the greens, baby.
So yeah, LA is the weird one here, just because they have a few really good picks and they're loaded in every single spot except for goaltending.
Especially at center. They have a lot of prospects up the middle.
There's nothing there's nothing that they really need. So I could definitely see them. I think they take Koss over Wallstedt just because I think they gravitate more to that North American style. They've got Kopitar, but outside of Kopitar, who's their European player? Is there even one?
Yeah. That's available at that would be available at 10.
No, I just mean in general. Like in the last 10 years, they've been playing this rough and tough bang and win. And Koss is that North American goalie who is big, he's strong, great player, fantastic Sens pick him. I love him way more than Wallstedt, but I actually really love Wallstedt because he is that calm European goalie, that guy who will make that insane save and then just not even react to it, just complete business as usual. So I think they pick Kossa if they're taking a goalie, but I also think that it's pretty hard for them to ignore Clark or Gunther at this pick.
Gunther's there at number 10. Ottawa has to take him because that is literally
Yes.
the one position in need, and he would be the best player available.
Well,
if you got a right wing core of Batherson, Sokolov, Gunther, you're doing pretty okay.
Doing something right, yeah.
It's a bonkers that we might have an option of Brandt Clark and Gunther. That is absolutely bonkers to me. That shouldn't have happened. We should have been having to pick. Well, I don't know jack all about
between
these,
Cole Sillinger and Ken Johnson
exactly. This is shaping up to be pretty darn exciting.
This is one of the most interesting top 10s in recent memory.
Here comes the pick from the Los Angeles Kings. By the way, James, who's on the back of your jersey? You got anyone on the back?
No, I'm not that. Yeah, I'm not that ballsy.
It's a smart choice.
Brandt Clark is the pick for LA.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
I don't dislike it. Can you imagine Clark feeding their forwards in the next few years?
You got Drew Doughty kind of going into his twilight years,
okay,
right?
Not garbage, but he's not he's not worth his 11 million.
This is insane. Dylan Guenther and Jesper Wallstedt are both could be available at 10th overall. Wow. I'm putting my phone down now because I don't want anything being spoiled for me. This is insane, guys. Dylan Guenther was supposed to be top 3. Now he's falling all the way back down to top 15 potentially here. And Arizona, there was reports that Arizona, when they made that trade with the Vancouver Canucks earlier today, and hell of a trade that was. That trade, that was something.
Putting it lightly.
Yeah, putting it lightly. But for Arizona, they wanted Kent Johnson. That was the rumor. Obviously, Columbus took him at 5. So now it's interesting to see what Arizona does here. Do they take, do they take the goalie and try to trade Darcy Kemper and to start the rebuild there?
Think about this. Think about this. Think about how crazy this is. When Ottawa picks at number 10, they could have a choice between Jesper Wallstedt and Dylan Guenther. Who predicted that?
Baby. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Let's go something weird for the Sens. I want to see Ratty. Let's go.
They might.
They could.
They've been linked. They have been linked to Ratty late in the first.
No. Dark horse for Ottawa at number 10 is Cole Sillinger for me.
Warwick, Graham Kingswood.
I think Sillinger was who they were targeting. I think that they might on the fly change it up. I think that they thought they would
have to at this
be
point.
picking between Lucius, a goalie, and Sillinger.
Jared Gibson is in the chat. And Jared, I got to ask, you're ordering a pizza. If it's not pineapple on top, we're cool. If it is, I'm not a fan of it personally. I just feel like if you get pineapple on top of your pizza, you're trying to start a whole. You're just trying to draw attention. You guys like pineapple on top of your pizza?
I do. I don't love it. It's not a necessity, but
okay, good. As long as
if someone orders one, I'll be like, yeah, I'll take a slice or two. It's not like
for sure.
I'm not stuntman doing this over here, being like, this is an affront to everything.
I feel like if it's your go-to pizza, though, I feel like you're just trying to like.
Yeah.
I don't know, like whose go-to is pineapple on top of pizza? I don't know.
I think pizza discourse was a mistake with Bosty and his dad.
Because I was just gonna say, if you're getting a pizza in Ottawa anyway, it's gonna taste like garbage. You might as well just go behind any dumpster and pick out a circle from there and just eat it, because that's what you're getting at these places.
Pizza. There's no pineapple.
Oh, it is. I promise you, it is. As someone who has partaken in both.
Bosty, you're 100% right. The Ottawa pizza scene, after a couple of places, absolute trash. Go to
falls off.
Montreal, go to Toronto, and you'll never want to come back here.
There's actual variety. Everything here tastes like disgusting plastic just melted on top of frozen dough.
It just tastes like a bunch of chains.
Everybody in Toronto is way too stingy on the sauce, and it drives me nuts.
There's one Fiazza. Oh,
Fiazza.
I've heard a lot about Fiazza recently. Is it good?
It was all right. A little expensive.
I got a good pizza in Toronto. I have no idea where it was. It was near a park off of. Do you know where Garfield Eats was? It's like 4 blocks from there. Yeah, it was around 4 blocks from there. I don't know which direction. So it was a real good pizza, though. No, it was like midday, but I was looking after my nephew. It was 2 at the time, so like it's a blend.
I'm sorry for bringing up pizza in front of Bosty. Jared, you're forgiven. Bosty.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I work with Jared. He has to deal with me all day.
Okay, we're going to commercial break. Sportsnet. My God. Hey, Sportsnet. These commercials, that's up there with like the Tim Hortons commercial for some of the worst commercials in sports history. You know what I miss though? Speaking of commercials, Julian Rubillard. You need to see more of Hearing Center.
That's true.
That is legendary type stuff.
He's Stan the Queen.
Yeah, we need to hear more from the Hearing Center.
That's one. If anyone put any money on it, that's
two. That's two.
What was the first one?
No, he made the stupid. What was it even? I don't even remember.
Wall, a reference
to
the
wall stat. Yeah.
Oh.
Real highbrow one there.
Man, I missed that. All right, well, that's probably good that I missed it. But so that's 2. So that's a good thing I hammered the over. I put it at 7.5. I think was that James?
Oh no, we're running out. It's 19 minutes left.
Yeah.
We'll have you on. Since this picks are taking longer, we'll have you on for like 9:40ish, because like I'm not gonna just kick you off 25 minutes after. Like,
oh, wow.
I want you to kick me off right before the Sens pick.
I'm kicking you off.
Yeah, just like get out of here, Matt.
Get out of here.
What I want is us to pick Sanderson again.
Oh.
Do the Matthew Chouinard pick him 2 years in a row.
Oh, it's a good time. It's a good time.
Since Twitter's going to go nuts if it's Costa, though, I hope you guys are ready.
I live for that. Like that's why I want Ratty. Like
I like to think the draft hot takes are dead now. I hope they are.
No, of course not.
Well, they were pretty good last year, and even about Sanderson, like everybody wanted Drysdale, and then they picked Sanderson, right? Like,
yeah, that's fair. And
he's
now
turned
looking back at it, obviously that's fantastic for Ottawa.
Like an exact perfect. Like if you can think of one player that Ottawa wants right now, it's a very sound defenseman who can play 25 minutes a night, consistent day in day out, and it's like, oh yeah, we just got one of those.
I'm gonna be
honest. But Matt, what are his charts like?
Oh, his charts are all they're blue, red, blue, red,
okay,
blue,
nice.
And then a squiggly line.
We're bringing Carlson back, guys.
I'd let him come back at 50% retained.
Yeah,
50. Try 80. Come on.
Yeah, that's still $6 million a year if you're doing 50% retained.
Money doesn't matter for the Senators. It's never going to be spent.
Okay, it doesn't matter in terms of salary cap. It matters in the sense that it's not going to be spent. They're trying to dump Evgeny Dadonov. He makes $5.5 million.
If Ottawa
Jesus.
Abdi Omar
after 1 year.
Bosty, where is the chicken buddy? What's going on?
I had a stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut, and yeah, you know what? That's just like it's not
the epitome of fine.
We're back on the pizza box.
Listen. I don't understand how you can say that publicly.
Oh, here's the thing. I partake in a lot of things that I don't really enjoy. Like at a certain point, at a certain point, ease trumps anything. Like I have eaten friggin' grocery store chicken tenders that are so stale they broke a tooth of mine.
Dylan Gunther is the pick for Arizona.
Coyotes.
Damn. Oh well.
So, is it Jesper Wallstedt time?
Okay, so Ottawa is on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. And is it like you said?
Arizona take
Wallstedt time. I don't know.
I am actually completely torn on whether Ottawa picks a goalie.
I don't know if they do.
I think especially looking at how the finals have been in the last years is especially for a team that might not be spending to the cap, having a strong goalie can look at Winnipeg. They literally are competitive every year because of their goalie. Their forwards aren't great. They fall off really hard. Their defense is fine. They are not an elite team, yet they're still competitive every year, all because of Hellebuyck. So if we do something like Wallstedt, who I absolutely think he is a Vezina quality goalie. I think he's one of the most boring goaltenders we'll ever get. Nope. But he's Vezina quality. You have to take a long look at that because that is a smart look on going there. But
I'm not looking at the chat, by the way. I'm not looking at my phone. I do not want any spoilers. But I'll say this about Jesper Wallstedt, okay? If Ottawa takes Jesper Wallstedt at number 10, drumroll please, I'll be very pumped up. Because Jesper Wallstedt...
I'm thinking it's goalie.
I think it's goalie too. And I think Ottawa is going to take Jesper Wallstedt here, to be honest with you. When Gunther goes, I would take Lucius. I would take Coronado. But when you got a player like Wallstedt available who can potentially be the next Andre Vasilevsky, one of the best goalies in the league, you take that guy. Because besides goaltender, Ottawa's pretty stacked everywhere. We have really good depth, and I think we have a couple of starters in that pipeline. But are there Vezina trophy winners in that pipeline? I don't know. I think Jesper Wallstedt's definitely a guy that can win the Vezina, though, if he reaches his full potential. So for Ottawa, this is interesting. You know, Dylan Gunther made things interesting up until the end there, but now with Jesper Wallstedt falling the number, not really falling, but going now potentially being there at number 10 for Ottawa to select, the writing's on the wall. Now, since Twitter, we already know we'll go nuts though if Kosa's taken.
I won't be surprised if it's Kosa. Honestly,
not at all. He's 6'5". He's big. He's strong. He's smart. He doesn't have the composure or the maturity that Jesper has shown, but he has a ceiling that is almost. I don't think it's high, but that's just because I'm all about technique and. Wallstedt is just technique, but it's not like we're getting some dingus. Like we're getting another high ranker.
You've really got to wonder. You really got to wonder who's getting more say on this pick right now between Pierre Grue and Zach Burke. That's what I'm really interested. I would love to be a fly on the wall in that war room right now.
I heard Zach Burke. Okay, never mind.
Both of them, right? They're both there. So which one is going to have more of a say is what I'm saying.
As an advisor, right? I always found that weird that they didn't completely let him go.
Yeah, they're not going to let anyone go if they're still going to
under
have to pay him
contract.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd have to pay him out. How bad does Vancouver feel though that pick was there at their pick? You know, for Gunther, like they must feel like a bunch of idiots. Well, actually, no, because they had to do what they did because of Jim Benning. But like that wasn't a player that they thought Arizona was going to have the option for.
They didn't do that for the Vancouver Canucks. Jim Benning did that to save Jim Benning's job because all three of those guys are off the books next year. So they could have just waited until next year and not locked themselves into Oliver and Ekman-Larsson for the next 8 years or whatever it is, 6 years. Ottawa's pick is in, by the way.
Oh, dun, dun, dun.
But we're interviewing Ron Francis for some reason.
Well, of course, because he gets to just gloat about my boy Joey Decord, my lovely lad.
Future Vezina winner Joey Decord.
I don't know, but
Seattle
I think he could win a
haven't
cup.
even played a game yet, and they're already aggravating me.
Yeah, I hate him way more than Vegas.
All I know is Go Sens go. Cole Westwell says, "Amen. Go Sens go, baby."
Go Sens go.
Go Sens go in the chat.
Go Sens go.
There we go. Now, I think we're taking a goalie here. I haven't seen anything on my phone, but I think we're definitely taking a goalie here. But a Chaz Lucius or a Coronado or even I'm happy with whoever at this point for Ottawa because there's so much good talent on the board. They can't really mess us up. And if we quote unquote mess it up, they really didn't because they know much more than us about the draft. And
I would argue that it's got to be a goalie or a center, but I've been wrong before. So
Curtis Meldrum says anyone but Costa, please. Curtis, I'll say this.
Curtis, have you watched Costa?
Costa's a fantastic 6'6" goaltender.
It's going to be him. Pure draft.
It might be Costa, yeah. Like if it's Costa, I'm very comfortable with that too.
And that's fine. He's he's at worst the 1B goaltender in this draft.
Yeah,
like
he's still the best goalie drafted probably in the last 3 years. Costa
for Ottawa, if they draft Costa,
I think Wallstedt's probably ahead right now.
Oh, no. I think Wallstedt. Yeah, Wallstedt's my favorite of the bunch, but I think Costa would be second best in the last 3 years.
Good point, Nathan. This pick has been in for 35 minutes. Let's get her going here, boys. Come on.
My God, like what?
They're stalling,
Bucci Gross is too busy giving away T-shirts to
start firing into the crowd.
Yeah, like
the TVs, the Zoom TVs, just start firing them off the TVs.
Hashtag Bucci 10th overall challenge.
55 people. Let's go. People are joining at the right time. Because what's happening? Okay, 10th overall pick. Do you want me to? Want me to announce it to you guys, or like?
Sure.
Why
At
not?
this point, if I'm ahead of you, like I can't contain my reaction. So let's go, Pierre. What's going on, buddy? What's going on?
Off the board pick likely, says Bob McKenzie.
Ooh.
Like a Coronado or Lucius potentially. Tyler Boucher. Okay.
Wow.
Really awesome.
What?
Wow.
I don't know about this one.
A left wing.
This screams Gunther was the guy, and then he was just taken 9th. That's what this.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Listen, can I just say one thing? This scouting team has done this time and time again.
It never fails.
Their mind, and then guess what? This kid's gonna become a star. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, but like he was supposed to be second round bubble though, right?
By the way, son of Brian Boucher, the hockey analyst.
That was not what I meant when I thought they were going to go with NHL pedigree.
I'm pretty sure he was like ranked. Like I'm pretty sure we might have been able to get him with our second rounder.
Yeah, this is a really interesting pick, but like Jonathan McCormick said in the chat, in Trent Man We Trust, but this is something else.
Yeah.
See what I don't understand.
Welcome to Ottawa, though. Welcome to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher. This is But
here's the thing: if this is your guy, trade down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get more picks.
Yeah.
Why take him at 10? Like, and look, I'm not saying he's not worth being taken at 10th overall. For all we know, he's going to end up being a star. But what I'm saying is it's just inefficient drafting. Yeah. It's just bad asset management.
He might have known. He might have known something. He might have known that another team was targeting this, but
maybe. But
well, I'm just gonna say welcome to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher, because I've seen my old takes with Brady Tkachuk, and I've learned my lesson. So,
yeah, I know. I'm guilty too. I think Bosty, you shamed me not that long ago.
I think I did.
Like, that is crazy. Like, we were talking about like franchise goalies, and then but hey, you know what? It may not be a reach in like 3 years' time.
I don't know shit. I don't know anything about, like, I made my 5 players that I watched, and 2 of them were goalies, and after that, no clue. Maybe he's great. Maybe he's fantastic. He could be the exact piece we need. Reading quick little draft reports, he kind of sounds like the prototypical player that would fit into our kind of jerk mentality. He's a rough and tumble. He plays really, really hard, it seems. And if he fills out a little bit more, he's going to be
He was ranked second round and drafted 10th overall.
So Bob McKenzie on the pick. Most common scout comment on Boucher during my interviews: he's not Tom Wilson, but and that's the play style you're getting. You're getting a big, tough right winger with some offensive upside. I mean, look, based on everything I'm hearing, based on everything I know about the player, it's a good fit with the team and with the makeup of the roster.
Very fit.
Again, I just wonder why you don't trade down if you want to get him. Get 2 first-round picks.
Where did you
know what I mean?
Like, where did you see right wing? I see him listed as
he's right wing. He's listed as a right wing. I believe he's a right-handed shot.
Yeah, it's a good fit for Ottawa. It's a bit of a reach.
It's
Tyler
weird.
Boucher we're talking about?
Yes.
Listen, I trust the scouting staff, and I'm not even mad. I'm just a little confused, but I'm not mad. You know what I mean? Like,
and the Blue Jackets take Sillinger with the next pick.
Yeah.
It's honestly, like I said, I just live for chaos. I'm a little sad that all of our other off the board picks have worked out so well in the past few years, because people are not going nuts right now on Twitter. More people are just being like, why not trade down, which is fair. But
you have to put some trust in this team's ability to scout and draft. So
I want to see a jersey on fire. I want to see someone running down the street yelling. I want to see a fight on some outdoor rink. I don't know where there's an outdoor rink in the middle of July, but that's what I want. That kind of anger. I want someone screaming at the Royal Oak on Bank like it was a couple of years ago when someone picked Shane Pinto. Or was it? No, who was it? No, it was Lassie Thompson. I was out when Lassie Thompson got picked, and there was a lot of yelling that went on. That was a good day. I
remember Lassie Thompson was taken, though, primarily because I believe Harvey was just taken before. But yeah, listen, we're not draft experts here, and let's all be honest here. Before the draft,
Charge guys have takes on Boucher already.
Yeah, if you have a hard take on this kid, I think it's stupid. You don't even know anything about him.
Who does?
The chart guys. The chart guys.
Yeah, Jay Fresh, by the way, if you're watching this, even though you're not, but if you are, what's your deal with the Sens, man? Like, why do you hate us?
It is pretty wild.
Like, it's one thing, advanced stats don't show a favorable whatever for a player, that's fine. But, like, it's just the way, like, Jonathan Davidson being selected from the expansion, in the expansion draft from Ottawa, just show, like,
yeah.
I don't want to call out the guy too much. It's because
I'm not gonna go too far into it, but I'm outspoken on Twitter. And one of the days where I made a quip about Jay Fresh, someone reached out to me saying, I just need to tell this story. And it was about they're a Sens podcast, and they had Jay Fresh on the show, and he had done no prep about Sens related things. So every time they asked a Sens question, he was like, I don't really know.
I heard about this.
Yeah, and then he said they were just like, I should have done some more Sens research, and supposedly like flipped his shit and like got so abrasive and angry that like we're just not gonna air this episode. So you know what? Go right ahead. Like I say, is these people who do this great work, like Jay Fresh and a lot of these other people.
Yeah, there's a ton of work that goes into it. Like,
my God, they're smart.
I couldn't.
By the way,
they're geniuses.
I need to clear this because I just realized when the pick was made, we all had the exact same expression, And it's gonna be in the thumbnail. I'm just giving you a heads up. That is the thumbnail.
I hope so.
Yeah, you'll be seeing that tomorrow.
I hope so.
We're gonna edit that. We're gonna edit all the faces and stuff. But I wasn't even reacting much, and then I saw all y'all had your mouths open. I'm like, perfect time for the thumbnail. And I just have to say that because I remember
I was surprised.
I was
surprised, but I don't know why I'm surprised.
Yeah, honestly,
like.
No, I'm excited. You know what? Tyler Boucher, a right winger.
He needed a right wing, absolutely. And and like I said, he's a fit. It's just I don't know if I agree with taking him outright at 10 when you could have traded down and had.
The only thing I can think of is there isn't a market to move up, especially with the chaos that ensued. Because after this pick, the next 5-6 picks, they all have great picks here. If we weren't going to get a second to move back a few spaces, I can see Pierre just saying screw it. We're not going to devalue our trades. He's already been kind of he's had his ups and downs. I definitely think it's important for a GM to be able to stand pat and stay strong and not look weak.
Now, Weavy in the chat here, Bosty, I hate to cut you off, but he made a really, really good point. I'm curious to see, he says, if the Sens trade their second round picks for another first, which was mentioned in that clip that the Sens
they've been alluding to it all day. So
yeah,
I think they're going to try. Ottawa makes the trade later in the first round, which maybe for a Kosa. We'll see. I think that's something.
Well, at this point, Kosa's probably not going to go until 2022. Yeah, like there is a big window for us to move up. And here's something I'm going to look at it too from this perspective: is growing up, because I'm old. Growing up, all the best Sens teams were high skills, super like we're going to be fast, we're going to outplay you, and that was great to watch. I am pumped for this iteration of Sens that have these skilled players as well, but we're also going to be these teams that beat us. We can now be the Anaheim that just put on a meat grinder and just destroyed us. The stupid Toronto Maple Leafs that had Gary Roberts just somehow look like he's 15 years younger and then shit the bed the next playoffs. Like, I am excited. I hope Montreal kind of gets their stuff together, and I hope we can beat them like 4 times in the playoffs in the next 8 years. Because
Buddy, I'm just ready to beat them in the preseason. I'm gonna act like we won.
It's every time, baby.
And the best part, here's the best part, Bosty and everyone. I'm moving close to Elgin Street in about a month and a half. I'm not gonna say specifically where on the last.
Habs Mile.
Hey, whoa! That's the Sens mile for you, baby. But yeah, no, honestly, that's the point, though. I'm really, really fired up because, it's gonna be like, I'm sure y'all, especially since you're older than me, you've definitely been in the bars and stuff during playoff games. Like, what's that like? Because I don't know, like what the Elgin Street is like really in the playoffs.
I got a couple of stories. So 2007 was nuts.
Yeah.
Any win, and because we were expecting to go well, so people were prepped. You could go down and you could watch the game at City Hall and then just party on Elgin Street for hours. And I was, of course, very responsible as the 17-year-old at the time and didn't do anything wrong, of course.
Yeah, graduating year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. And then getting up to Parliament Hill and partying there, it was great. That was a huge party all the time, every time. But our 2017 run was friggin' weird, but I liked it way more because no one really. There wasn't like plans for this. It was just kind of out of the blue. So no one was really hanging out or partying on the first thing. Around the Rangers, it kind of kicked up. But I remember when I went out, the only time I went out on Elgin Street it was a Tuesday night when we beat the Rags. Went to Sir John A's on Elgin, which is meh. It's all right. All we ordered was, I went with my boy Joe Slowhands and his brother. It was a blast. We ordered a bunch of hummus plates. I had 2 beers, and then it was like a Tuesday night at 10. And
I've heard this story.
And it's like, well, should we go home? And it's like, I guess so. The only partying that happened were people just like dancing when the stoplights were off. Yeah, like, all right, respectable, I guess. Yeah. And then we decided, screw it. You know what? Let's go watch the team land that night. So we listened to Belly's Go Sens Go, drove up to the airport. Watched Freddie Clayson dab a billion times out of a window at the speed of light. Oh, it was like, it was amazing. It was the best time. So I want one of those. I want one of these.
Flames take Coronado, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, but
what a pick! What a pick for Calgary.
I thought they were going to take Wallstedt.
I would have taken. I'll be honest. I would have taken Coronado over Boucher, but
yeah.
But at the end of the day, I'm Sens talk, and I'm not a scout for the National Hockey League, so I'm probably wrong. We'll see.
I barely knew who Boucher was. Like I'd seen his names on our second round projections, so I wouldn't have gone. But
there's a couple interesting things here. So Brian Boucher tweeted back in June after it came out that the Senators blocked Capuano from the Buffalo job.
Oh, no.
Boucher tweeted, "Don't like hearing a team stop a guy from climbing the ladder. Capuano did an admirable job with the Islanders 2 years back. Did a nice job with Team USA at the Worlds this year as well. Either give him a bump or let him pursue other opportunities." But Graham Nichols actually made a great point about the Sens trading down or not. Said Ottawa's developing a rep for their comfort, taking players earlier than industry consensus. Did they leave more value on the board or by not trading him down? Maybe. Rule number 1 about the draft is don't emotionally ridicule the decision because they didn't take who you wanted.
Amen.
So yeah, that resonates with me. You can question the asset management of maybe not moving down. Like you guys said, maybe there wasn't a market to it, but I like the player. Could they maybe have had him later? Would probably say so, but
I think this is key. All right. I think this is very, very key. I think when you have a player, sure, you can draft a Wallstat, you could draft a Coronado, a Sillinger, all these guys. But I think what Ottawa is very good at is they're very good at identifying, especially when it comes to amateur side of things, what players are very good at. And I don't know enough about Tyler Boucher to like really say if he's a good skater, this or that. We know he's a physical player, okay? And what Ottawa likes to do is they like to draft players with similar traits. Physical, good skater, can put the puck on net, and can score a bit. That's what Tyler Boucher has, the raw skill. And when you have raw skill, you have a great foundation to build off and to turn yourself into a potential star. Ottawa always drafts for raw skill. And I'm not talking pure skill. I'm talking raw skill. I'm talking about the physicality. I'm talking about the hockey IQ. I'm talking about the character. And I know I sound like Pierre Dorian, but I'm talking about the character too. These are all the things that – let's go, Tofu. These are all the things that the Sens really look into. So I think – if Ottawa really feels good about Boucher, I think they can mold him into a really good player. And Ottawa needed only right wing depth. And hey, listen, I may have preferred Coronado at right wing, but Boucher is a right winger. And hey, you know what? He might be the best player picked off the board tonight. So welcome to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher, and let's see what we can do with you, bud.
Here's the thing too: is I already love him. It's a great player. He's one of my boys. I love him so much. No one say anything bad, I'll fight you.
He's a sicko now.
Yep, pure sicko mode.
Yeah.
I mean, the comparisons to Josh Anderson are there. I think he's going to be similar to a kind of Sokolov type player, maybe with a little more upside in terms of skill.
Yeah.
Good fit with what they're building, right? With the way they're kind of, they're kind of trying to craft this identity of a bunch of guys that are hard to play against. The Tkachuk, Parker Kelly, Sokolov, even a guy like Connor Brown, they're pests, and I think he's going to fit into that mold well.
And let me ask this before we're booted out of here for causing a disturbance, but it's not a bad one.
Say Boucher.
Would you rather a front office or a scouting staff that believed enough in their own kind of opinion, or would you rather one that got shaken at this point and saw some of the stuff left up there and then went completely off just what a draft kind of ranking would be?
Oh yeah, I love that they march to the beat of their own drum, man.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather they were wrong here, but stayed true to their vision of the team than to pull a cord and try and parlay into something else.
James, any last thoughts from you?
No. It's so difficult because, last year Stutzla was kind of the obvious choice. And then we sort of, we didn't go off the board with Sanderson, but it may have been a little bit of a reach 5, but last year was awesome. And then they started getting a little bit crazy as they went deeper. The year before, I think I remember pretty badly overreacting to Thompson. That was the lassie straw for me. So I'm trying out this new thing. Trying out this new thing of just, hey,
see what happens.
Sorry for swearing, Brandon. I don't know if you're allowed to, but it's just as Bosty says, I like him. He's one of us now. Let's do it. Let's see what he can do.
And I know I said I was going to end on my last one because that's what I say I do, but then I always chime in with another one because I'm a dumbass. Yep. The other real nice thing is, let's say he doesn't work out. Yep. That's fine. It's not like this was our one good pick as we're trying to get back in. We have depth around these places. We have prospects that we can make a trade. If he doesn't pan into the power forward that we're hoping he does, it is not end of the world. It is not just like, what a bust. We're never going to climb back. We're Buffalo forever. Like,
remember the takes around Pinto over Kaliev too, right?
Yeah.
Looks pretty good right now.
And listen, we need to understand that this team, we're all on the same page here. This team has an idea of exactly what they're looking for going in. And I'd rather that than a team that's just gonna, this is what the Twitter guys want. We're gonna take them. No. I'd rather you go against what I have to say and then double down and you know what I mean? I want confidence. This team's, you can say what you want about the Ottawa Senators. They're very confident in their decisions, no matter how skeptical you can be with them. And we'll see what happens here. But guys, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna have you guys on again soon. Where can everyone? I'm going to throw it on the screen here. But any final thoughts, Brandon? You go first because you've been on since 8:00.
No, thank you for having me, brother. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Tofu echoes the same sentiments, but he's very tired right now. Beyond that, I would encourage fans to, as we say every year, withhold judgment for now.
Yeah.
I think Boucher is a really good fit with the team identity. Talent-wise, should he have gone that high? Maybe not, but based on recent history, we know it's probably going to work out in the Senators' favor. That's really all I have to say on the matter. Look out for them to trade up back into the first, though. I think that's something they're really trying to do. Isaac Rosen to Buffalo.
What?
Oh, it reached.
All right, whatever.
Josh Rosen's brother. Let's go. That's what it is.
Things are happening.
Okay. Matt Bosty, before we get to James, Bosty, any final thoughts?
There's a lot of thoughts around this draft. I'm going to wait and see, but I just want to say support creators and media personalities that deserve to be supported. Right now, especially in hockey, things aren't looking so hot in a lot of senses, and don't throw your support behind bullies, and demand some accountability from the NHL towards the Blackhawks. So support.
Well said.
Support, especially right now, the Athletic, who are really kind of blowing the lid off of this. Choose which hat you put in your ring. Don't be a reply guy for some of these turds online.
Yeah, no, you're great message, Maki. About that an hour ago.
Yeah,
terrible thing happening with the Hawks organization. Hopefully, in the court of law, in court, we can really see how these allegations come to light, and hopefully, we can get some answers and some justice. Because right now, the allegations are just absolutely repulsive, and it's pretty telling how little coverage is getting from a lot of mainstream guys. James, anything from you before we wrap it up here?
No, absolutely not. I got 3 puns in, so whoever took the under, good for you. That's actually not great for me, but these boys, you boys were fast-paced in your discussion, so not a lot of room, but gonna stay calm. I had my 2 sparkling waters tonight.
Hell yeah.
Steve Cold Austin, come on, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What?
Austin. You don't know what I'm... Hold on. Let me see if...
You having a stroke?
Am I having a... Hold on.
That's a personal question, Brandon.
Am I having...
Oh, for God's sake.
Hey, the pick
We're
wasn't
so
that
close.
good.
So
What up, bump?
almost...
Am I wrong?
I got my child here.
I swear. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? I don't...
No.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
We'll leave it there.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you all for joining, and we'll have to have you all on again soon. Maki,
Cheers, boys.
Bosty, pleasure once again.
Have yourself a lovely evening.
Go Sens, go.
Go Sens, go.
Go.
All right, so that was James Wood and Brandon Maki, who's still in the chat here. Now he's gone. That was a lot of fun. Trevor Shackles is coming up in just under 5 minutes away. A lot of talk about Tyler Boucher going 10th overall to the Ottawa Senators. How are we feeling in the chat? A lot of comments here. Love you too, Matt Bosty. Thanks again for stopping by. A lot of comments in the chat here. Let's see what's going on. Kevin James, that was an interesting pick. They kept it under wraps, that's for sure. Agreed. Duque 71. I'm all right with the pick. Don't love it, but this is such a Sens pick. Agree. Veng Zhu, Tyler Boucher seemed so shocked when he was picked. Agreed. Firebird, what is Dorian doing? He's going with his gut, and I like that. Casa, you know what? Ottawa could definitely trade up and get him. Let's see anything here. Buffalo just reached 2 axe goal. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna. What should I do here? Oh, and we got a trade. We got bing, 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 bing. Trade alert. We got a trade. So let me throw it on the screen here for you. Detroit is moving in with Dallas. There's a big trade here for a first-round pick, and I am not going to lie with you. I think this is the trade for Jesper Wallstedt. I do believe Detroit will be taking Jesper Wallstedt here with the 15th overall selection. Dallas will be taking Jesper Wallstedt here, pardon me, with the 15th overall selection. There's some injury concerns with obviously Ben Bishop. Anton Khudobin is not getting any younger. And a team like Dallas doesn't really have any depth issues. They got some good defensemen like Esa Lindell, obviously Miro Heiskanen, obviously John Klingberg. They got some good forwards in Ben, Tyler Seguin. You can go through the whole list. Rupi Hintz. So really in goaltending, Oettinger is good too. So I think Jesper Wallstedt should probably go here just based off of value alone. Or am I just reading this wrong here? Like Detroit moving from okay, yeah, okay. So the NHL Network here is screwing me up because it says trade on the screen here and it has Dallas's logo, but yet it's Detroit moving in there. So I just went on a whole rant there. Okay, so let me restart. Detroit is absolutely taking Jesper Wallstedt. Nedeljkovic is a solid goalie. He could potentially be the number one of the future for Detroit. However, if he's not, Jesper Wallstedt's a solid fallback option. On top of that, Nedeljkovic is 24, 25 right now, I believe, just on a 2-year deal with Detroit. Wallstedt, that gives plenty of time for Wallstedt to develop in the AHL. So for Detroit, this is a trade for them that makes sense. And most importantly of all, I think Wallstedt finally goes here. Now, I'm going to text Trevor Shackles because we're going to... Okay, so we're going to get Trevor Shackles on the show here. How are we feeling right now in the chat? Who do we think Jesper Wallstedt's about to go 15th overall? Let me know in the comment section down below right now as I invite Trevor Shackles. So Detroit, you're now on the clock. So there it is. Ready to go, but I imagine it'll be done quickly. Like a trade like this, Jeff, you know what you're doing. Yeah, I think they're making the move. They're thinking another team is going to take a guy, and they don't want to take any chance. All right. So Trevor Shackles has been invited. What is the chat saying? It's still a reach. Yeah. Well, you know what? That's fair. It is a reach. I trust in Pierre Dorion and Trent Mann, but damn, why would we not draft down to get a guy like Boucher? Yeah, listen, these are fair questions, but at the end of the day, I'm just gonna have to go with the fact that probably, or maybe not, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's in a high likelihood that there was teams that just weren't willing to move. And if, listen, Pierre Dorion. It's been always mentioned from Bruce Garriock and many other insiders that Pierre Dorion is very active on the phone, and he said himself he's very active on the phone. So if that is true, and we're going to go with the truth here, and that is the truth, then you have to assume that no one really wanted to trade up. But at the same time, Detroit just traded up for 15th, so I don't really know how to explain it. However, Ottawa likes who they have targeted. They don't care where they are on the board. And I think this is a prime example where Ottawa will take their guy no matter where they're selecting. And I like that, honestly, sometimes. Obviously, it's better to trade down and get more assets, but trust your scouting staff, trust your organization, your hockey operations, and making a pick like this shows confidence in your hockey ops and your scouting staff. So definitely should have traded down to acquire more assets. But at the end of the day, Tyler Boucher, welcome to the team. And I think there's been a couple of reaches tonight. So hopefully this is one of those reaches that really pans out for the Senators. So I'm just waiting on Trevor Shackles here. Okay. All right. So just waiting on him. So while that's happening, let's see what I got here. How are we liking the stream, by the way, guys? We did this last year and it was a lot of fun. So, I figured I would do it again. And we're probably going to do it again next year as well. And I love some feedback in the comment section down below. What's this? Ken Johnson. Yeah, okay, both Ken Johnson. All right, I'm going to get to the question. Yeah, let's get some questions in the chat here. So, Sens fans, while we wait for Trevor Shackles, do you got any questions? I'm going to put... Oh, and Detroit is picking, and this is shocking. This is shocking. The Detroit Red Wings have selected a goaltender, and it's going to be Sebastian Cossa that goes 15th overall to the Detroit Red Wings and not Jesper Wallstedt. That is shocking. Beng Zhu, Brandon, you are the best part of this draft. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That means a lot. But sorry, I'm just baffled right now. Sebastian Cossa, that's crazy. I really would have thought Stevie Y would have taken the Swedish goalie, but good for Cossa there. He's a solid netminder. Craig Button had a lot of praise for Sebastian Cossa, the goaltender from the WHL. He's a 6'6" goaltender. Incredible stats, like a .941 save percentage last year. And I'll play a clip here. Craig Button actually spoke about Cossa. Let me see. Yeah, I'll throw it up here.
I think that Sebastian.
Hold on a sec. Yeah. So here are some quick clips on Sebastian Cossa, the 15th overall selection to the Detroit Red Wings.
I think that Sebastian Cossa should be a consideration if you're in the goaltending consideration area. Exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, he's another advanced goaltender. He is really good. He is really, really good. And I have no doubt in my mind that Wallstedt and Cossa are going to be number one goaltenders. No doubt in my mind.
So you heard him. You heard it from the man himself, one of the best in the game, Craig Button. He says himself that Sebastian Cossa is for sure going to be a number one in the league. And hey, you know what? Wallstedt dropping is kind of shocking, but congratulations, Cossa. This is a big pick for Detroit. They obviously need some more goaltending depth, and Delkovich has a true potential to be that starter in the near future, that number one. But Sebastian Cossa has all that potential. So good for Detroit and good for the fans there. And Stevie Y is slowly building a solid core and a solid foundation there in Detroit. 941 save percentage. Yeah, Jeremy, it's crazy. And thanks to everyone sticking around here. Now, a lot of people didn't think there'd be a lot of people here, but we've had consistently 35 or more people in the chat throughout the whole stream. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Love the support. And it's been crazy, as we wait here for for Trevor Shackles. The support that we've seen. I'm going to check. Yeah, we've gained it's been crazy this year. The amount of subscribers and follows and viewers and support. Thank you. That's serious. Going into university a couple years ago, I was very close to stopping the channel, and 2 years ago was, like I just said, is when I was very close to stopping the channel, and 2 years later, we've really blown up, and we're not stopping anytime soon. So thank you once again for the continued support throughout the year. It's freaking July 23rd on a Friday night at 9:50, and y'all are rocking with me. 32 viewers here right now. Thank you. Now we got Trevor Shackles in the chat here. I'm in the waiting room, so just gonna do one thing before we get him in here for pick number 16 from the New York Rangers. So, ladies and gentlemen, next on the show, it is Trevor Shackles, a writer for Silver 7 Sens. Trevor Shackles, we're gonna bring him into the show right now. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Trevor Shackles, to the show. Writer for Silver 7 Sens and host of the Cost Per Point podcast. After a surprising pick at number 10 for the Ottawa Senators, Trevor, thank you for joining the show. What are your initial thoughts on the pick at number 10?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for having me again, Brandon. It's a lot of fun last year and should be fun this year too. Initial thoughts. I mean, I think everyone's, kind of thinking, okay, I have no idea who this guy is.
Yeah.
Very off the board. I was kind of thinking before the pick that they were going to go a bit off the board. The Sens are very prone to doing this, and sometimes it's worked out. I'm not going to lie. Like, you know, a lot of people are saying in man we trust and things like that. And, you know, there's been some truth to that. So I don't want to completely crucify the pick right away, especially like the kid. Like we've learned over the last few years, you know, we're not going to pile on some kid just for getting taken 10th overall. So I'm very happy for Boucher, and that's awesome and everything. And and on the bright side, like they really need right wing depth. So I'm happy they at least got a right winger there. But yeah, I mean, we can say all these things, but also mention that it seemed like this was a bit of a reach. You know, he was ranked usually in the second round. So like potentially they could have
seconds.
Yeah. Like, so you could have got him with one of your early picks in the second round. And not going to lie, I mean, I saw that tweet from Bob McKenzie saying, kind of comparing him to Tom Wilson. And you think like, okay, I mean, you know, Wilson's a good player, but not exactly someone I'd take 10th overall. So, but again, like I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I've actually watched this kid play. Yeah. So I don't want to, you know, pretend that I know everything about him. He wasn't even on my radar. Like I had briefly looked up his stats, but he wasn't on my radar at all. So when they took him, I was kind of like, who is this guy? So I'm just learning information about him now.
You should saw our reactions. All our jaws dropped.
I didn't say anything for like 10 seconds. I was like,
who? Like what?
Yeah. So, I mean, I had to briefly just do a quick blog before this actually. And, you know, I'm trying to learn more information about him, and I'm sure we'll learn more over the next few days and weeks and stuff. But definitely curveball. I was hoping for Chaz Lucius, but as I've learned, and I knew this, like they almost never take the guy or the few guys that I want anyway. And sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. So it is what it is. You know, I'm not going to get too bent up over it because, I don't know.
The point, and you're completely right. Listen, Ottawa took the guy they want. End of story. And they know way more about the draft than us. No matter what your thoughts are about their hockey decision making, they know about this draft 1,000 times better than we do. And that should be the case. Now, like you just said, sure was a reach. Sure, he was supposed to go second round. But like you just said, we needed right wing depth. And honestly, if this is the guy Ottawa wanted, take your guy. It's like draft day. I was Jennifer Garner. Vontae Mack, no matter what. Have you ever seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So don't just forget that I said that because it's a spoiler. But that basically in the movie, he traded for the first overall pick. Mm-hmm. There was a consensus number one. He didn't end up taking that guy. So this is kind of what this is. A lot of people were like, you lost that. Dylan Gunther, including myself. But listen, like you said yourself, this is not a deal breaker for Ottawa. We have an abundance of prospects in the cupboard at goaltending, at left wing, at right wing now, at center. Ottawa needed to fill the hole here at right wing, and they got their guy. So at the end of the day, welcome to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher. And I think you got a lot of physical traits to him. You can't teach the physicality. You can't teach the size. So if you have a raw foundation and a raw set of skills that are just natural from a player, which Ottawa usually targets. They target these diamond in the rough type players. Then I think Ottawa's doing the right thing here. You know, you can teach skating. You can teach acceleration. You can teach passing, shooting, whatever. You can't teach big hits. You can't teach hockey IQ. You can't teach, positional being able to make decisions at a high pace. So for a team like Ottawa, they always look for the intangibles. And so it worked out. In a Josh Norris through that trade, they saw something that worked out. Tim Stützle looking great. Jake Sanderson. I can go through the whole list here for Ottawa. The goaltenders, don't even get me started. All these goalies, we draft them like, what the hell are we doing? Next year, they put up like 940 save percentages. So Ottawa, they know something we don't when it comes to drafting. And that the scouting team is the best part about the Ottawa Senators organization by far. I think they're one of the best departments in the entire National Hockey League. So, for a kid like Tyler Boucher, the only thing I have to say about this is Ottawa probably should have tried, and we may find out later today. Who knows? They may have already tried. We're obviously not going to find out right away, but I would have tried to move out of top 10 then, move back to the 15 to 20s, and then take your guy. What about you? Do you think Ottawa probably should have traded back there?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm always a big proponent of trying to trade back if you can, especially if you're going to, quote unquote, reach on a guy. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe that wasn't an option. Maybe no teams were really willing to do that. And as you say, if you want your guy, take him. So, I'm not going to fault them for really going after him.
I have some breaking news for you.
Yeah.
Continue. Like, finish your statement. Then I'm gonna show you something really interesting here.
Okay, sounds good. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, they definitely are going for, they have this sort of archetype of player that they want to go for. And, these defensively responsible players who have good makeup, good character, things like that. And some of that's easy to make fun of and just sort of.
But in reality, it's important.
Yeah, that is an aspect of it. So, I wouldn't, that's sort of one of those eye test things that you can't throw out, because that's 100% part of it as well. And sort of team building. And it seemed like this past season that the team really gelled well, especially, the second half of the season. So I think in that aspect, they have things down, just the off ice stuff. It does worry me a bit, though, that it doesn't seem like they have a ton of guys who really project to be top players. I mean, Tim Stützle, obviously, I think he's going to be a fantastic player. But I do worry a bit about, okay, well, who else is going to be on the first line? Norris can potentially be that guy. I don't know if he has quite the offensive ceiling, right? So I was hoping this pick would have been that guy. Boucher, who knows? Again, I'm not going to pretend I know a ton about him, but initial reports, maybe he's more like a second line player, which it seems like they have a lot of. And don't get me wrong, they have a ton of depth. So that's what's exciting, is the fact that they have a lot of good prospects. I still would like to see that higher end player, though, because it's, you really don't see teams win a cup without a couple elite players. St. Louis is probably the closest example, but they at least had O'Reilly and Tarasenko and Pietrangelo, and those guys were amazing that season.
I'll say this, and then we're going to get to a potential trade for Ottawa. But
okay,
I'm sorry to just throw that out there before I say
no worries.
But I think it's important to mention that while you do say that, you also have to look at this. It's very simple. Look at Jake Sanderson, for example. Okay, with Jake Sanderson, he is a player I think is going to reach star level like a Tim Stützle. You look at Igor Sokolov, when Craig Button joined our show a few days ago, he mentioned how Igor Sokolov is his favorite prospect in the Senators pool. And that's high praise from a guy like Craig Button. So I would put Igor Sokolov up, not with Stützle and Sanderson, but I would put him up there in the elite tier if he's getting praise from Craig Button for potential anyways. So now you got three players. That's solid. You already got Shabbat in the back end. You're probably going to bring in another right-hand defenseman. You got some good depth there in the back end. The goalies are great. I do agree with you, though. There's not enough top-heavy, prospects right now. But hey, look, Igor Sokolov, less than a year ago, we weren't even thinking about him making the NHL within the next 3 years. Now he's potentially making the team out of camp next year. So a lot can change in a year. So I want to just say that. But I do agree with you. I would have loved Ottawa to take a Chaz Lucius or something, like a good center to have in the prospect pool. Even a Coronado if you want a right wing. But speaking about that trade now, Bruce Garriock, or our friend Bruce Garriock, had a message here. He says, Sens continue the whole talks on those two selections to have in the second round. They move into the first round to get another pick. Appears doubtful they'll go that route, but still studying it. Now, I don't believe that. I think when the Senators content team specifically puts out, we may trade back into the first in their clip before the draft today, I think it's kind of alluding to something. I think it appears doubtful. I think this is going to come down to the wire. I think Ottawa has a really good shot right now moving back into the first round. What are your initial thoughts on this tweet from Bruce Garriock?
Yeah, it certainly could happen. I mean, Bruce is obviously someone that he knows a lot of what's going on with the team and everything. So if he's talking about it, I'm sure that the talks at least are happening. Who knows if they'll actually get something done. Personally, I wouldn't really look too much into moving to that end of that first round, just because it doesn't seem like, I don't know, like last year, it seemed like there was more high-end players available. this year, especially. I mean, this year is just a bit of a crapshoot with the COVID season and everything. So I don't know. Like personally, I would just stay early in the second round, see what you can get there. But we know that they love trading up, especially. I mean, maybe they package up to get the first pick in the second round or something like that. Because
how do you value a player like a Jesper Wallstedt? Because he's fallen right now.
The
only team out there really I can see it could be the Oilers taking him right now. I think a team like Ottawa, if you can trade a couple of second round picks, get Wallstedt. Listen, that's just immense value, because if you have Wallstedt and he works out, guess what? You could trade Philip Gustafsson for immense potential or immense assets. You could trade a Kevin Mandolese, a Sogard, whoever, Levi Merlanen. You got a lot of options to trade. So even if Wallstedt isn't even if you don't like the idea of trading 2 seconds to move him back into the first, you have to think about the overall value is you're adding an elite goaltender. That's value in its own. But on top of that, if that elite goaltender works out, you got a bunch of goalies you can trade for top 6 forwards, potentially top 4 defensemen. Because goalies, we already know this. Ottawa is a goalie factory. And for some reason, the goalie factory always ends up with the goalies leaving and performing and dominating somewhere else. But nonetheless, we're a goalie factory. So I think Ottawa, especially with Pierre Giroux still in the shape of things here, and Zach Burke, and how the goalies really performed well under Zach Burke. I think if Ottawa takes another goalie here, I would be very, very happy with that. And that's not just because I don't know much about the rest of the players.
Well, that's the thing, Brandon. I didn't actually realize. I mean, because I'm just doing a million things right here, but I didn't even realize that Wallstedt hadn't even been taken yet. So yeah, if he's available, you know what? I'd be all for that. That would kind of.
Winnipeg at 18 just took Chaz Lucius. What a pick at 18. What a pick.
Oof. Yeah. See, Lucius would have been the guy I would have taken. And to be honest, he seemed like a very Senators type of pick. So I'm quite surprised they didn't take him. Like the makeup seemed good as well. It wasn't like character problems or something. And he's a goal scorer. Like they really need a goal scorer. So I'm kind of like, I don't want to be too choked about it, but like, and just his name, he seemed like an Ottawa Senators pick. He did. So
for a person like me with a minor lisp, Chaz Lucius, it's kind of maybe it's a little victory for me, because that really
Tyler Boucher is easier,
much easier.
Yeah.
Now the Boucher memes, Capital Gains is gonna have a heyday with this. Did you see that tweet?
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Hilarious. So
just gotta have fun with it.
Let me check the chat here. I really want Wallstedt. Benchwarmer says, Gianthi Sivasimbu. We picked Tyler Boucher. Yep, we did. But yeah, I'm looking here. Nationals on the clock. They're not taking Wallstedt. Edmonton. If I'm Edmonton, I'm taking Wallstedt.
Oh yeah, I would if I were them.
But it's Ken Holland, so we'll see. Boston and then Minnesota. You know what? I want to get your thoughts on this with Minnesota. Kirill Kaprizov. The hell's going on with that? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything in the last couple of days if there was any news about that recently. But yeah, I mean, it seems like he wants to get paid what he's worth. Yeah. And I think that's totally fair. Do you remember offhand what he had turned down? Was it like eight or 9 million or something?
It's about the term. It's not even about the money.
Right.
They offered him good money. I think it's about the term. It's sort of like a Brady Tkachuk type situation where I think he just wants to maximize on his earnings.
Wait, but I forget. Did he want the max term or did he only want the 3 years?
He wanted like 3 years.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's tough. That's I mean, if you're Minnesota, I mean, I don't know if you can risk that, right? Because I think he'd be a UFA or he'd be a UFA because he'd be 27.
Yeah.
So
here's the thing. You can play all these hypothetical games about, oh no, if we don't re-sign him now to an 8-year deal, he may walk in 2 to 3 years. Well, guess what? If you don't even re-sign him for 2 to 3 years, he walks now and goes back to Russia.
Exactly.
So get this deal done. Worry about that down the road, because at the end of the day, Minnesota, they became relevant for the first time since 2011 when they signed Parise and Suter, when Kirill Kaprizov was doing unspeakable things to other opponents on the ice. So the Minnesota Wild, and for my fantasy team purposes too, Minnesota Wild desperately need to keep this kid in North America. I don't know what it's going to take to keep the kid in Minnesota. Offer him like $8 million for 3 years. I think that that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I don't think turns that down, but we'll see. I just wanted to bring that up with you because it's such a weird, random situation that's not really gotten a lot of coverage, especially for a reigning like rookie of the year. And I think if it was like a Toronto Maple Leaf or a Montreal Canadien, like a Caulfield, for example, and this player is better than a Caulfield, so it's just a little weird that no one's really speaking about it. Now we're going back to Nashville, and now I want to hear your thoughts about Nashville. They took 5 defensemen in the expansion draft. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, pretty weird. I mean, they obviously didn't have many forwards to protect. I mean, I don't know why they would have just moved Arvidsson. Like, I don't really understand what they're doing. Who do they protect? Janot? I don't even know how to pronounce.
It's weird because I like Colton Sissons and I like what Calle Jarnkrok provides to the team as well. So I didn't really understand. They some random depth guy.
Or like you could have just traded Jarnkrok if you really wanted to, or so. No idea what Nashville is doing or what they should be doing because you still have Saros. I think he's one of the best goalies in the league, and then
Saros.
You have some terrible.
Whoa! We're gonna backtrack. UC Saros. You think he's one of the best goalies in the league?
Oh yeah, he's been phenomenal.
All right, hey, I think he has potential, but I wouldn't put him there yet.
Let me look up. Okay, career numbers. So he's 26.
Oh, by the way, you can share your screen if you want. You should have that ability.
Oh, it's fine. I'll find it. Okay, so he's had 161 career games, 920 save percentage. That's really good.
Solid. And what? For a shorter goalie too, he's like 5'9". That's pretty impressive.
5'11", yeah.
5'11", yeah. Well,
927 this season. And the main reason I know why he was so good this year is because he just dominated my fantasy team near the end of the year. So he was awesome for me. And he's quite the goalie. And now he's finally gotten the starter's job just this past season. Once Rinne kind of.
We'll see what happens with Askarov though.
Yeah. In a couple of years.
I just want to say something. Benchwarmers asks, Chuck, you turned down $9 million? No, I'm not. I don't know anything about the Brady Tkachuk negotiations. Anyone that I've asked has given me no answer because there's nothing, like, they don't know. Bruce Garriock doesn't even know. No one knows. So
no, yeah.
And when Ian Mendez pressed Pierre Dorion about updates on the RFAs, which of course is Drake Batherson, Brady Tkachuk, and Victor Mete, he gave back a comment that was basically, we're not going to negotiate through the media, which basically means we got literally no clue right now. We had a report a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago from Elliot Freeman. I'm sure you saw this, Trevor, that it's likely going to be a 3-year deal for Brady Tkachuk. So if Elliot is reporting that there's already a framework of what the deal is going to look like, I'm not worried. If Elliot did not report that, though, I'd be worried. But the fact that he is saying something and it's Elliot Freeman makes me less worried. Now, Drake Batherson, though, that's going to be interesting because that's an interesting contract. Like, what do you do with a guy like Drake?
Yeah, I would try to lock him up if I could. I mean, I'd love to get like a 6-year deal or something because, 7 or 8 is probably a bit too long for a player of his caliber. But, you could do a 3-year bridge, but then you sort of run the risk of what happened with Stone. Not that I want to compare him to Stone. I don't think he'll be as good, but just in terms of like leverage and things like that, you don't want to go down that route. 4 years would bring him to unrestricted free agency. Seems kind of pointless. So 5 or 6, I think, would be perfect. You could probably get him in at maybe a bit cheaper. I think you could probably under $6 million or something. Like, I don't know. It depends if he would be.
If you put it in 6 years, I think you could get it under for 6. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it depends if he'd even be interested. So like it takes 2 to tango here, but it's something that I would explore. And, if it has to be 3 years, and so be it, but I wouldn't. And same thing with Tkachuk. Like,
yeah, I'm
not worried about either of them not signing. That's not the worry. But 3 years would be kind of disappointing for either of them, to be honest, just because it wouldn't be a full commitment, and we wouldn't be able to be fully excited about them staying long term. What's
disappointing to me, especially with the comments from John Shannon's podcast and Bob McGuire's podcast with Eugene Melnick about a month and a half ago, where he mentioned that no captain's gonna have a bridge deal on this team. And honestly, you can say what you will about Eugene Melnick. It's a fair comment. Like, you don't want to give the captaincy to a player that you don't know if they're going to be here in 3 years, especially with the history of the Ottawa Senators within the last 4 years. Now, that being said, that's something that should be kept behind the doors, though. You probably shouldn't put that out there for your star player, especially when you're in the middle of negotiations. It's not going to help.
The only thing I will say, though, is, I mean, I guess, like, in essence, a 3-year deal would be a bridge deal, but, like, not necessarily. I mean, guys who sign in free agency, a 3-year deal isn't really a bridge. So, like, I would say 1 or 2 is more like a bridge.
I think the issue here is we're calling it a bridge because it's a bridge.
For sure.
A bridge because it's going to his free agency.
Yeah, exactly. So I get what you mean, but, like, in this case, you know, I don't know, if I were talking to Melnick, I would be arguing, like, well, you could still give him the captaincy. It's 3 years. It's not like it's 1 or 2. So
listen, I'm on Team Brady.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm with you. Nashville's picking here at number 19. I'm gonna get some water in my system because I've been talking for. I'm losing my breath. Jeez.
I think you're slightly ahead of me, but that's okay.
Yeah, you don't care, right? Like,
no.
Yeah, I figured, like.
Now, I briefly did get an alert about an Eichel thing that could be happening to the Rangers.
Let me check.
I did not see any details or anything, but
yeah, I don't see anything yet. But if you see anything, throw it on the screen or let me know.
Yeah, here I'll
find it if you can.
Yeah, who sent that?
Oh, you might have been duped out from NHL Watcher. Is that what it was? Because
maybe it was a verified account, so I don't know. Maybe.
Verified. Oh, okay. Then yeah, you keep on looking. Try looking for that then.
Yeah.
Because that would be that would be huge. That would be a huge trade.
Yeah, it was someone. I think it was like a local Rangers guy. I don't think it was like, it wasn't a Friedman or Johnston or anything.
Check mark though.
Yeah, it was a check mark. Yeah.
Okay, then it's not BS. It can't just be BS.
You know what? Let me search it.
Yeah, no problem. I'm loving these like little clips of like for the new guests that we're having. Like, did you see that what I put on for you? Like with the little effect.
Oh, it was great. I loved it, by the way. Yeah, that was awesome.
I love.
Okay, here we go. Wait, sorry, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share it. Let's see.
Yeah. Nick Mercadante. I'm told Eichel this is an hour ago now. Eichel to Rangers
real
is
imminent. It's real imminent.
Yeah. So I mean, it could be. Who knows? But
I think a team like Minnesota is going to take a shot at Fedor Sveshkov. I've heard
guy that Senators were never going to take.
He just went 19th to the Nashville Predators. He is a center, and I need to say this: Edmonton is on the clock, and Jesper Wallstedt, if he doesn't go here, Ottawa needs to pick up the phone and get back in this draft. Because at this point, there's too much value on the board where you can trade him if you want, but you got to draft them.
Yeah, especially if the next few, like, I'd be pretty interested in getting Wallstedt, but just especially if they could keep one of their seconds too, if they could move like a second and a third or something.
I don't know if a GM does that though. Like,
no.
You know, but at the same time, we saw a first and a better defenseman go for Rasmus Ristolainen today. So, and 2 first and a better defense. What the hell was that Seth Jones deal, man?
Today has got to be one of the worst days. Just like in terms of the most lopsided deals and just like, what are you thinking kind of deals? Like,
and then the contract.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if Boqvist is better than Jones next season. And then like the getting Ekman Larson, and then trading for Ristolainen, trading Buchnevich for like nothing. What a weird day. It's.
Well, I'll say this about the Buchnevich trade. Sammy Blais is a solid third line guy. Can play penalty kill. Can play second line power play.
Buchnevich is a first line guy.
Yeah, it's a bad trade for the Rangers, but at the same time, at least they got Blais back. You should have got way more, but I will say that Sammy Blais is still a solid player that I think the Rangers can work well with. But it's just a little. But
weird. Like, you're trying to win now, right? They're trying to actually make the playoffs, and that severely hurts that.
Let's remember that the Rangers literally just fired their whole front office.
Oh yeah,
I was expecting James Dolan moves to be made, and we are at that point in the offseason. So
I think it'd be wise to call up Chris Drury and see what else he wants to give up. So
if there's anyone in the league that Pierre Dorion can fleece right now, it's probably Drury and the Rangers, or
Fletcher in Philly.
Yeah, or on top of that, the Carolina Hurricanes, Don Waddell and Tom Dunn and those guys in Carolina, because that Nedeljkovic trade really pisses me off. That team since Cam Ward in 2006 when they won the Cup has been looking for a starting goalie for the last 15 years.
I know.
Finally developed this guy for the last 4 years. He finally does something, puts them into the playoffs, performs well in the playoffs, and then they trade him for Nelson Mandela loving favorite hockey player Nelson Mandela, Jonathan Berthier, and a 3rd round pick. So what are they like? What is Carolina?
The only thing I will somewhat defend them for that is, I think maybe I can't give him this credit, but I think if they had the ability to give him what he wanted, I think Waddell would have. I think it's more ownership driven on that one, just because he probably wasn't willing to shell out the money for him. So I'm betting some of that is ownership, but yeah.
He's only asking for $3.5 million.
I know. And he got 3, and like, that's totally fair.
Very fair. Like,
yeah.
Oh, we got a trade.
Oh, we have a trade to announce.
Sorry, I'm acting all serious here, but gotta throw that on the screen for you. So what's the? Ooh, interesting.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe they're taking him.
But they already got.
Wallstedt.
Actually, that does make sense. Interesting.
I bet you they do.
You got to.
That'd be quite a.
That's the trade Ottawa should have made if it's just the 90th. All right, I'm gonna quote tweet that.
Yeah, but they Ottawa only has 34 or no, not even 34, even lower.
We have like 2 or 3 in the second round, don't we? Oh, that's a 3rd round pick, bro. Ottawa should have been all over this, especially with Walsh. How are you feeling about that? Like, Ottawa should have been in on this, eh?
Yeah, if they might have. Oilers might have preferred getting the 22nd instead of, 39th or something that they have.
True.
True, but it's a bit of a drop for them.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to delete my tweet because you just made a lot of sense.
That's okay.
I made a lot of sense. I didn't think about that. You know what? No, I'm just going to leave it on because you know what? Live and die with the hot takes.
There you go. Yeah.
But I want to see what happens here. Oh, we got some chats. Bench warmer. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Kevin, yeah, Minnesota's holding is moving up. Hello, Eagles fans. Thanks for stopping by. Is the Wally Mathot show still live? Because I think they said they were going to stop after pick number 10.
Oh, I didn't even know they were live.
Yeah, some people were telling me not to do the stream tonight because they're going live. I'm like, why can't people just hear different opinions from multiple people?
Yeah, no.
Like, they're great, so definitely check them out too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, tons of different content out there.
Yeah,
so
more content, the better, man. Like,
yeah,
yeah, they finished. That's why I was like, people were like this and that. I'm like, bro, I do a 4+ hour live show. I could care less whoever else is doing stuff. So,
oh yeah, whatever.
At the end of the day, honestly, the only thing I'm disappointed about is I didn't get to watch because I'm sure it was pretty fun. So.
Wait, you didn't get to? Oh, you mean the Wally Mathot one?
Yeah, I didn't get.
Oh, yeah.
But because they are great. They have been great additions to the Sens like content fan base. Like,
yeah, no, they're great.
It's been awesome. They are fantastic. So if there's anyone here that was watching the Wally Mathot show and they came here, thank you for your support here. Make sure to support them still there as well. Now 2:55 on the clock for Minnesota. Very important question, Trevor. I need your instant analysis. Minnesota Wild, New Jerseys. You know, like with the they basically look like the Ottawa Senators. You know what I'm saying? Like with the they came out with them a couple of years ago, the Adidas. You know what I'm talking about? Hold on.
Oh, okay. Like just like their regular.
They're generic. A lot of people love them. I find them like the most boring jerseys in the entire league after Detroit.
Okay, wait. Are you talking about the one that has the beige stripe through the middle?
Yeah, and I'm not because I love their North Stars inspired one, but those ones suck.
I love them.
You love those.
So you're talking about this one, right?
Let me see. Yeah, right? I hate those. They're better than their other ones, but they're just so.
But you at least like the logo, right?
The logo is very creative with the bear and stuff.
Yeah, the logo is fantastic.
Yeah.
So for people here, let me share it again. For people that don't know, because I tweeted this last year and it got like tons of likes because people didn't know. So the logo has, you got the sun in here, you got the star, you have a river, you have trees, but it's also the head of a bear. So like the it's supposed to be like the nose is here and like this is the mouth, and then like the eye is supposed to be like the eye. So it's like a bear facing left. Super cool and
one of the most creative ones.
Yeah, super creative logo.
It's up there with the Expos. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think the jersey isn't like super. Like I don't love jerseys that. Well, normally I don't love jerseys that have are missing a line or like a stripe on the bottom. But I really like the green. I like the beige. I don't know. I think it works well. I guess I almost like their white jerseys better.
The white looks nice. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Whiter jerseys in the NHL, like just like the away jerseys, they're usually like far. Like if you look here, like it just looks. It looks like a what do you call it again? A Fanatics like 100, like a ripoff jersey. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on Minnesota. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Who's Bill Gorian going to announce here? Jeremy Neal, who is my second cousin. Oh, that's cool. Hopefully he gets drafted soon, bud.
Oh.
What's going on here? 10:23. Okay, so I will have to. Well, let's see. Bosty has 20th overall to the Wild.
Yeah.
What a pick. How did he fall so far?
Man, Minnesota's been killing it with drafts recently. Last year they got
Rossi,
I think Kuznetsov, I believe. Wallstedt here. I think they got someone else that was like quite good last year too. I can't remember, but they've been doing well. Yeah.
What a pick. And Minnesota, listen, Minnesota has some of the best, if not the best, hockey fans in America. And I'm not afraid to say that. So that fan base definitely deserves something. All they've had is mediocrity in that city for hockey and sports, frankly. So, I love to see Minnesota do well because, for one thing, they're so irrelevant, unfortunately. Like, I don't hate them.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see them do well. Plus, Marco Rossi, 67's legend. I've met him a couple times because he goes up to people. Have you ever been to like the TD place in Ottawa, like the hockey arena?
Potentially. I've been to Ottawa a few times, but I don't know.
So anyways, at the end of the game, sometimes they have like a table set up near the back door that connects to like the foyer, and that's where the locker room is. Sometimes they have players come out and sign stuff. So Rossi came out once. Very nice guy. Obviously, you don't have to do that. So I wish him and the Minnesota Wild nothing but the best. And they're building something, man. They are building something. So, Boston's on the clock here. After Boston, I have somebody coming on soon. So I am going to have to throw it to them after, but I'll keep you on for the Boston pick. Now, I'm going to just text a couple people to tell them I'm pushing them back a bit because the draft really took like 30 minutes at the beginning to get going.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me just sounds good. Sending in a few. Sorry, bud. Who do you think Boston takes here at 21? Like what do you know who's still available there?
Ooh. We're getting to the point of the draft where it's haven't even done much research on some of these guys. I mean, that's why I didn't even know much about Boucher, but let's see the list here. Like maybe I don't think they'd be taking for need. I mean, there's some names here. There's Lysell still available. He's probably like the highest rated guy.
Lysell still available. I forgot about it.
I think so. I believe so. Yeah. Corson Kuhlman's, I don't know, maybe Lambos could be an option. If they want to go for a risky pick with Ratty.
He was highly ranked not too long ago, so I wouldn't even say it's risky. Like, what's risky about
Ratty?
it?
Well, Ratty came into the year like lock for a top 5 pick, potentially even first pick. And then his stock has fallen a lot because he really didn't have, I mean, even 2 years ago, he was, 2 years ago, he had like an insane season. Last year, not quite as good. This year, not quite as good either. So kind of on that Angelo Esposito trend there, where he's just kind of trending downwards at the draft. So he's a risky pick because he hasn't really been that great in a while. But I bet you a team like, I could see Columbus actually taking him 32nd. Or no, do they still have 32nd? No, I guess.
No, they traded that in the Chicago deal.
So wherever their other pick is, I could see Columbus maybe taking him. Just a team that has multiple first-round picks. I could see that.
How do you feel about Dylan Guenther getting selected just before the Ottawa Senators?
That's too bad. At the same time, I almost think that they would have taken Boucher anyway, which, oh man, I would have been a lot more upset because
I would have been mad about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because at least the top consensus top 9 players went top 9. So it's not as if a guy fell to Ottawa and like was there. We could talk about Lucius and Wallstedt and even Kosa, I guess, but none of them were like slam dunk. Oh, you got to take, like if Eklund or someone fell to Ottawa,
you take him.
They would have had to take him. And if they didn't, it would have been pretty insane. But yeah. So I'm almost glad that Arizona took Guenther.
Yeah. It would have set Sens Twitter on fire, Trevor.
Yes.
It would have. It's too bad for us because that would have been great for the views. But, but at the end of the day, you're not wrong. It's that would have been insane. I really do hope though that the idea was not to take Boucher no matter what, even over a Guenther. I think what happened is I think it's very similar to what happened with Lassie Thompson when we drafted him late in the first round a couple of years back, when we were going to take a Harvey or something, and then he was taken just before, so we took Lassie Thompson, the best position. I have a feeling I'm going to be very honest with you. I think Guenther was the guy he was taken, and then Boucher was number 2. So I think Boucher was always going to be the guy, but then when Guenther was falling, you know what I mean? So they had Boucher, the Coronado, Guenther. I don't know what their list was, but I think once Guenther was gone, they're like, all right, we don't know how this draft's going to go. Let's just take our guy. And they did. So, I'm fine with that, honestly. We can keep on talking about this, but I'm excited, with all the intangibles that he brings. I think he can bring something to the table at least, and that's what you want in a prospect. If you can bring at least a couple of things, that's something to build with. He'll
probably be in
to the Boston Bruins.
Oh, there you go. What a pick. That's a good pick.
That's a good pick. What a pick. Wow.
Yeah. And just one more thing for me about Boucher. I mean, he's one of these guys, probably will be an NHLer. So, but at the same time, we've been saying that about a lot of picks recently, which is a good thing. Not necessarily something you want to say about the 10th overall pick, though. So,
I guarantee that's for sure.
Yeah. Again, I mean, happy for the kid. It's great. I'll be cheering him on. He's listed as he's committed to Boston University, but apparently the 67s own his OHL rights. So if he wants to go back there, he could play there, which would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty cool for people to be able to watch him next season in the O.
Well, that's a great point. I think that's why am I shocked that he has connection to Ottawa? Of course, but of course he does.
And he's the son of a former NHLer.
And he went and Boston. It's all making sense now, Trevor. It's all making sense now, Trevor. Now, before we let you go, Trevor, why don't you tell everyone where they can listen to your stuff, read your stuff, and follow your stuff on the internet?
Yeah, a bunch of places. You can follow me on Twitter at ShackTS. You can read my articles at Silver 7 Sens, YouTube channel, The Hockey Shack, and then Cost Per Pointcast. You can find that on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, all that stuff, pretty much all the podcast apps. And lots of different places you can find me. But I really appreciate you having me on, Brandon. It's always fun.
The yearly thing, man. And we're going to have you on again soon. Potentially even we start up the podcast again or for more live streams. But we had you on last time. We're going to have you on this time. We're going to have you on the next time too. It's always a pleasure having you on, Trevor. Take care. I'll speak to you soon. And What a night. What a night. Thanks again for joining us.
Thanks, Brandon.
Talk soon. So that was Trevor Shackles from Silver Seven Sens. Great guy, as you can tell, very insightful. He really knows his stuff. So make sure to listen to all his the Cost Per Point podcast on wherever you listen to your podcasts. Make sure to follow him on Twitter and check out his YouTube channel too. There's some good stuff there. So great follow as usual. Great guy as usual, and a great guest as usual. So thanks again, Trevor, for joining the show. Isaac Deans, I agree. He's a great follow. Nathan Howard, what is going on, buddy? And yeah, Saif, I know the Bruins took Lysell. It's crazy. Now, coming up very soon is the Scotian Canadien, big-time Habs fan. He should be coming up very, very soon. I'm just going to send him the invite. So ask your questions in the comment section down below. In the chat box, I'll be reading them in a sec. Just got to invite him to the live stream first. All right. So where's the email? There it is. Okay. There you go. All right. And sent. All right. That should be a lot of fun. All right. So let's see how the chats are doing. What do you think about Ottawa's pick, Liam? Good question. Listen, it's definitely a reach, but Ottawa, they know what they wanted going into this draft. It was Tyler Boucher, and Ottawa continually proves everyone wrong when it comes to drafting and where they take players. So Boucher was selected. He was set to be taken in the second round in a lot of mock drafts, but he went 10th overall. And as we know, Ottawa likes to make a lot of surprising picks, and this is another one of them. However, he has the physical tools. He has a lot of tools to his advantage. He has a foundation to build off of. And I think that's a very attractive thing for any team, especially the Ottawa Senators, to have. If a player has potential and a foundation to build off of, that's all you want in a prospect. You want to be able to use that foundation and turn it into something great. And Ottawa has a really good track record at doing that. And let's see if they do it again with Tyler Boucher. Regardless, welcome to Ottawa, Tyler. And at the end of the day, for Ottawa, I would have liked a Coronado there, or Chaz Lucius there, or Sillinger there. But you know what? Ottawa picked their guy, and let's see what happens. I look forward to seeing him in the next couple of years because, Ottawa, they know how to draft. I can't say this enough. Ottawa is one of the best teams in the National Hockey League when it comes to amateur scouting, and they don't just make selections to piss off Twitter. So this pick may look weird right now, but give it a couple of years, and maybe we'll have a different opinion. But regardless, welcome to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher. The nation's capital is a beautiful place, and it's great to have you here. Next question, Charzan K, as we wait for Matt Bedard, Scotian Canadien. Tarzan asks, thoughts on the trades? Chicago got a stupid trade, 2 first-rounders and a huge contract for Seth Jones, who has really regressed as of late. Just a terrible trade, plus Bogfist going to Columbus. What are you doing? The Rangers with Buchnevich, trading him to the Blues. Not enough for Buchnevich. The Flyers, enough said. Terrible trade. Just terrible trade. I think Hag is better than Ristolainen 1-for-1. I think I would have preferred a Hag over Ristolainen. What other trades? Jake Bean, a solid trade for Columbus too. So there's been a lot of lopsided trades today. But I'm just glad Ottawa hasn't been a part of them, to be honest, because I don't want to get ripped off. So Xavier Bugal, sorry if I butchered the name. He's a center, just went to the Edmonton Oilers at number 22. He is NHL Draft's 27th ranked prospect, just went 22nd. 7th in QMJHL goals last season. You know what? I don't know enough about the kid, but hey, you know what? Maybe he can be something. Okay. So I'm just waiting on Matt Bedard here. Let's see. I think he may be in the waiting room. Let me check. Oh, he is. All right. So let me just bring him in here. Let me put that out there too. 1 second. Let me just. Okay, we're good there. All right, let me just get this proper introduction for a beauty of a person. All right, big time Habs fan here. Please welcome to the show the Scotian Canadien, Matt Bedard. Got to have a good time here with him. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for joining. It's been a great night, buddy, and we're fired up to have you on the show here, buddy. How we doing? Can't hear you. We can't hear you right now. Hold on. I think you're muted.
There we go. Yeah.
Sorry. How are you doing, buddy?
Good,
Don't worry about it.
No, it's all good. Thanks for having me, man. It's been an interesting night. It's taken a while, but it's been fun.
Yeah, it's been. Let's be honest, buddy. It's been a weird night. All right, it's been a very, very weird night. Ottawa taking Tyler Boucher at number 10 has drawn a lot of ire from Sens fans. But what say you? What do you think about that for Ottawa? For a skilled fiscal winger going 10, a little off the board.
Well, hey, man, Ottawa's had good scouting. Pierre Dorion, got to give him credit for it. I'm not going to lie. So if he likes this guy, I mean, I'd give him a chance. But yeah, definitely, I saw, ranked somewhere in the, late first, I think. So definitely a bit of a reach. But I mean, I would hope that the Sens didn't take the pick for granted. You know what I'm saying? Never know what you got.
Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, you're a Habs fan. You're a big Montreal fan, but you're wearing an Anaheim Ducks hat. Is that a tribute to Corey Perry?
No doubt, man. He's an absolute beast. He's been a favorite player of mine for many years. A Ducks fan on the side. Always loved watching him play. So when he got moved to Montreal, I was overjoyed. A lot of fans were like, "Oh, I hate to, like this guy now that he's on our team." I was one of few that was like, "Oh, bring it on, let's go." So, yeah, and plus the Ducks drafted third tonight, and I think they got a good one in Nathan McTavish. Yeah, so another power forward. They're comparing him to Comtois. And got to play some hockey this year over in Switzerland. So, great to see that.
Now, late in the first round is the Montreal Canadiens pick, I believe, at 31. Now, What do you think Montreal does there with that late pick?
You know what, man? I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. I don't know a lot of these,
What would you like them to do? What position would you like them to target?
You know what? Right defense, obviously, is an area that the Habs now need to look at with losing Cale Fleury in the expansion draft. We got, Josh Brook is, the best-looking prospect for us in that area now. So, there's that, but you know what? I'm a Mooseheads fan from Halifax. I'm looking at Zach Leroux all day. I'm watching this. Yeah. I'm just hoping he doesn't get picked. So I'd love that to be an option, especially where he's from Montreal.
He would make a lot of sense. For you guys. And actually, since you said that, let me see if I can pull up the clip. I had Craig Budden on the show recently, and he actually spoke about Zach Leroux. I just butchered his name. I apologize. No. With Zachary, I can't find the clip, but his comparable was Brad Marchand. And Brad Marchand on a team like the Montreal Canadiens would be fantastic. Now, we have the Dallas Stars picking here. Let's just see who they take first. It would be pretty ironic if they took Zach here. But for Montreal, what was that cup run like? Out of the blue, 18th in the league after the season was all said and done. No one expected that to happen. How do you feel?
I believed in them, man. I believed in them that they were building something special. I didn't think it would come this quickly. You know what I mean? I think Caulfield was a game changer coming in the first round. Whatever the leadership group there, that fourth line was also key for us in a lot of games, shutting things down. They just kept the puck away from Carey, and then when teams were able to get through to us, he was there too. So it was so fun to watch, and especially just to be the underdog through the whole thing and then see them. It was a blast. And then, but the lose in the final, that stings too. You get so close, so it's mixed emotions for sure.
My grandparents are big time Habs fans, so it's tough. It really is tough to constantly crap on the Canadians on Twitter and be a big time Habs hater. I'm not. I don't love the Habs, obviously, but unlike a lot of Sens fans, I have a warm spot for them because that's my grandparents' fan, you can't, you want them to be happy too. But I think we can agree on one thing. That's why I brought you on, because we both can agree, screw the Leafs, end of story.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dude. Screw the Leafs. And I love what the Sens are doing, man. It's been fun watching Pierre Dorion, all the, it must be tough for him I assume sometimes with the owner that he has to deal with, but I mean, the guy's an incredibly strong GM, and to see him, reset the team, moving out Carlson and all the vets, and then it's been, you guys are stacked.
Yeah,
stacked.
we got some good talent, buddy.
Yeah,
good talent.
I definitely got my eyes on you for sure. Like, it's crazy how much talent you guys got.
Now I want to ask you about the hire of Pierre McGuire from a hockey fan's perspective. As a Sens fan, a lot of fans can, crap on the deal, on the signing. Everyone can, make memes about it. But at the end of the day, Pierre McGuire is bringing so much to this team that we've needed. He's bringing experience, he's bringing connections, he's bringing knowledge, but most importantly of all, he's bringing a PR ability, an ability to connect, work, and speak to the media. That has been a very, very big point of concern with the Ottawa Senators the last few years. We've had really no true team spokesperson. So as an outsider, as a Habs fan, and just a general hockey fan as well, what are your thoughts on Pierre McGuire being brought in an executive role for the Senators front office?
Dude, you covered it all. I like it, man. Again, he's a character, and he has people that like him. He has a lot of people that, question him, I guess. But I've always been a big fan of Pierre McGuire. Yeah. And he's well respected for a reason. And I think exactly that. He's a figure for the Senators, and he also comes with a lot of knowledge and a passion for the game. And I think that's important. I'm happy that he finally got back into hockey ops. It'll be interesting to see type of impact he has with the Senators.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. By the way, Wyatt Johnston just went 23rd to Dallas. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting once Ottawa makes that first trade to see what type of influence Pierre McGuire will have on the Ottawa Senators moving forward. Now, I want to talk to you about Nick Suzuki and Cole Caulfield. I want to stick to the Habs a bit here. Those are two really good players. I'm not going to lie. I'm not the biggest fan of the Habs when it comes to your actual roster build lineup. I think that team, I don't know if you guys can repeat right now with the lineup that you have. I don't think you can repeat going back to the finals. I don't even know if you make the playoffs, but you do have some nice pieces, and I think you have a good young future centered with Caulfield and Suzuki. Now, I have a question, and it really comes down to this. What piece do you think your team is missing when it comes to, if you think this team, do you think this team right now is a contender?
You know what? It's a big question mark right now. We've after witnessing what we just did, and then a lot of, I wouldn't say unexpected things happen, but some we'll have to see what happens with Phil Deneau, because that's a big piece. He ate a lot of minutes down the middle for us. So if he is indeed not coming back, which that's what it looks like, there's a big shoes to fill there. And Kotkaniemi may or may not be ready, and that'll be the really big question mark. By committee, can they do it down the middle? I don't know. It's so there's that, and then with Weber as well.
That's terrible. It's happening
next season. Yeah, and that's leadership out the door. That's another guy. Leads the team in minutes, and the presence defensively. So another. It's hard to say right now, especially because we haven't been through free agency as well. So how does Montreal fill these holes? Young guys will take a step forward. I'm interested to see how Caulfield does next season. Suzuki obviously is going to be the one guy for the team. Sure. Absolutely. Especially if Deneau's not there, and he probably would have been anyway. So
I'll be honest, I don't understand. Go ahead.
The thing is, though, I wouldn't say contender, and I wouldn't, because there's a lot of question marks surrounding the Habs. But what I will say is the Atlantic Division in general has seen a huge makeover, and will continue to. The Tampa Bay Lightning losing a lot of key players. I'm not sure what the Leafs are going to do now that Hyman is a massive loss for them, huge loss for them. I think that's understated. Yeah. And the goaltending question mark there, it's that as well. So I think it's going to be a wide open race in the Boston as well. Another team that's kind of,
Yeah, I think realistically the top four of the Atlantic is going to be not in order, not in a specific order, but the top four will be something sort of a Boston, a Toronto, a Florida, and a Tampa Bay. Then you're going to have Ottawa and Montreal batting it out for 5 and 6. I think Ottawa probably beats out Montreal for number 5. I'm not gonna lie with you. I think if you look at it, firstly, I may be a little biased. Yeah. But in reality, I think with Carey Price having that injury concerns, and most importantly,
He'll be back to start the season.
Yeah, he's pretty mediocre to begin with, like in the regular season. Losing a Shea Weber.
Yeah.
We're not really having any game changers on the back end, except maybe a Jeff Petrie, who's kind of taken a step back because of that injury. I'll see how he recovers going into next year. But for a team like Montreal, I think he just got fire at the right time, which is exactly what happens in the playoffs. If you catch fire at the right time, you can go anywhere, especially with strong goaltending like you guys have. So we'll see. I just think Ottawa, especially since we're probably going to bring in some free agent talent, like a David Savard, I think Ottawa and Montreal are going to be fighting for. I genuinely do.
Honestly, like, and even if the Habs were to bring in a David Savard, I mean, it'd be a good piece, but that's still like a number 4, number 5 defenseman. You know, that's I'm looking at I'm looking at bigger names than that. You know, so we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, man, I think you're sleeping on a lot of these Habs young players. I definitely think you are, and especially
might
Ottawa,
be this.
Yeah. Ottawa did have our number for a good portion of last season, so I'll give you that
6
too.
out of 9 wins, yeah.
And I'm no doubt keeping an eye on them. But man, like going to the finals, no fluke. And
no. Listen,
and the young players on the Habs were a huge part of that. Carey Price was a huge part of that. It's
that's why I think you have a bright future.
Goaltending duo is just nasty. I'm not sure Ottawa can keep up with that.
That's why I think you have a bright future, because I think Caulfield and Suzuki present an opportunity for you guys.
Sophomore slumps are real too, so
but I don't. Caulfield, I can see a slump because he's a pure goal scorer, and that happens. You get frustrated, you can go in a slump. It happens.
I'm talking about Sens guys.
I don't think Suzuki's gonna have a slump. I
think no, absolutely not.
Josh Norris, yeah, he's like you just said, he's the type of guy. Maybe he'll have a sophomore slump. We don't know. Shane Pinto, who knows, right? Victor. By the way, thanks again for Victor Mete.
Dude, yeah, no problem. I'm actually a huge fan, and like his World Junior performances were very strong, and I'm cheering for the kid, honestly. But at the same time, I think he's a bit overrated for what people are.
He's a solid puck mover on the third pairing. That's what he is. And he can play a second pairing on a non-contender like Ottawa.
Yeah.
But he's young, so he can grow. Like look what happened with Shea Theodore in Vegas when he was brought there, right? Look at Vince Dunn. I think Vince Dunn's another player with Seattle Kraken now. I think Vince Dunn's the type of player that can really blossom, and that's because of the flawless skating and passing abilities that Victor Mete as well has. So, and I think it's very noticeable that when Victor Mete was brought into the lineup for Ottawa, the game really changed. And maybe that's because Ottawa decided the league's worst defense, which is definitely possible. But it also says something about Victor Mete's offensive production and his ability to push offense. Now, will it translate to points? As you know, it doesn't always translate to points. But I think we both can agree he is, for a shorter guy who's not a star, he can really push for some good offense,
Oh, dude, he can skate. That's the biggest thing. He's such a strong skater. And his stops and starts are incredible. And he gets knocked for defensive mistakes. That was the big thing in Montreal. And it's not. He's actually quite strong defensively, and he's a smart player. And then with the opportunity to get some big power play minutes, if he gets seriously comfortable at the NHL level, he could make a difference low key on a second pair. It was a great. As soon as he hit waivers, it was obvious he was getting picked up, and of course it was the Senators, a fucking division rival of all, right? Like Jesus Christ.
Nothing better, man. There's nothing better than watching Habs fans cry. Like you just lost. If it was a trade, at least you got something, but you got nothing. Like nothing from him. And it was even
for a third pair defenseman. I didn't do much crying through the playoff run.
Yeah, that's fair. Listen, if considering the fact, like I said, you were 18th in the entire National Hockey League. You lost 6 out of 9 against Ottawa in the regular season. I wouldn't have been crying much during that playoff run either. Just be happy, enjoy every single win, right?
Yeah. No.
By
dude,
the way,
it's incredible, man. Like it's it's about being built for the playoffs, and that's what.
Josh Anderson really showed up.
Yeah, man. That's what we said before the season started, and they proved it. It was, and like you said, it was a matter of catching fire at the same time. But you have to be at least capable of that, and it takes a fucking seriously strong team to do.
It's not easy. Now, by the way, Florida just took Mackenzie Samoskevich, right winger. So good for him. Congratulations. Welcome there to the Sunshine State in Florida. Now, before we let you go, because we have another guest coming on, 2 things. 1, We're gonna have to have you on the show for a real sit down because I actually want to have a conversation with you. But I am happy that we were able to bring in you onto the show, at least for a bit, because we've been speaking for a bit, and I think it was cool to get a different perspective, different fan bases perspective, anyways, on things.
Yeah.
Now, can you give us sort of a backstory to how you started doing videos? Because we do similar style videos.
Yeah.
We do videos after every single Sens game, Habs game. Pardon me. You have player like reactions to news, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, the whole thing.
So,
and same thing for you, dude.
Backstory.
Yeah, man, and I've been watching you for quite a while too, and you're grinding, doing your thing. I love it, dude.
Appreciate it, buddy.
But it's the same. Like I started it 3 years ago. I had all the merchandise, I had the knowledge, I had the equipment, and I don't mean knowledge just hockey wise. I mean graphic design, videography. There's a lot to it, and that, man. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So I figured, what, I'm gonna give it a go. It's a passion. I love hockey. Let's combine all this. But the big thing was just to represent the fan and bring in other fans that, a different perspective that you may not see on television or whatever, the true emotions and, feelings of a diehard. And, just been having fun doing it. And it's been awesome getting to meet like really good people, not just my viewers, but people like you. I love doing stuff with rival fans, and I've got to do a lot of cool stuff because of it. So again, man, I appreciate you having me on. And you know what, man? I love that you talk shit. It's amazing.
I got you.
You don't see that often between that stuff. And even I'm
no, I'll keep it real with you, man. I'll keep it real.
So I love it, man. Fucking go Habs, go, and we're gonna come at you.
Yeah, we'll see you in the regular season, buddy, next year, and probably have to have you on for a special edition of a Scotian Canadien / Sens Talk game recap. Buddy, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll have to have you on again soon. Do you have anywhere to plug? Tell everyone where they can watch your videos and follow you.
Just Scotian Canadien on Twitter and as well on YouTube. That's about it. Just doing the grind. Cheers again. Thanks again, buddy.
Make sure to support your content creators, guys. It's so important. Give them a like, give them a follow, give them a subscription. I've seen some of his videos, man. You make some really fun videos. You make some really passionate videos. And you need that. You need that in hockey, and fans love that. So if you're a Habs fan watching this right now, or just a hockey fan in general, make sure to check him out. Thanks again, buddy. We'll speak soon. I'll text you very soon, and we'll definitely do something during the summer.
Go Habs and go Kotkaniemi.
Talk soon, buddy. All right. Boop. All right, so that was Matt Bedard, the Scotian Canadien. It was an absolute pleasure having him on. I love having different fans on the show. He seemed like a really nice guy, and he was. So thanks again, buddy, for joining the show. It was awesome to have him on. And yeah, some people in the chat here are being like, yeah, it was great. It was so much fun having him on. And, it's just really important to get different opinions, right? And he had some different opinions, and I loved it. And we'll definitely have him on again soon. Do not worry. So now we're going to have the Sens Sickos guys coming on very soon. So stay tuned for that. But Craig Button compares Tyler Boucher to Josh Anderson, which I'm very, very, very happy with. And we all know that, that Craig Button's one of the best in the game when it comes to prospects. So it's a very, very, very big statement there. So Columbus is on the clock again at number 25, and I think they have the 30. No, Chicago's 32nd. Never mind. But give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna bring in. Oh, they're going crazy. Who was just taken? Corson Kulimans, a defenseman, right-handed shot, 18 years old, 6'2", 198 pounds, 25th overall to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Okay. So do we think Ratty is going still in the first round, second or later? I wouldn't be shocked if he slipped out of the first round now, DJ. Okay, so the guys from the Sens, the Sens Sickos, the Pesky Sickos podcast, the Future Sickos podcast. My God, I am really, really tired, guys. It's been a It's been 4 hours now that I've been on the stream here, but yeah, the Future Sickos Podcast, great show. They just had Pierre Dorion on, guys, so make sure to check out that episode. But yeah, the Future Sicko guys and Jack Richardson and Brendan Deltzer will be joining us momentarily. I'm just gonna invite them right now. All right, let's do that. And we got roughly 6 picks to go, so we got another 30 minutes left here. So let's close it out with some of the best in the game and Jack Richardson and Brendan Deltzer. So let's. I'm just gonna invite them real quick. All right. So. Detzler. Why do you do that? All right, try that again. D-E-T. Comment below right now, by the way, y'all, and let me know if you think Ottawa is going to trade back into the first round. I don't think they're going to at this point. It's a little late. Duque says Ratty maybe in the first round. Yeah, otherwise early second. Yeah, that's fair. Matt is gold. Yeah, he is. Jake Sanderson gave Boucher a shutout. You love to see that. He gave him a shout out. You love to see that.
The 26th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Minnesota Wild are proud to select Carson Lambos from the Winnipeg Ice.
Carson Lambos from the Winnipeg Ice was just selected. He is a defenseman, and he was just elected 26th overall to the Minnesota Wild. He's 18, 6'1", 197 pounds, and he shoots left-handed. Tarzan, I got a greasy beard. I don't know, buddy. I like it. I like it. You know, some people may not, but I'm a big fan of it. Now, as we wait for Jack Richardson and Brendan Deltzer to join, I'm just gonna say I'm excited to have them on, man. You know, they've been Brendan Deltzer and Derek Lee especially. I've been speaking to a lot lately. I've been speaking to a lot the last year. Derek Lee worked for us for a very short time, and of course, you know that story with Jada. You know, thoughts and prayers with him, with Jada. You know, obviously, it's a terrible thing that's happening, but we've gotten a lot of great news as of late with that. So, shout out to Derek Lee, shout out to Jada, love them both, and shout out to the Future Sicko guys. It's an awesome podcast, and I'm excited to have them on here momentarily. Let's see if they are in the room. Yeah, so Jack Richardson's here. So we're going to wait for Brendan Deltzer, but we'll bring in Jack Richardson here first, and we'll get Deltzer in there later. Jack, you there, buddy? There he is. Jack, how are you doing today, buddy? Can't hear you.
There we go.
How are we doing, man?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks for having me. This is not what I expected to be talking about. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Tyler Boucher, 10th overall. Instant reaction check.
Instant reaction. Who is this guy? You know, I don't I don't think anyone, you know, we did some deep dives into the second round and everything, and his name obviously popped up, but man, I didn't expect them to take him at 10. I'm just a little flabbergasted that they didn't trade back or anything. It's a little crazy to me.
Yeah, especially with that Edmonton trade with Minnesota for Jesper Wallstedt. It's a little unfortunate. By the way, we're welcoming in Brendan Deltzer as well, both from the Future Sickos Podcast. So number one, the hottest podcast in Sens land as of late. They had a recent interview with Pierre Dorion. Fantastic. Make sure to check it out. Brendan, thank you for joining us along with Jack. Guys, I was just speaking to Jack briefly about Boucher going 10th overall. Brendan, how are we feeling about that one? And we can't hear you, by the way. Why does Zoom do that, eh? Why they
just
put you
right
on
away
mute?
Yeah.
Stupid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess Zoom wasn't feeling me.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I definitely was feeling a little off with that pick. I definitely had to brush up on on my Google search history and started digging up. I was a little worried I was even going to be able to find highlights at some point, but like after kind of looking at it, it really does kind of seem like an Ottawa Senators-esque pick. And like they are definitely trying to build for the playoffs, and they want to be tough, and they want to be very hard to play against. And I don't know, like, if you can roll out 2-3 lines of guys who are just absolutely terrifying to play against, but
it's about to find out. That's for sure.
It might be their motive. And you know what, like, looking at his play, like in the comparables of him, like just kind of looking at some of the draft reports that I subscribe to and whatnot, and I'm seeing a lot of talk of like Tom Wilson and Josh Anderson as comparables, and like those are guys that you want to have in your team, especially come playoff time. Like, I know Josh Anderson might not have showed up every night for Montreal, but he was a very integral part of their team and a big reason why they made it so far. So I think he might be a guy that other teams hate for a long time.
I think that's a great point you just made there, Brendan. And it's the fact that when you look at prospects, you can talk about the Philip Zadinas of the world, the Tim Stützles of the world, where Stützle has that dynamic skill and he has that ceiling, right? And with Zadina, he had that incredible ceiling. What both those players bring is that skill set. But here's the thing: skill does not always translate to the next level, and that happens really commonly, especially in the first rounds, mid-first rounds anyways, of NHL drafts. You know what translates to the National Hockey League level, even in a fourth line role? Hitting, skating, competitiveness, hockey IQ, character, heart. Now, I don't want to sound like pure Tory on here, but these are things that Tyler Boucher is definitely going to bring to the table. That physicality, that grinder mentality. And that's exactly what Boucher is going to bring to the team. Now, is he going to be an NHL player? Hopefully. But here's the thing. You don't need him to be a number one guy. You want a Drake Patterson or an Igor Sokolov to be that. You need him to be a number 3, at least, maybe a number 2. And if he can be a number 2, number 3, this is a great pick for Ottawa. They didn't need the draft. Listen, if Dylan Guenther was there and they didn't take Dylan Guenther, we're having another conversation right now. But if they didn't want to take a goalie, and there was not all the good defensemen, in my opinion, were taken off, take your guy. And they did.
So my thing with that is I see that point, and I think maybe it was you who tweeted it out, Brendan, that the consensus top 9 was picked in the top 9, which is like, I don't know if that's ever happened. Like, it was that kind of a draft, like in different order, obviously, but so the Sens obviously knew where they stood coming in. Like, there was Brendan, I know you guys asked Pierre about this, that last year he talked about a talent drop, or like there's the tier list or whatever. They clearly had an idea of what the tier list was. And the thing is with Boucher, he seems like the type of guy that they are drafting. Like, they've got a Tkachuk, they got Formanton, they've got Greg from last year. All these guys seem like the same mold of player, like a tough player to play against, physical. They all play DJ Smith hockey. The thing for me is, I don't know if I ever looked at this draft, especially this year, based on how they played at the end of the year. I don't think I ever looked at this pick, unless it was Wallstedt or Kosa, that it was going to be an integral part of the rebuild. And I don't think the team planned on the 2021 draft being a huge part of their plans moving forward. So that to me is a little telling, that they would go off the board this high to grab a guy like this, where, that's not like super valuable right now if you're trying to trade it down the road for something like that. I don't know. So that was what stood out to me right away. And I think a lot of people would have, guessed that this was a Senators pick, but later rounds, in the second round, I saw a U.S. national team. I didn't even know what position he was. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like at least 2 or 3 players a year from the program. Right. So yeah, not unhappy with the player by any means. It's just, it's been I don't know why we were all surprised. You know what I mean? Like, this is a very Senators type thing to do, and a very,
I think it's the allure of Wallstedt being there at number 10, where like, we just expected that. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Listen, I'm fine with taking Wallstedt. I'm fine with not taking Wallstedt. We have such good depth at the goalie position. Yeah. And if you were going to take a goalie, Wallstedt, he's solid. Kosa, I think Kosa, I don't know much about him. I could be speaking out my ass here, but I think Matt Sogard, similar height, similar pedigree, early second round pick. I think he's the type of player that you can really see as a potential number 1 in the future for Ottawa. Philip Gustafson too. So leave him Relainen even. So there's a lot of depth there. And Ottawa, really their only position of need was right wing.
Yep.
They took the guy. We'll see what happens, right?
The big thing about the goalies, though, and I mean, like I was as high as anyone on Kosa and Wallstedt. Like I've been preaching that for like the last like month or two, because I felt like that was one area that if we added an elite goalie, it could really kind of set us over the top. But in my like, judging by this, I think it's pretty clear that Mann and Dorian didn't feel that either of those guys were those Vezina caliber elite goalies, or that like they were sure enough that they wanted to take that swing at 10. Because I mean, at least like judging from what Dorian had said previously, is if you do feel like that's the best player available and he's going to help your team and he has that ability to kind of put you over the top, then you take that swing on that guy. But I feel like them not taking them, either Wallstedt or Kosa, whoever you preferred, I think it kind of just goes to show that they must not have had a strong enough reason to believe that, or they must not have been confident enough or sure enough that they were going to be better players than what they currently had in their system. So I think like that alone kind of speaks volumes, like as much as it sucks, because I would have loved to see those two guys. And I mean, like from my 2 a.m. YouTube viewings of both of them, I do think that they're going to be incredible goalies, but at the end of the day, in Trent Mann we trust. And if and also just to add to that as well, I did just see a tweet recently that said that the Rangers they had their eyes on Boucher at 16. So I think like there's been a lot of comments about why didn't Ottawa kind of trade down, but it sounds like the Rangers didn't have a second round pick, and that was a guy that they were potentially targeting. So maybe Ottawa caught wind of that and was like, you know what, let's just go with the guy that we want.
Now, as you're talking, Brendan, Trent Mann is actually at the podium right now, which usually indicates, as somebody said in the comment in the chat box, that usually indicates that the Ottawa Senators are done for today. However, they're not done tomorrow. Here, I'm going to share the screen with you. Take a look at this. This is really interesting from Trent Mann here. It looks like Ottawa may make a trade to with a second round pick next in tomorrow's draft in the 2nd through 7 rounds. For Ottawa, you know, indicating they may move one of those second rounders tomorrow. Is that for a forward NHLer right now? Is that for like, what is that? What are we talking about? A potential player trade here?
Cal Foote?
Yeah,
it has to be, right?
Strome, like, what are we talking here?
Well, let's go back to October. I mean, it's technically last year, but that's day 2. They, you know, I'll never forget it. They moved for Matt Murray, and that was a second round pick, one of the ones that they had. I think they had 4 last year, if I'm not wrong, and
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, so they moved one of those and prospect for Matt Murray. So it probably a similar thing. I would hope that it's for. You know, we know what they're looking for because Eugene Melnyk came out and said it. But I would hope it's for obviously someone good. We can get into that. I also just wanted to touch quickly back to the pick very quickly. What you said, Brendan, you actually made a good point about best player available. Like, I would be really curious if they legitimately thought that Tyler Boucher was the best player available at that spot, because you touched on it too, that right wing was a position of need for the organization. And I think last year with Sanderson, they felt they were addressing position, but they kind of went best player available at that position. So like a bit of a makeshift thing. I would guess that this was more of a positional draft than best player available, just based on who was left on the board. And another thing, based on position, we've been talking about this team needing a top center for the last 4 years, I think, you know, and they haven't drafted one, right? They've drafted Pinto in the 2nd round, and I think that's the highest center that or maybe Greg, I guess, but
Greg was late first. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like, I mean, Stutzel was seen as like a hybrid, but he's more of a left winger now until he actually moves. So it's interesting to me that they haven't addressed the middle at all, and they went right to the wing. I think that's telling of how they feel about their center depth in the organization, which is a good thing, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ottawa superb center depth. I just want to say one thing before we continue. There has been a trade with Nashville and Carolina. Nashville's now on the clock at 27th overall. Nashville clearly likes somebody here. They traded a couple of second-round picks to Carolina, who clearly wanted to punt the ball and defer to take a couple extra selections in tomorrow's 2nd through 7th rounds of the NHL draft. But good point. I think, Jack, that a player like a Ridley Gregg, like you mentioned, as one of those late first round picks, I think he could potentially be a second line center in the future. I think Josh Norris, we'll have to see how he responds in the sophomore slump next year. However, I think a player like a Josh Norris can truly be that number one guy for Ottawa. And even a Shane Pinto, I think Shane Pinto, in my opinion, has the best chance to be the number one center for the Ottawa Senators. I think his just impact on the ice in those limited minutes in the end of the season, every single time he's on the ice, you notice him, and you don't notice that for Josh Norris, for Ridley Gregg, for many centers, not just those select couple. For many centers, you don't notice them every single time they're on the ice. Shane Pinto is the exception to that. You notice him. He really clogs up the lane himself. He clogs up the lane himself in the neutral zone. He forces the puck into the offensive zone, and it's great stick work and good face-off abilities. That sounds to me, you all tell me if I'm wrong, but to me, that sounds like a number one center. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I truly believe that Pinto and Norris are 1A and 1B centers. And I'm very happy with that. Like, I think that they both play incredibly great two-way games. And I mean, like, maybe we could go out and get a center, draft a center that can produce a bit more offensively, but I don't think that they're going to have the defensive pedigree that both of those players have. So I completely agree with that statement. I love Pinto. Pinto has the swagger. He has the size. He does everything that you want. He plays a 200-foot game, and like his offense just his game just continues to grow. His development curve is not even close to its peak. He started playing competitive hockey. He was 15 years old. Like, he's not even close to being done. And I think also kind of just to talk about that point of addressing that right wing position, this year wasn't a strong year for centers in the draft. This wasn't a year that you were even going to get a guaranteed number one center, no matter where you were picking. I mean, Matty Beniers is a hell of a player, but I don't know that he's a number one center. I think that he's kind of a similar kind of player to Shane Pinto and Josh Norris. And I mean, Ken Johnson might have that ceiling, but who knows if he'll hit it. So I do think that, like, no matter what, and especially who was there at that point, I don't think that this was the year that they were going to get that number one center regardless. So, I mean, like, I think this is a player that we're going to need to be patient with. And much like the Pinto pick, or I mean, even the Brady Tkachuk pick for some people, but and he's going to go to BU next year, and he's going to have an absolute season. I'm sure he's going to be a standout at World Juniors. Going to watch this guy just terrorize the NCAA as well as World Jays. And
follow, man, it's ridiculous. Same script every damn time. Same thing. They start off low-key solid in college, not good enough where they're getting TSN airwaves, but it's enough where the guys like us are raving about the kid already. And then World Juniors hits. They go off somehow, and now TSN starts talking about it, and all of a sudden this kid turns into one of the top prospects in the entire league. It happens time and time again. Hey, hopefully it happens with Tyler Boucher. Now, Zachary Leroux, who was just taken from Halifax to Nashville, who clearly loved this kid, traded into the first round for it. Now, when Craig Button joined the show a few days ago, he compared this kid to Brad Marchand. And now I would have loved Ottawa to take this kid, because if we're building the peskiest team alive, you want a Brad Marchand prototype. For Nashville at 27, how do you guys feel about a talented kid like that going so late?
I have to say, I listened to the episode with Craig Button, and I just want to say there's also one other point that was brought up that I thought was pretty awesome. And he said that Ottawa can try to get skilled players, but they also need to get players that are going to win, kind of thing. And I feel like we definitely did that at 10. So I thought that was really fitting after listening to your interview. Yeah. However, I have to say, I am not a fan of Zachary Leroux. And the reason being is that one of the reasons why he was suspended numerous times this year. And one of the reasons was because he spat on someone. And I do want to say,
he really is Brad Marchand. Wow.
Yeah. Truly. And I do think that there's a peskiness that can be respected. And I think that there's a certain level of getting under an opponent's skin that you definitely want to have on your team. But I also think that there's a line that I don't want to see crossed regardless. And if I'm looking at a player that crosses that line, doesn't understand those boundaries, Brady Tkachuk is so good at understanding those boundaries and kind of knowing when to stand between them and not crossing those lines. Exactly. Nazem Kadri, not so much. He gets those suspensions and ends up costing you big games. So in my opinion, he wasn't a guy for me. I was really hoping that Ottawa steered clear of him.
So I'll just chime in there too. The point about Brady Tkachuk is actually, I was just going to mention, because I always look at Brady and Matthew Tkachuk. I feel like Matthew Tkachuk does more of that borderline stuff where it's, as a fan, it's hard to cheer for almost, because you're like, he's doing something wrong. But Brady is on the end of, he doesn't do anything like illegal. Like, he's never in the air about suspension. He's just annoying. There's a big difference. And I think that, man, like, I've played against like people who like do stuff like spit on people and like just stuff like that. It's indefensible stuff. And that's not a, bring back to the Dorian meme, that's not a high character guy, whatever way you slice it. So I mean, if Nashville's trading up to get him, then I mean, maybe they're trying to build a little bit of that kind of culture. Maybe
he's a hell of a player. He's a hell of a player.
Well,
like, don't get me wrong. It's just for me, like the character thing. Like
I think the point that Tarzan just made in the chat box is really interesting. By the way, Oscar Olsen just went to the Colorado Avalanche, highly touted right winger, another steal for the Avalanche. But Chris Neal, Tarzan mentioned. Chris Neal, firstly, legend. But on top of that, never suspended for a quote unquote goon or enforcer. I'll call him an enforcer because he scored over 100 goals in his NHL career, and you deserve some respect because it's not easy to score 100 goals in your NHL career. So Chris Neal never suspended once. And he was an enforcer. So yeah, listen, there's guys that get it. They get that you need to have that peskiness. You need to get under people's skin. You need to, you need to be able to get on the edge of others to get the best out of you too. That helps players. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you also need to find that line. Players like Kadri, players like Marchand and Larouche clearly don't know those lines. And can it be taught? It's a character issue, right? So in the National Hockey League in hockey, it's very often that you have these character issues coming into the draft, and they're usually addressed internally, and then it's fine. But then you have issues like a Kadri, of a Marchand, and here with Zachary too. If your character is to be that pest that no one likes, and it's in junior, and you're spitting on people, it's kind of tough to really trust whether or not you're going to find that fine line. So we'll see.
We didn't really touch on it. The 2 second round picks, like I kind of diverted from that, but I'm not sure what 2 second round picks will get them on the market.
I think a Ryan Strome.
Yeah, I'm not huge on Ryan Strome. I'm not sold on him. Because we were just talking about Pinto and Norris being a 1A, 1B. If you're bringing someone in, he's got to be better than Pinto right now, right?
Yeah.
Stepan wasn't better than Norris, and that failed. So this guy whoever comes in has to be able to play with Norris as a 1A, 1B next season right away. And I don't know if Strome, he'll be there. He'll be a good player for them. I just don't know if he's an upgrade necessarily on what Pinto can bring already.
I mean, Christian Dvorak's name is being thrown around a lot as well. So that could be another guy that they're looking at. Obviously Arizona lost that 11th overall pick. So maybe they're trying to gain something back, even though they were able to grab that 9th.
They've been grabbing a lot today.
Yeah, they did. There was a lot of stuff going down today, guys.
It was. We patiently waited, and then there was about a span of an hour where it just all flooded. But no, yeah. Honestly, I hear what you're saying about Ryan Strome. I don't know if I see kind of the long-term fit. I don't know that I want to see another move of a second round pick or 2 second round picks for kind of a Band-Aid type player that just comes in for maybe 1 or 2 years, and either we would have to sign to a contract that we don't want to hand out, or that he would leave in free agency. So I do understand the concerns with that. I think that Strome could work depending. I do think that he has the talent. I don't know that he's just a product of Panarin. I do think that there's something there. And
when Panarin got hurt and Strome was playing without Panarin for 5 or 6 games, he had 4 or 5 points in those 5 or 6 games. Very short, period of time. That could have been against Detroit or whoever, but the point still stands. He was producing without Panarin. Mm-hmm. Short period of time, but it does give a little bit of perspective on things.
Well, Panarin plays with Zibanejad quite a bit as well, so it's not like Strome's always. So yeah, I mean,
point, right? He's still produce.
Guy. No, for sure. And like I'm not against Strome, but I will say that I do think that there's players that I would prefer them moving those picks for. And it's it's guys that I think that can grow into that core. And I think that would be incredibly important. And that's why like I brought up that Cal Foote suggestion. And I don't know, maybe Tampa's not even interested in moving on from Cal Foote, but I know like I look at him and I just think that he is the perfect kind of fit.
Hear this proposal that I've been mulling to myself the last couple of days, which obviously won't come to fruition now, but I was thinking give up even the 10th overall pick. I would have given up for Sam Reinhart. I would have given up a 10th overall pick. I would have given up the first pick we have in the second round. And I would have also given up like a Vitaly Abramov, like, and maybe like a Chris Turney too, if they wanted a Chris Turney, because Sam Reinhart is exactly what the Ottawa Senators need. He's a number one center. He's 24 years old. He needs a new contract. Yeah, but guess what? Obviously, if you're interested in Sean Monahan, I don't want to hear any issues about the contract that Sam Reinhart wants, because Monahan is a huge contract right now, and he's going to want a bigger payday in a couple of years when that contract expires. So I don't want to hear it about Sean Monahan. So when it comes to this player, Ottawa, this is a player that Ottawa really needs to target. He's younger, he's producing in the league, and he really fits the mold, and he wants to change. So I think it's kind of a shame that Ottawa didn't target this guy. Oh, by the way, good night, Saif Ali Khan. Thanks again for stopping by. But listen, if Ottawa is not, if Ottawa is going to pretend, like, let's be honest here, guys. If Ottawa is going to sit here and pretend they're going to shop for a number one center, I don't want to hear Ryan Strome and Christian Dvorak being brought up in that conversation. If you want, no disrespect to them, they're fantastic NHL players, and I'd love to have them both on the team. But they're not number one centers, and I think they would say the same thing. Dvorak maybe can develop, but not Strome.
And no, but I completely agree. Like I actually I tweeted a few times that Sam Reinhart is my number one target for Ottawa, specifically for that center position, because I think that he can put up 60 points easily on Ottawa, if not 70. Like I think 70 would not be out of reach, and a change of scenery would be great, because a lot of the time he's done well even without Eichel in the lineup. Like he's really developed into quite a player. So I think he would be a great fit. The issue is the ask for him right now is like it was a high or a decent first round pick and a top prospect. That is what they want. And I mean, would I be willing to give it up for him? Maybe now, like after
prospect
seeing,
would you give up for Sam Reinhart, guys? Like,
and that's the tough part. And I mean, like, also, I do think that his contract would also be reasonable. Like, I think that if they could work something out where he's kind of in or under that $6 million range for over 3 to 4 years, 5 years, ideally, like, I think that he would be an awesome fit. But it is tough. Like, you don't want to give up like a Pinto, like we're saying, as that top prospect, or even a Ridley Gregg, and then just have that come back to burn us down the road, as well as giving up a top pick.
I'll be honest. I don't think they would do it for Ridley Gregg. But if it was Ridley Gregg, this year's first and a second for Sam Reinhart, if this team truly wants to contend within the next year or two, you make that move, because Ridley Gregg is still 3 years down the line at the very least with the depth we have. I agree with you. I think Ridley Gregg's going to be a fantastic center. I can even see him being ahead of I'm not going to say names. I don't want to get myself in trouble down the road, but I think Ridley Gregg is a player that could definitely be a top 6 center. But that being said, I think if Ottawa really wants to hit the contention now, sometimes you have to bite the gun, right? Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Well, that's a big point about them. That's kind of what I was saying about them drafting Boucher. Like, they're drafting these guys who you can see fitting on this team, but they're not all going to be able to play. Like we're talking about the center depth. We're forgetting about Colin White being locked up for the next 5 years, right?
I think he transitions to the wing, though. To be honest, right wing.
And he probably will eventually. But it's just there's going to be a log jam, and it's already starting to happen a little bit. With guys like Formanton and all that. But I do think that you're right. Talking about eventually you're gonna have to bite the bullet and just make a trade. And I'm curious if Reinhart would be that guy. And I like back when Eichel was being rumored, and everyone was throwing together Eichel mocks, and I said Sanderson. I said Sanderson. I would do that for Eichel because he would just be
I don't think I could do that, buddy.
But that's the thing, and I wouldn't. I don't know if Pinto would be like a guy for Reinhart. We saw that with Ristolainen, though. Like, it was a bidding war apparently, and Buffalo won. Like,
What, like, can we just stop the conversation for a second? How the hell was there a bidding war for Rasmus Ristolainen? What the hell is going on?
Who knows?
You know what I mean?
And Seth Jones just got $76 million. So
and they gave up Adam Boquist to basically two firsts. Yeah, essentially. And then they were able to flip a second for Jake Bean. If I was a Columbus fan, I don't know. I mean, like, I would.
What a
just
day!
Be over
what a day!
Oh, and also Cole Sillinger and Ken Johnson.
Three first-round picks. They got another one.
Chicago. There's so much I could say about Chicago right now.
Oh yeah.
And, we already have addressed a lot of that today, but this trade's just an absolutely terrible trade, and that's why I'm happy that Pierre Dorian's really sat out. To be honest,
until tomorrow, it sounds like though.
That's fine. Fine.
Like he's getting involved.
Fine. We knew they were going to make a forward move eventually. They're going to have to do that tomorrow. But if you look at the trades that have been going on today, most trades you see, there's usually a consensus that, all right, it makes sense for them, but they won. No, not today. This is just batshit crazy. All right, you're trading 2 firsts and your young stud defenseman for an overrated, expensive commodity in the back end. Listen, Seth Jones has Cody-CC disease, right? He's not a terrible defenseman, but he's being overworked and overstretched and overplayed. If you put him on the third or fourth as your third or fourth guy on the second pairing, you play him 18 to 22 minutes a game, minimal special teams time, that's where he'll flourish. If you put him on the top pairing now, which Chicago will have to do after losing Keith and Bogfist, you're not going to get the best results.
Well, and you're paying $9.5 million. You don't want that guy sheltered on the third pair, right?
How the hell is this guy making more money than Tom Chabot?
They've got Kane, Taze, and Seth Jones making like Leafs money here, so that's a problem. But yeah, I can't see that. But again, though, like that's the market's being set. Like regardless, every year it's different, right? And we're so with Dorian going in with those 2 second-round picks, that doesn't sound like a tweet from Garriock. That doesn't sound like a tweet that they're trying to move around in the draft, right? No, that sounds like a roster move. I would hope that they go for a defenseman, actually. I'd actually really like to see them address center through free agency. I think Philip Deneau would be a fantastic fit in Ottawa. Philip Deneau, I think at the right term, right money.
I think he would pizza for him, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think he would slide
Bosty
in.
Would love to hear that. He loves
quite nicely.
Pizza. But
yeah, I'm fantasizing now. But
I'm going to show you guys a tweet from Bruce Garriock here. Now this is really interesting, and this kind of adds on to what Jack just said earlier about the Boucher pick. I'm just going to pull it up here. Apparently, you never know if this is true or not. But apparently, Boucher was about to be selected a couple picks after Ottawa at 12 or 13. So it's starting to make a lot of sense why Ottawa didn't move back, why Ottawa didn't, why this seems like such a surprise. It truly wasn't. We're just hockey fans, and these are the hockey guys, and in the hockey circles, unless Pierre Dorian is lying through his teeth here, there was clearly other teams that were high on this kid too. So I think that says something.
I think that Boucher is a funny one this year, and I think that my read on him is like, how do you judge a guy who's only played 10 games in a season? And either you're taking him at face value, you're looking and you're like, this kid had a hell of a 10 games and we're going to grade him very highly, or we're going to say like, this is an inaccurate sample size and we're going to drop him down. And I think that that's the issue is when you look at independent scouts, a lot of them are going to look at this low sample size and say like, I just don't really have a lot to compare this to. Yeah. Like he could be a good player, but there's just not much here. Whereas when you're looking at a team that's really confident in this player, they might have been looking at him before this year, realistically, especially if he was at that U.S. National Development Program. And you're looking at this, like this is a guy that they might have had their eyes on for a bit. And like, they know that what he's capable of. And with these injuries, they're like, you know what, like regardless, you've only played 10 games, but in a full season, like no one would even be questioning this pick. So I think that it really makes it a lot more of kind of I don't want to say a wild card, but it makes it a lot more kind of justifiable of, but elite prospects said that this, and this scout had him ranked in between the 30 to the 60 range. What are you doing grabbing this guy? And it's like, like elite prospects aren't NHL teams. It's not like at the end of the day, like they have their own recipes for their secret syrup, and we kind of got to follow it. So I definitely think that the demand was there. Like I agree with that. Like I was saying before, it sounded like New Jersey was interested in him at 16, and maybe another team was interested in him at 12 and 13. So they got their guy, and let's just sit tight and see what happens.
And this,
yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
I was just gonna say, this year of all years too, with the, not seeing them enough. I mean, last year was something else because it just last year they had so much time to think about their picks and like everything like that. But this year it felt like it came quickly, and there wasn't much hockey to base it off of, right? It was maybe a couple tournaments. I think McTavish flew. No, I'm not gonna say too high, but he went 3rd overall, and this kid, no one was talking about this kid in the top 10 until the U18 tournament, right? Like 3rd overall is just that's a crazy jump, right? It was devastating because I actually really wanted the Sens to pick him. He was my guy, but just stuff like that. I mean, 11 points, I believe, for Boucher in 12 games at the program.
I can tell you right now, I have it open.
Yeah, 11 points, 22 penalty minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, those are good numbers in a short sample, but you're right, Brendan. That's it's tough to judge, and I feel like the Sens will not be the only team to either hit or miss in this first round, especially. It's going to be a really interesting draft to look back on a few years down the road.
Completely agreed. And Jordan Mills makes a good point in the chat box here. He mentions how Wyatt Johnson went 22nd overall and played only at the under 18. And that just speaks volumes to what you and Brendan just said. Listen, it's a weird draft. The OHL didn't even play a game this year. Like, that is crazy. The league that drafts the most players into the National Hockey League didn't even get one game in this year. So it's bizarre. It's a weird draft. And that's why, let's be honest, guys, like that's why we didn't really know as much about most of the players in this year's draft than other years, because there's no real OHL. One thing, the Montreal Canadiens pick is in. Chase Stillman went to the Devils at 29. He's a right winger.
Oh, wow.
And Zach Dean, Stillman's pretty good. I'm pretty sure he was supposed to go top 15, top 20. And then Zach Dean, the center, went 30th overall to the Vegas Golden Knights at 31. Montreal is on the clock. We have 2 picks left, so we're gonna stick it here until the last couple picks. Thanks again, guys, for hopping on. Honestly, it's been you can tell I am on my last fumes.
You've been grinding.
Words. I've been on the stream for like 4.5 hours now.
Wow. Okay. I was following. I was working, and I was following all the picks and everything, and it was a little stressful.
It's bizarre, huh?
Yeah. It was a weird way to do it for sure.
I know it's not nearly as exciting either when the Sens don't have picks at the 2 at the beginning of the draft and then 1 at the end. We're just kind of sticking it out to see what's going on. But you know what? Let's get back to that. Sorry?
Do you guys know Logan Mailloux?
I don't.
Do you know who that is?
Heard that name.
Wait, does that?
Oh my God, is that the one? Oh no, is that the one with the sexual assault allegations, or like the sexual convicted sexual assault?
Yeah. He renounced himself. Who just picked him?
He was convicted, right?
I don't know if he renounced
himself from the draft.
Not even alleged. It was convicted, right? Like he was convicted.
Not
even alleged.
Yeah.
Oh, that's charged. Screw this guy. If he was convicted, like
I thought you did. I thought you said he got. Did he get picked?
Just taken.
Wait.
Screw this guy. Ugh.
Wait, what? I thought he renounced himself.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. I remember insiders saying that doesn't mean anything. They can still be taken.
Who took him? Montreal.
That's.
You got to be kidding me.
Firstly, sexual assault's not something to take lightly.
Oh.
That is something terrible, especially if you're convicted on it. It's not even an allegation; it's just a pure fact. He committed sexual assault. So
Jesus Christ,
this is not a pick that if I'm a Habs fan, I'm proud of. If I'm a hockey fan, I'm proud of. With the things that's going on right now around the Chicago Blackhawks organization, this pick, and it's kind of ironic that the Blackhawks are picking now at 32, but this pick at 31 for Montreal, it's gonna get the hockey world talking, that's for sure.
This was so.
Wow.
Just for those who aren't aware of the story, I guess it was pretty hard to miss kind of when it came out. It was a unconsensual picture of a sexual act is what it was, what happened. That's what he was I believe he was charged, but
Yeah, I'll pull it up here.
That's a crazy pick.
Yeah.
I think he was ranked to go in the first round. I think he was expected to go in the second round before.
So they reached
before the story broke.
They reached for him. Let's see here. Yeah, so I'll throw it on for people that are rewatching the stream later. I'm gonna just throw this on so they can see it. But hold on, why is this not working?
That's insane.
Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, this is really out of left field.
I do want to say on the sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah, we go through and read that.
Yeah, so this is a story here, just for people that are not well aware.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, like it's not a great look. It's terrible. So.
So he was convicted and paid fines. So he was found guilty. Essentially.
Yeah, the fact it's not even it was an allegation, because then like still terrible to even be alleged to do that. But you know, we believe in innocent until proven guilty. Of course, that's one of the best things living in the Western world. But he was convicted, man. And if you're convicted with sexual assault and you still get drafted, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's sexual assault.
Yeah.
It's so simple. You don't like it's not something you need to learn. You just need to know not to sexually assault somebody. I'm sorry. It's very simple. We're all guys here. Let's be honest. Like,
what was it Ian Mitchell? What was his name last year? Was it Ian Mitchell?
He was a racist.
I think Ian Mitchell's the Chicago prospect. I really don't want to mix that up. So.
He was Arizona Sky.
Mitchell Miller.
Mitchell Miller. Okay,
Mitchell
that's
Miller,
the name. Yeah, thank you.
He bullied a special needs person, I believe.
So. Yeah, and you know, like I felt, I mean, Arizona might not have handled that the best to begin with, but I felt like after the fact they made up for it, at least by finally kind of cutting ties with them and him basically kind of not having a career because he also couldn't play college hockey. Well, at North Dakota, I believe, nonetheless. So so I mean, I feel like in a lot of ways we were maybe kind of trending in a better direction, but it's going to be interesting to see how the media handles this, to say the least, because there's going to be some very unhappy people, and I really want to hear Montreal's reasoning and justification for it, because it's going to be interesting to hear how they justify this pick.
You can't justify sexual assault.
Yeah.
We're all guys here. It's so simple. If you're in a situation like that with any person, especially any person, you just don't do that. Like, it's
that's a shock.
Yeah,
I thought it was kind of Cervalli. I think Frank Cervalli tweeted that like there was talk of him still getting drafted. Yeah, but I don't think people thought.
Well, in the first round on the last two, though, like that's kind of the thing that I don't understand. It. You also can't imagine that there's other teams that are rushing to pick him. Yeah, so Jesus. Like I don't really get but no, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's inexcusable, and the fact that he was actually convicted is I don't really understand how this happens.
Yeah,
it's.
I mean,
now the Chicago's up here. These people, it's just.
Yeah, this isn't a good.
It's just been a bad run as of late for the National Hockey League, but these
not so fun side.
These are important. These are important things. Listen, the NFL has had a run with obviously assault situations, and MLB. Even I remember there's been every league has dealt with this stuff, and the National Hockey League has kept this stuff under rug for far too long, and now it's finally catching up to them, and rightfully so. It's about time. You need justice here when certain serious things like sexual assault are being brought up. These are This is not. He stole my my bubble gum, like some stupid crime. This is serious life-changing stuff that wasn't taken seriously and hasn't been taken seriously clearly with this Montreal pick. So yeah, I'm literally at a loss of words, and that sucks because this is the worst way to end the stream. But yeah, it's sense like, my God, this is just.
No, I mean, I think that, like you said, it's something that we also just can't ignore. And like I said, I'm extremely interested to see how that press conference goes, because I don't think anyone is going to take it easy on Montreal for that pick.
At least the Sens didn't do that, Brennan.
I did. I just read a tweet. It said, it said, when you guys were upset about the Tyler Boucher pick, well, at least we did not do that.
That's the good news is they're not coming. I mean, it's a bit dark and it sucks that this is why, but they're not coming out of this with the headline, right? Like that's not the headline of the first round anymore. That's what a day. Jesus.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Like I just don't understand.
I don't understand. Frankly, don't mind my. I'm gonna put this back on. Actually, it's terrible, but don't. It's just, man. Like, come on. Like, it's so simple.
Yeah.
Sexual assault. He asked not to be drafted. Don't draft him. Because not only did he not ask to be drafted, he was convicted on sexual assault. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize this guy has some issues. He should not be. I wouldn't want him near my family. So I don't want him on my team. It's so simple. But Montreal doesn't care. It's quite baffling, to be honest. The draft is over, though. Nolan Allen goes last to the Chicago Blackhawks, defenseman, 32nd overall. The first ever 32nd overall pick in the first round of an NHL draft. Little cool fact there. But
technically not even 32nd, thanks to Arizona.
Jack getting with the facts. 30.
I was surprised that they just kept it. Like I didn't know why they didn't
technicality.
I don't know why they just bump everyone down. Like it's like whoever went 12th is I'm the 12th overall pick, but you were the 11th player picked in that draft. It's weird.
I guess it's for the official record books. It could say forfeited, right?
So Logan Stankoven is going to be available in the second round then, which
Wait, who?
Logan Stankoven.
Who's that? Can you explain that?
By the sounds of it, yeah, definitely. So he's actually like one of my favorite prospects in the draft. He's 5'8", so just a little guy. He's probably the same height as me actually, but I can call him a little guy because I sit on my TV and watch him play hockey. But he's 5'8". He played for Kamloops. He was an absolute standout at the U18 tournament. He put up 8 points in 7 games for Canada. Only played 6 games for Kamloops this year, but he had 7 goals and 3 assists. And last year in his like draft -1 year, he put up 48 points in 59 games and with 30 goals. So he is capable of scoring a bunch of goals. He drives an insane amount of play. He's a bit short, but if a team takes a chance on him, it could pay off immensely because he is very good. So I can't say I'm ever like, I feel like Ottawa never picks the guy that I want them to pick ahead of time, aside from Tim Stützle, because like that was just, kind of a given. But regardless, like if they take a look at him, I know they don't love their short guys, but he is a fun player and one that I really hope that they take a chance on, as well as Scott Morrow. I think Scott Morrow will likely still be there.
I got another one too. Brendan Othman. He
went 16th, like mid first round.
He's a solid player that Craig Button.
Oh no, I missed it. Yeah, the Rangers. Okay, the Rangers.
Othman went to the Rangers.
Do you have anyone else, Jack, that you would like to see Ottawa take a swing?
That was my guy. I feel like they're gonna trade these picks anyways.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we're gonna wake up to some crazy trade. But what a night, guys! It sucks. That's the way it ended with 2 disgraces of quote unquote organizations in the National Hockey League going back to back in the draft. But listen, you know what? Thankfully, Ottawa didn't do that, and it's just another stain on what was a great night for the NHL up until the end, where it's just once again just a little bit of a baffling, not little bit, a very much so a baffling decision by Marc Bergevin and the Canadiens, and I look forward to seeing how they address that tomorrow.
I don't want to keep you here too long, but I feel like I should point this out. So
go ahead.
Bergevin was the assistant GM of the Blackhawks when all that went down. That's what what people are pointing out on Twitter right now. So yeah, that sucks.
It sucks, man. Like sexual assaults, it's so easy. It's so easy. Just if somebody commits sexual assault, it's so simple. Screw that person, all right? If they're convicted of sexual assault, it's so simple. I'm sorry, it's so simple. You don't do that to a person. Like it's so simple. And
I guess we'll see in the morning. Buffalo and Florida are working hard on a Sam Reinhart deal from Elliot Friedman just now.
Florida's just going to keep getting better.
Yeah, that's Elliot Friedman right now. So,
damn.
Atlantic keeps getting better.
Why does it always have to be in literally always the Atlantic? All the other Atlantic teams are.
I feel like every trade so far
wants to help out the Atlantic teams.
Detroit just laid their groundwork for years to come. They're gonna. Yep. I mean, yeah, they're gonna be hard to score goals against for a while. So.
Yeah, they got Kosa. Yeah.
Well, they got Kosa, but also Edvinsson, and I mean, someone made that comparable. They're like, "Oh, Stevie Y just got his new Hedman and his new Vasilevsky," but
divisions don't matter. They don't matter. That's what I'm telling myself. I'm telling myself they don't. I mean, look at the schedule. We're playing the Leafs 4 times. Like it's not head-to-head stuff. It's just how they do against and stack up, I guess.
At the end of the day, we're going to be tough to play against, and that's all that matters, right?
That's for sure. We're definitely going to be tough to play against.
Yep.
But anything else in the chat here? Duque says it's revolting. I have a teenage daughter. The NHL is failing its fans. No surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. It's really unfortunate what's happening right now. Kevin Jimena. He says, apparently Buffalo and Florida. Yep. They're working on a Sam Reinhart deal. We should see what happens there. But it's 11:45, 11:46 now. We've been on for 4+ hours. But guys, thank you so much for coming here to wrap up the first round of the draft with us. A couple of things. Firstly, Ottawa predictions here. Does Ottawa move that both those second rounders tomorrow?
Yes. I would think if they're moving them, they're moving both. Like if you're getting someone, it sounds like they're moving both to get one player, I would hope. And I feel like that's got to be a big splash. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. It's got a big day tomorrow. It's moving day kind of with the draft, right? Like that's when, I mean, everything happened today, but
by the way, everyone.
I think that they will at least move one. Dorian was pretty adamant in stating that this was the year to go for quality over quantity because we have so much quantity as it is. And something that Derek and I talk about quite a bit on the podcast is that like these quantity for quality trades are inevitable because we have way more prospects than we have NHL roster spots. So it really is just a matter of time. So I wouldn't be surprised if like a full on package kind of gets sorted out. Hopefully, I mean, maybe it's like a David Savard kind of deal. Like, I don't know what's going to happen on right D, or I would imagine that might be the area that they're targeting. Could be center as well, but I'd probably take a little more than a second round pick to get the kind of guy that we were interested in. But no, yeah, I think at least one will get moved and hopefully for something good. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept one though, because it's also like such a crapshoot of a year. Like they probably have a guy, like a dark horse guy in the second round that, I mean, like in another year would probably go in the first round if more teams would have been able to see him and kind of gotten a better idea on him. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think they'll hold one and trade the other.
Good prediction. I'm going to have to agree with Jack, though. I think they trade both and they get an NHL talent. But we'll see. And we'll definitely be talking with each other on Twitter about that tomorrow. Guys, I'm going to share the screen here one more time. Why don't you tell everyone where they can follow you guys on Twitter and social media, where they can listen to you guys and read your stuff on the internet?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the best bet is always just give the Future Sickos account a follow on Twitter. So we're always trying to interact with people. I mean, obviously we're a huge fan of what you're doing, Brandon, and
thank you.
But if anyone else is interested in even more Sens coverage, because I think all of us are just a bit of nuts and can't get enough of it. So we're all sickos, I guess, but
we are.
So give the Future Sickos Twitter account a follow, and we'll always look forward to interacting with new people.
Yeah, Jack? Same. Got. I mean, I guess just our personal ones as well. Like we're always pretty active on there, and it only gets better as the off season goes on, you know. And October 14th can't come soon enough until the season starts again. Just follow. I guess it's just our names on Twitter there. Yeah,
well, guys, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm just gonna wrap it up here, but I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us, man.
By with us for like the last 40 minutes. And, once again, guys, if you haven't already, check out the Future Sickos podcast. I had a great interview with Pierre Dorion. Great get, by the way. It was a great episode. Check that one out. And the rest of their episodes out as well. Guys, thank you so much. I'll have to have you on again soon. Sayonara. We'll see you tomorrow for what should be a crazy day.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Brandon.
You guys. All right, so that was Jack Richardson and Brendan Detzler of the Future Sickos podcast. Great guys, as you can tell. Make sure to check out their stuff at Future Sickos on Twitter. Is where you can find everything of theirs. Now, I'm seeing some comments here. Tarzan, thanks for everything. Well, thank you for stopping by. Duque as well. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. Good job, Kevin. Says to me, thank you, Kevin. Thanks for stopping by. And you guys followed the Sickos podcast. Good. They are great. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've been live since 7:30 Eastern time. As you can tell, I'm so tired. But at 7:30, we started off with FC Hockey Scout Josh Bell. That was a lot of fun. So thanks once again to Josh for joining the show. At 8:10, we had Brendan Maki join the show from Internal Budget. From 9 to 10 o'clock, Matt Bosty and James Wood joined the show to react to the 10th overall pick. Welcome, obviously, once again to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher. At 9:30, we had Trevor Shackles join the show. That was a lot of fun as we recapped the later round picks, as well talked about some trades, as well check his workout at silver7sens.com. At 10 o'clock or around there, we had Matt Bedard, the Scotian Canadien. He has a great YouTube channel, does a lot of Habs content. If you're a Habs fan or just a hockey fan in general and want to check out some Hab takes, Scotian Canadien on YouTube. And as well, we just had, of course, Brendan Detzler and Jack Richardson of the Future Sickos podcast here. So make sure to check them out there as well. Now, you know what? The Habs just put out a disgusting statement. All right, we're gonna react to that real quick. Thank you for putting that out there. So before we go, we're just gonna react to that quickly because Reinhart is officially being traded to the Panthers. So we're gonna do two things here. Oh my God. Okay, Montreal. Let's dive into this real quick. That is a horrendous statement. That is a horrendous statement. I'll put it on the screen here, y'all. Don't worry. Hold on. Yikes. Montreal is gonna Montreal, I guess. My God. By drafting, this is the Montreal Canadiens statement that they just tweeted out. By drafting prospect Logan Mailloux with the 31st overall selection, the Montreal Canadiens organization not only selected a promising hockey player, but also a young man who recently admitted to making a serious mistake. Yeah, I don't consider sexual assault a mistake. I call it a crime. The Canadiens are aware of the situation and by no means minimize the severity of Logan's actions, but you just drafted him. Logan understands the impact of his actions. His recent public statement is a genuine acknowledgement of his poor behavior and the first step on his personal journey. Poor behavior, that's like saying the F word in front of a 5-year-old. Sexual assault is not poor behavior. Sexual assault is just disgustingness. That's not poor behavior. That's just barbaricness. We're making a commitment to accompany Logan on his journey by providing him with the tools to mature and the necessary support to guide him in his development. We are also committed to raising awareness among our players about the repercussions of their actions on the lives of others. Wow. All right. Wow. Okay. That is a terrible statement. Yikes. That's I don't even know what to say to that. Like, that is just a disgraceful statement. I'm sorry. You can't justify sexual assault and drafting somebody that was convicted, not even allegations. It's important to remember, innocent until proven guilty. These are not allegations, though. This is a conviction, convicted on sexual assault. You can't justify that. And the more you try to justify it, the worse it gets. It's just terrible. So, yeah, we're going to leave it off there because I don't want to talk about this trash organization anymore. So besides that, shout out once again to Josh Bell, Brandon Maki, Matt Bosty, James Wood, Trevor Shackles, Matt Bedard of Scotian Canadien. Check him out on YouTube. And the Future Sickos guys and Jack Richardson and Brendan Detzler. It was an absolute pleasure. Have them all on the show. We did this last year. We did it again this year. It was so much fun. We're going to do it again next year. I love doing the long live shows for you guys. And as we're reaching 12 o'clock Eastern time here in the morning, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you all for stopping by today and picking Sens Talk as your destination for National Hockey League coverage, Ottawa Sander coverage, and draft coverage. It's a pleasure to be your host and to to do this for fun and to do this for you guys. So I hope to see you on Sunday. I'll be uploading a draft recap video. So stay tuned Sunday night, and stay tuned as well for an interview with a very, very highly coveted Ottawa Center prospect. We'll have that out in the very near future for you guys as well. Besides that, thank you all for watching. I appreciate the support. Welcome to Ottawa, Tyler Boucher. Tomorrow, the second round kicks off at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, with the Buffalo Sabres selecting 33rd overall. Ottawa has a couple of picks in the second round. Bruce Garriock mentioned Ottawa may move them. We shall see. I'll see you Sunday for my draft recap video. Thank you all for sticking around. We had at least 20 people here at the very least throughout the entire 4+ hours. It's a tremendous honor and a privilege to be able to provide you with Senators and hockey coverage and content. Besides that, thank you all for watching. I appreciate your support, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you, and have a good night.